Morning, everyone, and welcome here to the Science Gallery. My name is Anand Menon. I'm Director of UK in a Changing Europe. I've got a few things to say to kick us off for the day. Firstly, my profound thanks to the Migration Observatory, who we've worked with in putting together, firstly, the report, which you can find on our website that is out today. It's an excellent piece of work. And secondly, in collaborating with us in putting on today's event. Particular thanks to Jonathan Portes and Madeleine, Sumption, who did the bulk of the work on the report. Two practical things to start with. Firstly, for those of you who saw the sign at reception outlining the snacks and panicked that it didn't mention lunch, there will be lunch. That wasn't meant to say there isn't lunch, that was simply meant to tell you what the snacks are, so there will be lunch, so you don't have to make plans to go out for lunch. And secondly, for those of you with a smartphone, if you scan the QR code on the screen, that will take you to the Slido link for today's event. I do encourage you to use Slido if you can. Slido makes life easier for the chair because they can bundle questions together. It prevents those occasional instances where you get a speech rather than a question from the audience. It makes things run a lot more quickly, and also it helps us to integrate people watching online. So if you can do that and then enter your questions on Slido, that will make the chair's job a lot easier. And finally, as ever, we're going to start the day with a brief commercial. Please do check out our website. In particular, we've got a rather bewildering number of UK in a Changing Europe events coming up over the next few weeks. I want to draw your attention in particular to an event on the 22nd of March, which will be an in-person event, which will be take the form of a debate on the economics of Brexit between a number of economists who are very, very sceptical of the official OBR estimates and think that Brexit won't have that kind of negative impact, and a few others who actually think that the impacts will be quite significant. I think it's the first proper public debate of its kind, so do sign up for that. You'll find details on our website. The other thing is we've launched the UK in a Changing Europe lunch hour, which is a regular 2-weekly slot on a Tuesday lunchtime, which is a panel discussion. The first one was a couple of weeks ago on the prospects for Rejoin. We've got one next Tuesday on Franco-British relations in the aftermath of the summit that's taking place on Friday. Do sign up for those. We want to try and build a sort of regular audience for those. And in addition, because these are every 2 weeks, if you have suggestions for things we should be talking about at those events, please do let us know. I think that's probably quite enough from me. So have a very, very enjoyable day. As ever, if there's anything we're doing that you don't like or anything we could be doing more of, get in touch, let us know. Have a very, very good day. Thank you. Oh, and without further ado, I'll hand over to Jill Rutter to chair the first session.
Thank you very much, Anand. I'm Jill Rutter. I'm a Senior Research Fellow here at UK in a Changing Europe, and I'm going to chair this first panel where we're going to be looking back on free movement. Of course, one of the big promises in the referendum campaign was that the UK could take back control of its borders, and both major political parties, I think, have interpreted that as meaning that free movement from the EEA had to end. We're going to be looking at the operation of the EU settlement scheme, so that scheme that was put in place to secure the rights of people who'd already made the decision to move to the UK. We might also veer over into what's happening to Brits abroad, who knows, and looking at what that means, the different impacts that that has had from a number of perspectives. So I've got delighted to introduce my panel. We have Donald Houston, who is a professor of economic geography. Right. We have Professor Charlotte O'Brien. We have our long-standing colleague, Catherine Barnard, and last but absolutely no means least, Kuba Jablonovsky. Whatever, I should give affiliations. Donald is at the University of Portsmouth. Charlotte is at York. Catherine is at Cambridge. And Kuba is at the University of Exeter. He also does work with the 3 Million, which some of you will know as the rather misnamed lobby group for all the people entitled to settled or pre-settled status, which was one of the really interesting early revelations, I think, of the EU settlement scheme. So the format is going to be this. We're going to have presentations, which I'm ruthlessly going to chair to 10 minutes, unless bribed. So 10-minute presentations from our speakers. And then we're going to take questions from you in the audience, but also questions from hopefully lots and lots of people watching online. So do put your questions in on Slido if at all possible, so we can sort of merge them together and see where the real interests are in the room. Loads of time, assuming our speakers keep to time for everything. And to the person online who's just posted a question about asylum, there's a session in the afternoon on asylum when we will take your question, but we are talking today, talking in this session about the ending of free movement in the EU settled status scheme. So I'm going to take questions that are relevant to that. So that's just like a warning, but we will get, don't worry, we have a whole session devoted to asylum and migration. No doubt we'll talk about the Home Secretary's recent bill in that one. So without further ado, I'm delighted to pass over to Donald.
Thank you. I'm a professor of economic geography. I study population and migration. What I want to do is kick off the day with some fairly simple facts and figures about the level of migration and its geography over time, where people have come from, and also importantly, where they have settled within the UK. So really just trying to set the scene with some facts and figures. Before I get into the census of population results, which were just released on place of birth by the end of last year. Just very briefly, some remarks on what we already know from the academic literature. Firstly, most of us are probably aware from mainstream media, net immigration to the UK is on a long-term upward trend. What less of us probably are aware of is that internal migration within the UK is on a long-term downward trend. So net balance between north and south is about level now and has been for the last 20 years or so. Immigrants tend to be younger, healthier, and also higher qualified than the host population. But also there is a tail of unskilled or unqualified immigrants as well. They're more likely to be employed, although many non-EU immigrants are also students. Modelling work done by the various government departments and academics over the last few years has suggested that immigration has tended to increase economic growth and employment. It has a slight restraining effect on wages and may have increased productivity, although there are some uncertainties around those modelling results because it's difficult to know what would have happened in the absence of free movement, of course. Turning now then to the latest census results and the geography of immigration, I'm going to rattle through some slides very quickly before Jill stops me, trying to answer these basic questions and conclude with some remarks about where next. So firstly, where does the UK sit internationally? This is all single market countries in Europe, with the UK in green. So 16% of the UK residents were not born in the UK, and that makes the UK actually pretty typical for Western European nations in terms of overall level of immigration. Generally speaking, the countries with lower levels are Eastern European countries, and it's Western European countries with the higher levels on the left-hand side of that graph. So we're not unusual. Place of birth of UK residents from the census. This is EU versus non-EU. This is quite a basic, but I think very important fact to bear in mind as context when talking about free movement and its removal, is that actually the EU-born population is only just over a third of all the immigrant population in the UK. Turning now to countries of origin in rank order. 4 countries stand out as between them representing 28% of all immigrants in the UK based on country of birth. And the biggest one isn't an EU country, it's India. Pakistan comes in third, and the 2 other big ones are EU countries, Poland and Romania. Where do EU migrants and non-EU migrants settle within the UK. This is also geographically very uneven. London stands out, particularly for non-EU migrants. It's less obvious in this chart because the bars are quite small, but Northern Ireland, Wales and the North East actually have substantially lower levels of non-EU and EU immigration. Northern Ireland is slightly different, has quite high EU, of course, because of its land border with Ireland. Turning now, it's not only a London effect, other cities to a lesser extent also attracted substantially disproportionate share of migrants, particularly non-EU migrants. Turning now to social deprivation, this shows neighbourhood social deprivation for very small neighbourhoods, average population of about 2,000 people. So these are very small areas. They are ranked from the least to the most deprived on the right. So we can see, particularly for non-EU migrants, they are disproportionately found in the most socially deprived neighbourhoods. There is the same pattern for EU migrants, but it's much less pronounced. Was there any effect on the Brexit vote? The answer is yes, but perhaps not in the direction that you might assume. So this is local authority districts. Those with the higher EU populations actually tended to have lower leave votes. So people living in a local authority district with lots of EU born population didn't seem to mind. However, a slight caveat to that is looking at the rate of change in the EU-born population between the 2011 census and the 2021 census. We do see a weak correlation, so that the areas, local authority districts with the most rapid rise in the EU population did tend to have slightly higher leave votes. Turning now to past trends, now we're on the annual population survey, which comes with some health warnings, particularly during the pandemic years rather than the census. This is the persons born in the EU for the UK as a whole over time. You can see a sustained pattern of growth leading up to the referendum, which has been subsequently curtailed. A couple of important pieces of context to that. As before, the immigration from outside the EU has increased and is at a higher level in terms of the stock of migrants based on place of birth. The other thing is in relation to understanding the impact of that curtailing of net immigration from the EU on the labour market, which is sort of my own research speciality. We've heard a lot about labour shortages since the pandemic. But actually, the reduction in the number of EU workers since before the pandemic is not the main driver of current labour shortages and shrinkage in the size of the workforce. Early retirement and rising ill health since the pandemic seem to be much more important. Coming to some brief geographical comparisons in that trend, so that dotted line is the UK trend in the number of people born in the EU. I've added on the lowest, the highest regions and London and Scotland because they're of particular economic migration or political significance in relation to this. So the lowest is Northern Ireland. The highest is the West Midlands. There's London, which is actually bumbling along with a bit of decline below the UK trend. And Scotland is quite interesting in that it was following the UK trend until a couple of years ago when the number of persons born in the EU seems to have risen a little bit, whereas London is declining. So quite interesting contrast there between two of the Remain voting regions. In terms of summary then, in terms of those questions, how does the UK compare to other European nations on immigration? It's very typical as a Western European nation in terms of its overall level of immigrant population. Where do people come from? The Commonwealth, Eastern Europe, to some extent the rest of Europe, Africa and the Middle East. But those 4 countries, India, Pakistan, Poland and Romania, stand out quite significantly above others. Where in the UK do they settle? London, the Midlands, deprived neighbourhoods, less so in the northeast, Wales, and in affluent neighbourhoods. Can the geography of immigration be seen in the Brexit vote? Yes, but in a pro-Remain direction. Leave areas had a smaller number of EU population in 2011, although the stronger growth in EU-born population between the last 2 census years over that decade. Has Brexit reduced EU immigration? It would appear so, and work by one of the other UK in the Changing Europe Fellows, Jonathan Portis, has looked in modelling the impact on actual migration flows rather than just the stock of migrants that I've been looking at, and has suggested that we've seen a reduction of 330,000 compared to what we would have got had the pre-trend continued. Where next? Future trends in international migration, I think, are very uncertain because of various geopolitical situations in a number of countries. The non-EU rise since the ending of the pandemic and Brexit may be a bit of a rebound effect, or it may be a more sustained growth substituting for EU migrants. That's an open question still moving forward. Might the Brexit impact lessen with time as EU nationals get used to the idea of visas? Labour shortages and the lower visa threshold in the new immigration system could be expected to increase migration somewhat, particularly of non-EU, since it's easier to come to the UK now than in the past from outside the EU. Although the new immigration system favours those with more skills, so it may concentrate skilled migrants in the areas such as London and other cities, which may increase geographical inequalities within the UK. This poses a number of research priorities, which myself will be working on over the next couple of years within UK and the Changing Europe, differentiating between Brexit and pandemic impacts on labour supply. Secondly, looking at the impact of labour shortages on economic recovery. Will it curtail employment growth? Will it lead to wage inflation? And lastly, and perhaps most fundamentally, will a reduced reliance on plentiful low-cost labour, if indeed we get that, we may maintain that to some extent, depending on what happens with the new visa system. Will that lead firms to invest more in training, invest in innovation, and so on, and find less labour-intensive ways of doing business? That's, again, a very open question moving forward. Thank you.
Donald, thank you very much, and brilliantly to time as well, so that was very good. A nice bid for the new research priorities. Donald is, of course, a recently appointed new senior fellow at UK and Changing Europe, where he's going to take those forward. And now we're going to have Charlotte, Catherine. Sorry about that. So Catherine is so keen to get her extra minutes in. So now I'm delighted to introduce Charlotte O'Brien, who is the professor, who's a professor of specialising in social law and citizenship at the University of York. Just going with a sort of wider picture on where we are. Now, Charlotte.
Thank you very much. Now I've stolen my minutes back. Right, so I was invited here to speak about, and thank you very much for the invitation, looking back on free movement and the EU settlement scheme. And I tried not to take this too personally because this is my area of research, and I thought, what do you mean looking back? I'm not a legal historian already. And so my slightly defiant title is Not Yet Looking Back, because these are issues that are still ongoing. These are issues that we're still researching, and bearing in mind that the rights contained in the withdrawal agreement are the rights that subsist for the lifetime of EU citizens who are covered therein, and their future children, the lifetimes of their future children as well. So we're not quite at the legal history point yet. Now, there are 3 key takeaways that I'd like you to leave with about problems that are ongoing. First of all, the issue of digital status. Now, the withdrawal agreement allows the UK and other member states to adopt a digital status regime to identify who is entitled to the rights contained in that agreement. So the people, the EU nationals in the UK who were in the UK before the end of the transition period, the pre-Brexit EU nationals who've retained rights. However, the form of digital status that the UK has adopted is proving problematic and is already causing significant discriminatory problems. The second problem, the EU settlement scheme has not meant that we've kissed the old free movement rules and the issues of a right to reside goodbye. The old conditions are still continuing to have problems for people with pre-settled status in particular, and there's a huge saga of litigation that's ongoing that I'll do my best to give a sort of potted history of in about 30 seconds. And then the third problem, the shift between the legal regimes that we're moving to a completely new species of law, withdrawal law. It's not EU law and it's not normal international law because it has direct effect. And it's unprecedented and it's untested. And the consequences of that very sudden but dramatic shift in the legal landscape means that the people at the heart of it get caught in the crossover. There's discrimination and there's administrative problems, administrative teething and administrative confusion that we argue has not been properly mitigated, but yet could be. So, the first one, digital status. We've been told time and again that this is what's happening and it's basically going to be fine. We're looking to the move towards digital status in other areas as well. People in the EU settlement scheme have been sort of treated a bit like guinea pigs, I guess, in this respect. However, there are signs that digital status is not neutral in terms of the consequences. That there are people, even in the government, in government departments, in the Department of Work and Pensions, who haven't understood how digital status works and have given incorrect advice. Now, I should just clarify here that my role in the University of York, in the law school, I lead the EU Rights and Brexit Hub, which is funded by the ESRC's Governance After Brexit investigations. And we do advice-led ethnography. So we give advice to organisations working with EU nationals. So we see cases and we work on cases, but we gather evidence in the process, document the problems that are being encountered. And we are seeing problems like misunderstanding on the DWP helpline of how digital status works, resulting in, for instance, the refusal of universal credit to a claimant who'd been in the UK since they were a child. We've seen problems even with support in hospital, a claimant unable to get their digital status acknowledged on the DWP helpline, meaning that they did not have the support to which they were entitled, meaning that they were delayed in being rehoused and they had to stay in hospital because they had nowhere to go. And it's not just the fact that it's a digital status and people are just getting used to it. It's the specific form that's problematic. It's not a digital document. It's not a QR code. It's a URL that you have to go through. I think the Public Law Project established 7 separate steps to get to it, various forms of security. And then any third party that's wishing to check the digital status, say a landlord, or maybe a bank, or maybe an employer, also has to go through another 6 steps or thereabouts in order to verify it. So it's not, and this is obviously all dependent on, the technology working and people trusting the technology. And you compare that to just showing someone a passport or alternatively an electronic document. And there's a very significant difference. And we have already found evidence of discriminatory impact with regard to how third parties view this digital status. Now, I've been working with people who are much more have greater expertise than me on doing quantitative research. So Joe Tomlinson and Jed Mears and Alice Welsh, all at the University of York. And we've conducted a survey, I think it's called a discrete choice analysis, of more than 1,000 landlords, and found that digital status was the most influential factor in a landlord preferring to refuse a potential tenant. And that's the case even when you control for all the other factors like age, occupation, ethnicity, and gender. Digital status is the one on which they're most likely to discriminate. And that's still the case even when you control for the landlord's age, ethnicity, occupation, educational attainment, and their beliefs about immigration. So it is not fine. The second takeaway point, the continuing issue of right to reside problems and the continuing problems with the old free movement rules. Now, people on pre-settled status have been told they're not entitled to claim benefits on the basis of that pre-settled status. They have to also show they meet the conditions in the old regime. And this has been tested in various parts of litigation. The Court of Appeal found this was discriminatory, but the CJEU rode in, the Court of Justice of the EU rode in a different case and found actually it's okay to discriminate against people with pre-settled status, but they're entitled to protection from the Charter, a fundamental right. So you can't refuse them universal credit unless you've established that their right to dignity will not be jeopardised, that they'll not be subjected to extreme material poverty. Now, this has then been tested in further case law dealing with people after the end of transition, so when EU law no longer applies, but the withdrawal agreement applies. And this case, exactly dealing with this point, is ongoing right now. Well, I say right now, in fact, it's 10 o'clock right now, in the Court of Appeal, the AT case, in which the upper tribunal found that people with pre-settled status are entitled to protection from the Charter of Fundamental Rights under the withdrawal agreement. But of course, it's very difficult for them to say this is definitely the case or definitely clear, because the withdrawal agreement, it's this completely new body of law and it's completely untested, and there's no case law on which to go or on which to base it. So there's a huge amount of questions being asked. Does the Charter apply to people in the withdrawal agreement? If so, whose duty is it to apply it? Does it help when it comes to applying for benefits like universal credit? And if so, what's the threshold? How do you decide that a refusal would jeopardise their dignity or not? And, well, hopefully we'll find out soon from the Court of Appeal. What we found out is from the upper tribunal ruled. So the three questions that were asked: does the Charter apply? Does it require an individualised assessment of someone who's applying for benefits? And did the first tier tribunal err in finding that someone's risk to dignity was jeopardised? And the upper tribunal ruled against the Secretary of State and in favour of the claimant on all of these questions. So the Charter does apply. It does require an individualised assessment, and the first-tier tribunal did not err in law. The refusal would lead to a jeopardising of their dignity. We'll find out what the Court of Appeal thinks on all of this, but several more judges still to sing, because it will inevitably get appealed, whatever decided, to the Supreme Court, and one of those courts may then make a reference to the Court of Justice, which still has the right to hear, or the member states and the UK still have the right to refer questions to the CJEU under Article 158 of the withdrawal agreement. The shift between legal regimes, our third takeaway point, it's already resulting in significant administrative confusion. We're seeing a huge amount of legislation potentially coming down the pipeline, and a huge amount of legislation disappearing if the retained EU law repeal and revocation bill gets passed. All at the end of this year, there's huge amounts of risks of administrative injustice as a consequence. If you imagine what EU nationals are being told is, okay, so these domestic bits of law might disappear, they might vanish because they're based on EU law, but you've got the withdrawal agreement, so you're fine. Now, imagine relying on, speaking to someone on a helpline, or speaking to a landlord, or speaking to an employer and saying, but I want my rights in this bit of international law that you know nothing about, that hasn't been tested, that isn't written into domestic law. The lack of implementation to make up for the repeal and revocation going on is going to be significantly problematic, and claimants are going to be caught in the crossover. So it's not quite a retrospective. There's at least three issues that I want you to take away. Digital status is a problem. There are unresolved questions about free movement in the EUSS and the rights therein, and the transition between regimes is going to lead to huge teething problems and administrator confusion, dodgy decision-maker guidance, and the advice sector has huge problems keeping up. So we need real-time analysis going on. And this is where we hope that the hub is kind of contributing, where we identify problematic decision-maker guidance, we advise the sector on how to navigate the new rules while gathering evidence of the problems. Now, in these transitions, some of the most profound problems can be mitigated. And what we're arguing is by using evidence, by identifying them and making proposals and suggesting solutions, we can argue that we shouldn't imagine that this injustice is inevitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. And please do keep the questions coming in online. And if you see a question that's almost the one you would have asked, do upvote it, because then I will be selecting from the most popular questions. You know, it's our version of Eurovision. Finally, I've allowed Catherine to the stage, so I'm delighted to introduce our colleague, Professor Catherine Barnard, Professor of European and Employment Law at the University of Cambridge, and also a Senior Fellow at UK and a Changing Europe.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a great pleasure to be here. I mean, I am going to go from macro to micro, incredibly micro. I'm going to Great Yarmouth. Great Yarmouth, for those of you who don't know, is a seaside resort on the east coast of England. And it's where we have been doing work looking at the experience of EU migrant workers coming to the UK to do low-paid, low-skilled work in mainly chicken factories and farms in and around the town. And I should say I've been doing this work with my wonderful colleague, Fiona Costello, who's in the room, who has actually been living in Great Yarmouth, although there it is. We have been living, or she has been living, it's the royal we, but she has been living in St. Peter's Road, which is in the heart of Great Yarmouth. It's not the best of conditions. Indeed, it's pretty run down, pretty deprived part of town. And she was living in an HMO, a house of multiple occupation, with migrant workers to try and get a better understanding of what life is like. In addition, we've been working with a charity called Gyros, which has been providing support to migrant workers. And you can see that HMO, where she was living, is really not safe, which is pretty typical of the situation in and around Great Yarmouth in these HMOs. That was the room she was living in. It's somewhat misleading because although the sign of the radiator there suggests there was heating, there wasn't. No heating, no Wi-Fi. Conditions are pretty grim and the house was in a pretty poor state. Now, the reason I'm telling you all of this is because what we've been trying to document is free movement experiences, both pre-Brexit, during the transition, and then post-Brexit. And what we have seen is that in Great Yarmouth, it's a town which sort of reflects what Donald's saying. It's 1 in 10 of the population in and around Great Yarmouth are EU migrant workers. And in the central wards where the house I've just shown is situated, probably 1 in 4. And I think, and I hear what you say about a loose connection, but what we see between leave voting and the arrival of EU migrant workers, but what we see is there's been a significant change in the town, and indeed Great Yarmouth had the 5th highest leave vote in the country. Now, the experiences of people were not all unremittingly bad, as that quote shows, but in fact, what we've been looking at is their experiences at work and their experiences in housing. Now, as far as housing is concerned, a lot of the EU migrants came from Latvia, Lithuania, and they were brought to the UK via agencies who put them into caravans or into HMOs, overcrowded HMOs. And their experiences when they first arrived were pretty terrible. And indeed, there's some pretty grueling, grim accounts of their experiences when they were shoved into houses with people they didn't know and what happened to particularly the women at night. And if the women tried to leave the accommodation that they'd been given by the agency, they had to carry on paying because this was part of the agency's packaging. Now, it wasn't just accommodation, both when they first arrived, but subsequently, the HMO that Fiona had been living in shows an example of just how bad things were in terms of accommodation, but it was also employment. Now, again, what we see in the interviews we've done and in the GYROS database is that conditions in chicken factories in particular are really grim. Repeated stories of the cold, repeated stories of being shouted at. Anna there was a primary school teacher in Romania before she came to the UK, and she found this harassment, the shouting, the bullying, some of the most upsetting of the experiences. There was also real issues too about people being refused to go to the loo to take toilet breaks, with all of the health consequences that flowed from that. So the experiences at work, long shifts in chicken factories, dressed head to toe in PPE because of the health situation, particularly during COVID, made life incredibly, working life for them incredibly difficult indeed. And of course, Brexit came. It came as a shock to a lot of the EU migrant workers who, of course, weren't able to vote in the referendum. But of course, they could feel the change in attitude. Virtually everyone we interviewed had at some stage or other experienced go-home rhetoric at a minimum, and greater abuse than that in the case of some. So they felt othered even from the beginning, even before the EUSS system that Charlotte was talking about was introduced, the European Settlement Scheme programme. Now, of course, they had to apply for EUSS, and the government's campaign showed it would be as easy to apply for EUSS as it was to make a cup of tea. And that probably was right for high-skilled, highly digitally literate people who had expensive mobile phones. This was not the case for the cohort that we are working with, a lot of whom did not have mobile phones at all, or if they did, they had the old Nokia-style phones, which of course you can't take screenshots of. And furthermore, if you look at the profile of the clients that GYROS, the charity we've been working with, has, you can see that 70% of them rate their English language skills as limited or very limited indeed. This has got consequences going forward. We also see that a very large number of them say they have no digital skills whatsoever, no IT skills. You can see that 85% rate their IT skills as less than 3 out of 10. The other thing that we see is, contrary to the usual expectation that migrants are young and fit and healthy, what we're seeing in Great Yarmouth is an ageing population of EU migrants, not altogether surprising because the free movement tap has been turned off. But it does mean that these are ageing people with the health problems that go with ageing. The other issue that we see is the nationalities. Romanian is now the largest group in and around Great Yarmouth. There is also a large Portuguese population, including a large diaspora population, people coming from primarily Africa, from former Portuguese colonies who have Portuguese nationality, which also raises a number of cultural issues for the town. What we see too is, because EUSS is the gateway to all sorts of benefits, as Charlotte was saying, if you're struggling with EUSS, then of course it's going to make it very difficult for you to get access to the healthcare system and to benefits. So what are the issues going forward? The issues going forward are that, of course, EUSS is not a one-stop shop. Once you've applied, if you've got pre-settled status, and a large number of the cohort we're working with got pre-settled status because they weren't able to produce the paperwork to show that they actually were entitled to settled status, which you get after 5 years, you have got to upgrade. Now, the consequences of not upgrading are now no longer apparently as serious as they were before following the recent High Court decision, but it's not clear what the consequences are of not upgrading. Furthermore, you've got to keep managing your status online. You've got to be able to update your phone number, your address, and these people, of course, have fairly itinerant lives. And if you have no digital skills, then, of course, this makes it much harder to keep upgrading your status online. There's a particular problem that we've seen in amongst our cohort, which is the role of advice sharks, who have charged people for EUSS, even though it's a free application, and invariably charge each time you need to access your EUSS. It's a fantastic stream of money for the advice shark, but we see some very dodgy and to the point of criminal practices engaged by some of the advice sharks. Finally, as you can see, they're engaged in low-paid work. They are still engaged in low-paid work. And one of the sad things for us is looking across the spectrum of time from 2004 to 2022, the working conditions that they are having to endure have not improved in that time. Finally, there is a sense of being still very unwelcome. There is a stark divide between those who live in the town, who are local residents, and those who are EU migrants living in these HMOs in the centre of town. There is very little bridge building between the two communities, and this is going to take a long time to heal. Finally, thanks to the SRC and UK and Changing Europe, we are carrying on looking at some of these issues, but we're spreading our wings beyond the marvels of Great Yarmouth, a place which I do recommend you go to, despite the pictures I've shown. The beaches are fantastic, the hippodrome's even better, but to look at whether some of these issues are being replicated elsewhere in East Anglia. Thank you very much indeed.
I think Catherine needs to stick with that EU law thing rather than become an estate agent to her sales job. So finally, we're going to have a look at the EU Settled Status Scheme from a different perspective. Delighted to introduce Kuba Jablonovski, who's Research Fellow in Electric University of Exeter and working on a research project exploring algorithmic politics and administrative justice in the EU settlement scheme. So I think we might be hearing a bit more about digital. Anyway, Kuba.
Thank you for pronouncing it for me. I always struggle to pronounce algorithmic politics, so thank you. We went from the macro level, so looking at the UK to Great Yarmouth, and now I'm going to do something very nebulous and take you into the cloud, because the cloud is where the digital status actually resides. But as somebody smart once said, there is no such thing as a cloud. There is just somebody else's computer. And that does cause some problems, so I'm going to be talking about them. What I'm presenting is part of research funded by the Economic and Social Research Council, same program as Charlotte's project, so governance after Brexit. And today I'll be talking about Brexit, digital borders, and something that I call transactional status. The findings I'm about to present come from a collaboration with the 3 Million, and that explains the double affiliation. The 3 Million are a research partner on the project. So basically, the argument holds that previously, immigration status was evidenced with a token, a permanent residence card, a biometric residence permit, a visa sticker, something like that. Currently, there is no token of immigration status, and immigration status is not so much evidenced as it is generated during online checks, and I'll show you how. So it's the algorithmic logic that kind of navigates all kinds of records that the Home Office has assembled about you, and that generates status in real time, and that's the big shift. So. We had quite a few words about the EUSS. I won't say too much about it. It's just, I'll just reiterate that it's a brilliant case to study digitization of border controls, because digitization in the USS is from one end to another. So the application route, as you can see in the slide, for most people that would be through an iPhone app, or sorry, a smartphone app. I happen to have an iPhone, but smartphone app, and then that app scans your face, it scans your passport, it does some processing, then it sends off data to the Home Office. There is further processing of data happening in the Home Office. A lot of people would have status granted without needing to send a single piece of evidence to the Home Office, and that's revolutionary. What's even more revolutionary, retrieving that status, is digital only and online only. So whilst there were exceptions to that app that you can see on the slide, there are no exceptions to the website that I'm about to show you. This is the only means of evidencing status. Now, that raises a couple of types of problems. One of them relate to digital divide and discrimination, and Charlotte and Catherine already spoke of those. Different people will be able to use it differently, and how does the system cope with that? But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about the other bit, the digital design itself. What does it do? And how does it reconfigure immigration status exactly? As Charlotte mentioned, but it's really important to point out, the digital status in itself is maybe not incompatible with the withdrawal agreement, because during the negotiations, the UK asked for it to be included in the withdrawal agreement, and the EU side agreed to it. That was the sequence of events. And so the withdrawal agreement in Title 2, Article 18.4 says, those eligible for residence rights under this title shall have the right to receive a residence document, which may be in a digital form. So a document in a digital form is fine. But it's not a document, it's a website. It looks like this. So if you kind of think of a digital document, if you think of an immigration document, you probably expect to see something like this, the the permanent residence card. If you think about the digital document, you may think about something like that. So the COVID pass, that's a document. But this isn't, it's a website. So this website, by the way, was launched 2 years ago for status checks, but as you can see, and the screenshot is not from 2 years ago, it's from 2 days ago. It still says beta on it. And there are those jokes in the world of software development that everything is always in permanent beta, right? Because digital systems are constantly iterated, diagnosed, redeveloped, and tweaked. But it's not a joke. It's like, this is literally how it works. So what does this website do? If you go to it, it asks you for the number of the passport or ID card that you used to apply for status, then you put it in. You have to have access to email or phone number that's used for the application to be able to receive a security code. And again, Charlotte alluded to that process. It's multiple steps for you to be authorized before you even get to it. Once you get to it, if you want to evidence status to somebody else, you have to generate what's called as a share code, and then your status checker, so the landlord, employer, and so on, has to input that share code and their own details into the website to then view your status. The system does record the details of the status checker itself, so it's a system for checking the status holders, but also ensuring that the status checkers comply with delegated border control duties. But then again, it's not a document, it's a website, but it's not all of it, right? This is just the user interface. So what's behind it? And that's where it gets really, really interesting, because we keep talking about status, but people who have status under the USS can have multiple statuses recorded for them. And in fact, there are over 800,000 people who have more than one status under the USS. There are over 13,000 of people who have more than 4 statuses under the USS, and that's because the system allows repeat applications. As of last year, it also includes applications made under other immigration routes. So if you had a skilled worker visa and a USS application, the system will see them both. But let's stick to the USS, and I'll just explain to you why this makes it complicated. So this person here, let's say they're an early adopter. They applied to the USS as soon as it launched. They had an expiry, they had an ID document that was about to expire in 2 months. They put in an application and they thought, hang on, the document will expire, the digital status is tethered to that document, that makes no sense, I'll have to be updating the document as soon as I get status. So they withdrew that application. They got a new ID document and they made a second application. That's the application in the top right corner. And that application got pre-settled status, there was full trail of residence for them, no need to send anything in, they've got status, happy days. Now, a couple of years passed, and they accrued 5 years of residence, which entitles them to full settled status. So they put in an application. That's application number 3. But it's last year because it wasn't decided right away. And it wasn't decided right away because there was a mistake in it. So as soon as this person realized there was a mistake, they phoned up Home Office and they said, I made a mistake in my application. The Home Office response at that time would be, just put in another application. because it's easier to apply again than to rectify a mistake already made. So this person followed that advice and got settled status right away because they have the full digital footprint. And then the third application was decided last, and it was refused because they didn't need to engage with it, and the Home Office told them, it's fine, you've got pre-settled status, you've got settled status, it doesn't matter if there's a refusal lingering somewhere in the system. Now, the problem with that is that if this person went to view and prove their status on the 1st of July 2021, when the system became fully operational, they would see the refusal. And that's because the logic of the status check was coded to show the most recent user interaction. The Home Office confirmed as much in correspondence with us, and they said, this issue was caused by the logic by which our status services react to casework events, such as applications or grant of status. When the problem was occurring, it was because our services logic was to overwrite old statuses with a new one because we believed this would be the most relevant one to display. We have changed the logic since. The problem with that is that since July 2021, there were numerous changes to how the business logic of the status check operates. And we still keep seeing glitches. And now, if time allows, I'll show you the 5 main types that we have already identified. So first of all, there are glitches around multiple applications. So for example, you have pre-settled status, you apply again, you lose access to your pre-settled status, you can see only a pending application. There are also other types of repeat application glitches. Then, last April, other immigration routes were brought into the scope of online status checks. And we saw cases such as that person with a skilled worker visa who had 3 years left on their visa, but in the meantime became a durable partner of an EU citizen. So they applied under the USS because it's easier, cheaper, faster, gives you more rights, in principle. That application was refused, but the person was applying for a job in the meantime. Before they managed to, it was refused incorrectly, but before they managed to appeal that refusal, they had to evidence their status. They went online, they could only see the USS refusal. 3 years left on skilled worker visa, no way to access that. Then we have appeal implementation glitches, and more appeals come through. Appeals basically overturn the decisions of the Home Office to refuse status, but we have seen cases, and it seems that, again, this is caused by particular configuration of the business logic of the status check and the way the records are configured in Home Office databases, where you log in with your ID document, the tribunal said, you have settled status. The Home Office said, yes, we now change it to settled status, and you still see that refusal because it seems that appeal implementations are done on a different case working system than the original decision, and the system goes haywire. Then there's corrupt digital status. Believe it or not, but if your photo cannot be drawn from the Immigration Asylum biometric store, which is a completely separate website to everything else, then the status will display. And this can happen for maintenance reasons, but also there are problems with displaying status because in early days, the Home Office didn't want to refuse people who submitted a low resolution photo, so they accepted them, but later they changed the system to have a higher resolution threshold for photos. So if your photo was of insufficient quality, then your status wouldn't work. And that happens without any intervention from me or a caseworker or anybody else. It's just an IT tweak, which stops your status from working. And finally, that's my kind of personal favorite, and I shouldn't be excited about this because this is a massive, massive issue for a lot of people, and a breach of not your immigration rights, but also your data rights. We see something that we call entangled digital status. So basically, there is no stable link between all those records that you have in all those databases. It's the system matches them on the go. You say who you are, you put in your ID document number, and the system goes like, oh, I think you're this person. So we saw cases where a person A logs in with their identity document and they see the status of another person. And that can happen when biographic details are very similar. So for example, if you have a twin brother or sister, you may be potentially be seeing their status rather than yours if you try to log in. But this can also happen in processing. There have been cases of that happening, of that entanglement happening due to caseworker errors. And again, this is the evidence for that is us querying those instances with the Home Office, and the Home Office going like, yeah, you know, actually it does happen. So now, where does that leave us? That leaves us with something very different to what we had in terms of what immigration status is. And this is based on the case of the USS. but digital status checks apply to everyone now, to all other immigration routes. So this is basically how it works. These status glitches may sound technical and obscure, but they tell us something very, very important about the configuration of digital immigration status. And whilst tracing those glitches and following them up in correspondence and discussions with the Home Office, we established that the digital immigration status is not a discrete immigration record linked to a stable user profile or a token. Instead, it is best described as a transactional system that both retrieves and records data in the process of status checks. It is comprised of that algorithmic logic that determines which records need to be displayed in a particular moment, and then it draws on various data stores with images, with immigration records, with biographic records. And if anything goes wrong downstream from the digital status, the digital online document, then your status won't work. So the view and proof service may work perfectly, but if there is a database crash somewhere downstream, your status will not display. And the system is transactional because it responds to all sorts of events, to users making applications, to caseworkers making decisions, but also, as you can see, to the IT guys making some tweaks to the platform. That all can make the status go wrong. So to wrap up, I'll say the Home Office's line on digital status is that it's good because it can be lost, stolen, or tampered with. That's the standard line that the Home Office give. And they're right. I agree. It cannot be lost. It cannot be stolen from you, and you cannot tamper with it because you don't really have it, do you? Yeah.
That's a bit of a killer punchline. I think we're going to come and have a sort of slightly extended discussion on some of these things around digital status and who's sort of protecting the rights of people that we've looked. Just going to start off with some quite quick questions. Catherine, we've got a question from one of the famous Anonymouses. Hi, Anonymouses. Lots of you are asking questions online. I always assume that's civil servants, but who knows? You gave us sort of tales about EU citizens who've moved here working in terrible conditions, but isn't this just really a tale about terrible working conditions at the bottom end of the labour market? I mean, why is this sort of relevant to EU settled status and the EU stuff as opposed to just we have a rubbish labour market enforcement regime?
I couldn't agree more. We do have a rubbish labour market enforcement regime, and if we had a labour inspectorate which was properly funded, it would help not just EU migrant workers, but also low-paid, low-skilled UK workers. However, what I can say is when you look at Great Yarmouth, the jobs that are being done in the chicken factories are jobs that British workers do not want to do. There have been significant attempts by the local employers, Barnard Matthews, which is now the Two Sisters Group, to try and reach out to British workers, and they do not want these jobs. And you can understand it, particularly the seasonal jobs in farms, because, of course, if you've got a family to support, to have seasonal work isn't great. And in respect of working in these chicken factories, the travel time to get to the factories is about an hour and a half from Great Yarmouth, which requires you to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning to be able to get a bus which stops in central Yarmouth and picks people up. And I mean, this is the life on the front line for people who are working in jobs that I can't imagine any of us in this room would want to do.
Okay, and Catherine, just a follow-up from John Springford, who's asked a question on Slido. Thanks, John. Going with the system. Is this typical? Are other, richer EU countries, do they have similar problems at the bottom end of the labour market with people who've moved in from poorer EU countries? Or is the UK an outlier?
Anecdotal evidence suggests that there's quite a lot of commonality. Obviously, we haven't done the research in other countries. It's taken us 3 years to do this research just in one small town. There's certainly anecdotal evidence which supports all of that. But the bottom line is, we are, as the government repeatedly tells us, the 6th most richest country in the world. Is it acceptable to have people working in these conditions?
Okay, Donald. A question from Anonymous. Is there any research on the correlation between the rise in crime, e.g. theft, and the rise in immigration, particularly from Eastern Europe? Have you looked at that?
I haven't, is the short answer.
Right, sorry, Anonymous. And a further question for you. Do we know where immigrants from Hong Kong in particular have gone when they've come and settled here? You know, the distribution of some of these special schemes that we've had, people from Hong Kong, people, I think, from Ukraine, people from Syria.
I mean, I haven't looked specifically at individual countries in that sense, but I have in the past in a general sense. London in particular is an even more popular destination for longer distance international migrants, generally speaking.
Okay. That's some of the sort of slightly more specific things. We've got some lots of questions about digital status. You're not going to be surprised to ask. Charlotte, maybe we've got a question. Should a future Labour government promise to replace digital status with a physical certificate? What can be done? I mean, should we give up on digital? Is the algorithm going to always come back and bite us? Charlotte, what do you think? Should people be lobbying for a physical certificate?
Well, I mean, I'd be interested to know Cooper's take on this. I suspect that, I mean, a physical document would be significantly more straightforward. I fear that lobbying for that is a fairly pointless task because of the direction of travel, not just in this government, in the administrative procedures more generally, but the form that the digital status takes could be significantly easier to access. I think that there is scope to lobby for reform of the system, which creates so many frankly ridiculous problems and disturbing ones that Cooper was presenting. What are your thoughts, Cooper?
Yeah, Cooper, you're an expert at this.
I agree with that. I mean, because it isn't about this, the proof of status being digital or physical. It is about who's being in control and who decides what's getting displayed in what time. And quite often it is context dependent. So it's about the disempowerment of the status holder rather than about it being digital or physical. And I think in the early days of the introduction of that system, a lot of people, including the 3 Million, campaigned for physical status, physical proof of status, and maybe that was a bit of a dead end because digital proof of status was allowed by the EU Commission, and it's actually quite liked in principle by the EU Commission. But the implementation of it is a different matter. The IMA is looking into it. The Independent Monitoring Authority, they do take interest in how it works, and I think they do try to form an opinion on it. The European Commission is definitely thinking about it differently because if you look at the statements of the specialized committee early on when they were meeting, which is established under the withdrawal agreement, early on when they were meeting, they didn't talk about digital status, and now the EU Commission is asking more and more questions about how it works and how it doesn't, and especially that issue of multiple user profiles of the status disappearing. And that could be fixed without needing to walk away from digital technology.
Cooper, does the Home Office accept the problems that you've identified and agree it needs to fix them, or is it sort of blaming the user or denying that these are at all significant? I mean, where are you in those sort of conversations when you raise those with the Home Office, which is, probably not sharing too much inside intelligence, a bit of a defensive department sometimes, if it's sort of faces
the
external?
Home Office, they can be cagey, but at the same time, I'm very thankful because a lot of the material that I used here comes from direct responses from the Home Office. And they do acknowledge those problems exist. I mean, all those glitches have been acknowledged by the Home Office in writing. I think where we differ is how to solve them because there may be a temptation to do something even more complex on the digital status side in order to solve them. And our take is, why don't you simplify it? Why don't you give everyone a QR code which could be printed out as a sticker, which would work offline, and which do almost everything that you want the digital status to do?
Do you get a sense of how many people are being affected by some of these glitches that you talk about? Because it's a vast number of people, isn't it? It's one of the interesting things about settled status, that so many people have it.
They do know it, but they do know about some of those glitches, because sometimes there was one letter that we wrote about the type of glitches, and the response that came back was something like, oh yeah, we were aware of it we've been aware of it since 2019. The system went live in 2021. So they I think they do have a good grasp. We have no idea. We only have isolated reports of this happening. But it's a lot of people in the system, as you say, so a lot of scope for things to go wrong.
Catherine, you wanted to come in, and then I think there's a gentleman in the audience who wanted to say something. Ollie's coming down with the microphone. Catherine.
Yes, I would say from the cohort we're working with, having a paper document would be hugely reassuring for them, not least because they so struggle with managing any form of paperwork. We've seen the low levels of IT skills. But it's not just the individual holders. Landlords that we see also don't have mobile phones and are frightened about using this share code scheme that Charlotte was talking about because they don't understand it and they don't have the technological skills themselves. So actually, if there was a bit of paper that could be waved under the nose, that would improve things no end. But as I agree entirely, the direction of travel, not just for settled status, but universal credit and everything else, is digital and online. So I think we'd be shooting into the breeze to try and argue to go back on that.
Okay, and there's a gentleman here who's been very, very keen to get in. Yes, sir. Can you tell us who you are?
It's wonderful because we're discussing digital status, but of course some of us who are digitally excluded have difficulty in answering questions. I think one needs I wanted actually to go back to Donald's point.
Oh.
Allowed to?
Yes, but I thought you were trying to come in on the conversation we were just having then. But yes, go ahead and ask Donald a question.
You put up a couple of graphs showing voting and EU residents, changes in number of EU residents. Given that a lot of people's views at that time was getting control over our borders and
keeping the foreigners out, whoever the foreigners are, whether they're EU or not EU, is rather difficult to determine. Do you actually know whether there is a relationship between the number of, between inverted commas, foreigners and voting, or changes in the numbers of these foreigners rather than EU? Because, I mean, it's difficult to say. We've got somebody here who might be of EU status. I happen to be of EU status as well. But you can't tell who they are. But some people, you know, so who are these foreigners and how does this determine people's voting? Thank you.
Donald.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, I mean, those relationships are quite simple, and there's a lot of other things going on. There is quite a strong geographical relationship between where EU and non-EU lives. Not perfect, but it's relatively strong. So I don't think the relationship would change fundamentally if it was all people born outside the UK. But there is a much more general understanding and narrative, of course, about foreigners, as you put it. So, I mean, there's second and third generation ethnic minority populations as well, which I think in a generalised sense feed into people's sense of foreigners sometimes. And of course, the national narrative, particularly around the time of the Brexit referendum, had a lot to do with immigration, not always positive. So that general narrative, I'm not saying that general narrative wasn't really important in the Brexit vote. It just may not necessarily have shown up in the geographical relationship in terms of where migrants live. But it is quite telling that actually the areas with the lowest immigrant populations actually generally were less likely to vote leave. Catherine made an interesting point in relation to that, reflecting on the situation in Great Yarmouth. When I was looking at, sometimes with these statistical relationships, sometimes the outliers are actually more interesting than the general pattern. The outlier, which I think had the highest, might have been the highest, or one of the highest leave votes, and the highest proportion of EU migrants, was Boston in Lincolnshire. Which is another east of England, very rural agricultural area. So I completely accept what you were saying about particular places, particularly at the lower skilled end of the spectrum, have some slightly different dynamics, perhaps.
I just want to come to question the audience, but I just got another question for you, Donald, about whether we would expect to see, future bilateral trade treaties leading to easier visa requirements. Do you have any sort of clue whether, and would people be likely to come if, say, we did a deal with India? Would that open it up? We already have a lot of Indian-born people in the UK from your statistics.
That's a very interesting question. I mean, of course, the longer-term history of what started off as guest worker schemes in the 1950s and so on were quite country-specific and in relation to the Commonwealth more generally. I'm not aware of. I mean, I don't know of any visa discussions taking part alongside trade negotiations at the moment. But it's an interesting question.
Okay, question from the audience. Yes, sir.
I too am digitally excluded, I'm sorry. Thank you very much to all the panel for running an issue which isn't on Radio 4 this morning, it's football instead. But actually for articulating the point about othering and the weaponisation of that. I mean, yesterday we heard it was 100 million people swarming to Britain. It will be 200 million by this afternoon. Now, if we take good faith on the part of the government who are doing this in the Home Office and all the infrastructure that's involved and everything about digital, if we assume good faith, my question remains, what is the end game of the Brexit game on immigration? Why are they doing it? What is the purpose? Where will we be? That sort of question to anyone.
Okay, and I'm going to ally that with a question from Slido, it's actually whatever, which is a question from Jennifer Wilson, which is our top voted question, which is just why the UK, so we've got that on sort of freedom of movement into the UK, but Jennifer's asked, I'd be interested in why UK citizens' loss of freedom of movement rights have been written out of so many debates, the converse side, which perhaps sort of suggests, you know, if we were framing and moving towards a position, I think we had a panel last week on the possibility of rejoin. A lot of people said that's ruled out because we won't accept inward freedom of movement. Maybe increasing numbers of people are a bit fussed about the loss of their freedom of movement, inability to access second home or to move to work somewhere else. So where do we think the whole freedom of movement debate in the UK is going? Charlotte?
Right, sometimes it's very difficult to see that there is an end game, that there is some kind of logical or grand plan, if you like. It feels like what we're trapped in is, you know, there's always one more Brexit. You know, what we've had wasn't Brexity enough. We've got to do more. And, you know, we're talking about having to get rid of any vestiges of the EU law from the statute book with the retained EU law revocation and reform bill, not repeal, like I said earlier. And then we've got the Home Secretary talking about getting out of the European Convention on Human Rights, and you can imagine if we withdrew from that, then it would be, the next thing would be, and we must get out of these various UN instruments that we're part of. And yeah, I'm not quite sure what there's an almost pathological obsession with a very insular idea of sovereignty, which is problematic. In terms of where the free movement debate is going, sorry, Jill, remind me what the question was?
I was just going to ask you, we've got a question here about sort of where's the Brexit endgame, but the other question is, you know, why were we in a sense so cavalier, if you like, about or had so little discussion of the sort of converse loss of rights for UK citizens to move to EEA countries?
Yes.
I know you're not political science, we are discussing the politics of all of this later. So,
well, it's interesting that really didn't feature as part of the debate in 2016 and has fallen by the wayside to an extent. And I wonder, and this is just speculation, whether that is related to the general denigration of experts and the elite, and a belief that, you know, actually exercising your free movement rights is the domain of the elite, of the privileged who can travel and so on. And I don't think there hasn't been any discussion of what EU law broadly, but also EU law free movement rights can bring or do bring or brought to the population at large. And I'm still not quite sure why that is.
And Charlotte, I mean, you may not know the answer to this, but Cuba's given us sort of EU citizens caught in digital glitches in the UK. Are there similar examples of UK citizens trying to secure their rights under the settlement schemes in EU countries facing similar glitches or discovering they didn't fill out the right paperwork and things like that?
Yeah, well, that's a really interesting question to which I can't give a specific answer. But what I can say is that there are people who are researching the rights of Brits in the EU. I know that Nicola Benson, for instance, has been working on that. What we know is that it's around about half of member states have adopted a declaratory scheme, which means there is no extra registration process to go through. They're sort of keeping it the same for UK nationals as it was pre-Brexit, and then half of them have introduced a new scheme. But it would be interesting to find out what, there needs to be sort of longitudinal studies, probably in all of them. Or what I've been arguing for is the EU Commission ought to be taking an interest in what's going on. And the EU Commission seems a little bit reticent, like it doesn't really want to touch Brexit, it wants to move on. But it does have a role in the withdrawal agreements as the guardian of the enforcer of the rights of the withdrawal agreement for UK nationals in the EU, and ought to be taking rather more of an interest than it has been hitherto in how the withdrawal agreement is being implemented in member states.
Cuba.
I just wanted to come in and say that aside from the 3 million, which is an organization familiar to a lot of people, there was a kind of sister organization that emerged on the continent called the British in Europe. And they did a stunning work of covering all the 27 immigration systems put in place as a result of Brexit. And weirdly, they got a fraction of the attention that we were able to secure as the 3 million. And I think this is the saddest story of Brexit. And I think this is possibly because whilst the 3 million West EU citizens here were in a minority, at least they could try to get some national governments behind them and the European Commission behind them and the European delegation behind them. And the British in Europe literally didn't have a single government that would be backing them up. And I think that's the kind of, that's the saddest story. And the 3 million is still existing. I'm not sure what the story is with British in Europe. They really struggled with their funding, even though they did absolutely amazing work. If you want to know anything about the migration systems for British citizens in the EU, their website is literally the go-to place, because this is where the Foreign Office were taking the information from at some point, so
Catherine. Yeah.
They were about to, yeah.
Yes, thank you for your questions. So specifically on your question about the end game and the role of the Home Office, maybe I'm naive, but actually I think credit where credit's due. I do think that the Home Office did try to come up with a simple scheme. Now, we've heard lots of the problems with the cohorts that we've been looking at, but for many millions of people, it has been straightforward. And I think it's worth noting in recognition of the Home Office's work that it was enough that you showed you were resident here. You didn't have to show that you were engaged in economic activity or you had sufficient resources or sickness insurance. So I think for many people who were digitally literate and with good English, it was a straightforward scheme and they understand how to manage it. What's the end game? Well, the end game is, of course, to allow these, there have been over 6 million applications. It's probably nowhere near that level of people who are actually here, but to allow them to stay here and to grow old here as any resident would. But what is not being discussed is the implications of having an ageing migrant population and the impact that will have on public services going forward. In respect to the question online about the lack of talking about loss of free movement rights, I think there are 3 things worth saying. One, the EU did propose in one of the early drafts of what became the TCA, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, for a relatively generous mobility scheme for 90 days where people could work. The UK government rejected that out of hand because it sounded something a bit like free movement. And so what we've got instead in the TCA is a very scrawny section on services, which really does not go much beyond what's in GATS, the General Agreement on Trade and Services. What might happen down the line, if there is a change of government, there may well be some form of youth mobility scheme, which I think most people would think would be a good thing to have. You might also see a little bit of bilateralism. i.e. agreements with, for example, Spain to allow people to stay longer than the 90 days. But the EU is very concerned about allowing bilateral agreements, even though EU competence in this area is somewhat constrained, because they don't want to undermine the unity of the EU's very solid position in respect of the UK.
So Donald, I mean, we're talking as though the UK sort of has lots of sort of future-ish options on the end game. We've got quite a lot of questions here about labour shortages in specific sectors. Now, you said that the biggest factor wasn't EU workers, it was sort of withdrawal from the labour force of people and things like that. But just, we've got stories in the FT today, I think, about a possible, look to open up visas for construction. We've got a question here about whether, from Maria, should there be additional visas for the hospitality industry? Are we ending up sort of getting to the same position through a reverse door of loads and loads of selective visa schemes to play whack-a-mole with labour shortages to bring in people from Europe and maybe from beyond Europe?
I think quite possibly. There are certainly, I mean, my presentation was very broad brush. There are certainly specific sectors that have quite, in particular places, that have quite strong dependencies on migrant workers, EU or otherwise. So there are certainly some acute labour shortages facing particular sectors and particular places. And I think the idea of lowering the sort of thresholds in the visa system in terms of skills and so on will probably start happening for specific sectors. Initially, in terms of end game, I mean, I'm not sure it's an end game, but certainly the starting point with the new immigration system was to try and make immigration more skilled. So we wanted the right type of migrant. But I don't think that is going to be a sustainable end game for exactly the sorts of reason that the question on Slido has said. There are particular sectors and particular places at the low-skilled end as well are going to have real problems, not least chicken factories in East Anglia. Can I go back briefly to the former question about why are we not, that came on the back of your question about why are we not talking about it, or why is it not being talked about? I think that actually goes back to a really long-standing fundamental problem that all of the freedoms, freedoms of movement is just one of them, that are central to the EU project, were never talked about or articulated in the UK in a sensible way, or even at all. So I know it's not just left-right, it's not as simple as that, but the left in particular didn't want to talk about immigration ever since it started rising rapidly in the 1990s. It was seen as a politically too difficult conversation. So the result is the right and the anti-immigration rhetoric dominated. So I think it's a really sad failure of sort of public political life to not articulate the issues, the challenges, but also the benefits in a balanced way of immigration.
Okay, so I'm going to have a final question across my panel, just for all of you to sum up with, 2 minutes ago. Will we still be talking about the EU settled status scheme if we reconvene this conference in 5 years' time, or will it just all be sorted? Everybody with pre-settled status will be properly there, whatever. We'll have just sort of, as we're saying, would have said in government, sort of mainstreamed it. It's not a special category anymore. It's all, whatever. Kuba.
Well, I think the UK immigration system is a bit like geological layers, isn't it? If you cut through, you can see the empire and and before. So not before, but the empire and onwards. So I think the EUSS will probably be another one of those layers. Not least because that system developed for EU citizens has been now rolled out for everyone else. So I think actually it is helpful to enmesh that Brexit debate into the wider conversations that we're having, because it's such a drastic event that captures our imaginations. But actually, I think it kind of it brings up other things that have been going on for years and will be going on for years, which we didn't have a name for. So yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's just because you make your living off it. Charlotte.
Well, you can guess my answer. Yeah, yes. Because rights subsist for the lifetime of EU nationals contained in the withdrawal agreement and their future children, because the withdrawal agreement is this completely new species of law. If you think the EU treaties, altogether have had 50 years of implementing legislation and case law and all the rest of it, all the little bits of rights are going to need to be thrashed out, and they're going to continue being thrashed out, and they're going to continue being tested, and they're going to continue being challenged for years, for decades.
And Donald, if you project forward and look at sort of patterns of migration, how do you think your graph might have changed in 5 years' time, Arez?
I don't think levels of immigration are going to reduce anytime soon. The labour market is currently regulated or deregulated is not likely to produce the levels of sort of capital investment and training that is going to enable the economy to flourish without relatively high levels of immigration. So I don't actually see the balance between EU and non-EU migration has already started to shift, and I would see that continuing.
Okay, so more on that in the next panel, which is going to start at 11:30 after the coffee break. Thank you all very much for your questions, either in the audience, and excellent for those of you that managed to post them on Slido, navigating the digital divide there. But could you all, before we break for coffee, just join me in thanking our fantastic panel, Donald, Charlotte, Catherine and Hilda. So back at 11:30 for Probe the Economics more in depth with Madeleine Sumption and John Springford and Jonathan Porter.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the next session. So moving on from Europeans and the EU settlement scheme, we're now going to talk about the new post-Brexit migration system introduced on January the 1st, 2021. Sorry, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jonathan Portis, Senior Fellow at UK and Changing Europe and also at King's, and with Madeleine jointly editing the report, which most of you will now have seen. So we're going to be talking about the post-Brexit immigration system, now we're exactly almost, we're 2 years and a bit into the new system. We have roughly 2 years of data on the operation of the new system. And so I think we're in a position now where we can start talking about some of the early impacts of the system, even if the adjustment to the new system is going to take a number of years. So to discuss this, we have Madeleine Sumption, the director of the Migration Observatory at the University of Oxford, and probably the UK's leading public commentator from an expert perspective on all matters immigration, but in particular the operation of the UK immigration system. And then after Madeleine, we have John Springford from the Centre for European Reform, who is probably the UK's leading public commentator on the economic impacts of Brexit more broadly, most controversially perhaps in his assessments of the impact on economic output and trade. But he's here today to talk more specifically about the impacts of the changes of the new migration system, and in particular discussing some work which he and I did together on the early impacts on migration flows and the labour market in different sectors. So over to Madeleine first.
Super. Thanks very much for the kind introduction and for letting us piggyback on your excellent event organisation and analytical capacity at UK in a Changing Europe. We are very pleased to be part of this. So I'm going to say a little bit about the what we know so far about the impacts of the new immigration system. It's obviously this is a very broad topic. I'm going to focus mostly on how it's affecting overall migration and then particularly work and the labour market. We heard obviously in the previous panel about the EU settlement scheme, which is the other major sort of piece of the post-Brexit jigsaw puzzle when it comes to immigration. So I think probably a good place to start is what was the post-Brexit immigration system designed to do? And during the development phases, if you look at the political debate around the time, well, either during the Brexit campaign itself or during after the referendum, while the scheme was being developed, the main argument, there were a couple of different kinds of arguments that came up about what the system ought to do. The major theme was that immigration rules should be the same for everyone, so there should no longer be discrimination between or different rules for EU and non-EU countries, but that there should be a single system for everyone. Now, some people argued that effectively this would mean you could introduce selection criteria for EU citizens, and that would create the space, however defined, political space, or something else, for a liberalisation of non-EU immigration. This was the argument. There was a lot of curry houses always came up in this context. We'll have, vote Brexit, save the curry houses. And I think a lot of people sort of chuckled at the time. I was like, yeah, well, are you really going to do that? And in fact, it did happen, as I will explain. There has, in fact, been a liberalisation of non-EU immigration policy. There were different camps among those who supported Brexit and the introduction of the end of free movement. Not everyone was consistent on the idea whether this is a way to reduce overall immigration levels. Some people said, the reason that we want to do this is we want to bring down immigration in the UK. Other people said it's not so much about the numbers, it's about the idea of control. The point is that we should be able to select people. So what does after much debate about exactly what that new system should look like, where we have got to today is that we do in fact have a single system for the most part for everyone, regardless of nationality, although there are still some differences. And that applies across the board, family, students, and work. The biggest changes to the underlying system itself were in the work area, so I'll focus on that for the most part. And here, as I'm sure many of you will know, the new system is effectively a slightly more liberal version of what previously applied to non-EU citizens. So we have a requirement for people to have a skilled job. Currently, that needs to pay at least £25,600, although some occupations on the shortage occupation list can be paid less than that. For the most part, people have to be sponsored by an employer, and they have to meet the skill and the salary requirements. The main exceptions, there are two main exceptions, one for seasonal workers and the other one for more recently that came in early 2022 for care workers. On top of that, there are also some unsponsored routes that don't get as much attention in the discussion, but I think are also quite important. So most notably, the government reintroduced a post-study work visa that had previously been closed down in 2012. And that has seen very high demand, as I will explain shortly. There's also a new route called the high potential individual route, which so far has not seen large numbers, but it will be interesting to monitor. That's basically post-study work for universities outside of the UK if they're sufficiently highly ranked. Most of those, the largest number by some distance are in the US universities. And then we've seen some small tweaks and expansions to the youth mobility scheme, but so far, something that many of us were expecting, namely that EU citizens would be added to the youth mobility scheme, has not happened. Maybe it will in the future. So overall, looking at the policy, effectively what we've got is a much more liberal system a somewhat more liberal system for non-EU citizens and a much more restrictive system for EU citizens compared to what the UK had before Brexit. Now, if you rewind a few years when people like me and Jonathan and many others were speculating about what this would mean for immigration in the UK, the general assumption, and I think forecasts were very consistent on this point, was that overall immigration would fall as a result of the post-Brexit immigration system. That effectively EU immigration would fall a lot because the system was so much more restrictive than free movement. And that non-EU immigration would go up a little bit. It was always difficult to know exactly how much, but that overall the decrease in EU migration would more than offset the increase in non-EU. Now, what we expected on the EU side effectively did happen. There has been a big reduction, as far as we can tell from the available stats, in EU migration. In fact, EU net migration, according to the most recent estimates, appears to be negative, so the EU citizen population in the UK is shrinking. I don't think that will continue forever. I think there's various technical reasons that it's likely to be negative now, but not long term. What I think where everyone was wrong was what happened on non-EU migration, in that no one anticipated the increase that would take place in migration from non-EU countries. There are various reasons for this. So this slide shows visa grants, which is not the same as immigration. Visa grants are usually higher than immigration levels because some people don't take up their visas and other people don't count as in the definition of a migrant of someone who moves for at least a year. Many of them are short term. But this gives us, this is pretty consistent actually with the immigration figures as well, and gives us a reasonably good assessment of what's going on. And basically, several factors came together to lead to an increase in the number of visas being granted under the post-Brexit immigration system. As you can see, one of the big factors has nothing to do with Brexit. It's what the government has referred to as the bespoke humanitarian routes, most notably for Hong Kong and Ukraine, and particularly in the first year after the UK started to come out of the pandemic, so sort of the year ending June 2022, that was actually the biggest single contributor to rising visa grants overall. As you can see, it's more recently it looks like it's starting to level up, whereas the others, work and study, are continuing to increase. But at least a decent part of the increase is not related to the post-Brexit immigration system. There's a trickier question: how much of the increase in work and study results from the post-Brexit immigration system, and how much is just other stuff that might have happened anyway, even in the absence of Brexit? On international students, I think there's a bit of a puzzle about why the numbers have gone up in the way that they have done. Initially, as we came out of the COVID, you see the numbers dip a lot during COVID, and there was a question, is this just a post-COVID bounce, people catching up, maybe people who studied remotely now getting visas to study in person in the UK. The numbers have continued to go. I think that no longer is all that's going on, because the numbers have continued to go up well beyond the, it's not just compensating for the dip that we saw during the COVID period. I tend to have a sort of skeptical attitude towards explanations that it's all about policy. I think we sort of look to policy explanations for things and often forget that actually migration levels change for all sorts of reasons that have nothing to do with policy. Policy can stay the same. Migration levels will often fluctuate within a constant set of policies. In this case, there is one possible policy explanation, which is the introduction of the post-study work visa, making the UK more attractive to international students. And I think that probably is a significant factor, although it's really difficult to know how much. The sort of main, I guess, piece of evidence for that is that the nationalities that have driven the increase in study visas, which particularly India and Nigeria, are also the nationalities that have traditionally made greatest use of post-study work visas, that are making most use of them now, and that were also making most use of them back when we had the old system around sort of 2010-11. There are other things going on. I mean, there's been an international education strategy that's aiming to try and diversify the origins of international students in the UK. Some universities also trying to reduce their reliance on Chinese students and going out and actively recruiting in other places, including India and Nigeria. So that may play a role as well, but it's really difficult to quantify the sort of relative importance of those. On the next issue, so the next one is work. Why are the work numbers going up? Again, maybe a little bit of a post-COVID bounce to some extent. But actually the biggest driver is health and is the health and care sector. Now, some of these jobs, and particularly if you're looking at the increases in 2021, these were jobs that were already eligible under the pre-Brexit immigration system. So the NHS, has always known very well how to sponsor non-EU workers. They've done it in significant numbers, and they were doing it in greater numbers. And it's not obvious to me that that was anything to do with Brexit. What is different, I think, is care workers, and that's particularly, they're not separated out here, but in 2022, the provisional data from the Home Office is suggesting that there were more than 50,000 certificates of sponsorship issued to care workers, and that was as a result of the liberalisation. These are people who, this is care workers and senior care workers, neither of whom were eligible under the old immigration system, but are eligible under the post-Brexit immigration system. And that is quite significant. The reason that care workers in particular were made eligible was in response to shortages that had been exacerbated by, well, not exclusively caused, but had been exacerbated by the end of free movement. But the number of care workers coming in 2022 now looks like it greatly exceeds the number that ever came in under free movement rules. And there are, anyway, there's you could do a whole talk just on what's going on in the care sector, which I won't, but I'm happy to answer more questions about that. So the result of all of this is that it's fed through into higher immigration levels and net migration in particular, which are unusually high, or have been in the most recent period. Now, some of particularly when you're looking at net immigration, some of that I think is likely to be temporary. There's so firstly, international students mostly don't remain in the UK forever, but they do remain for typically 2 to 3 years. And when you have an increase like this, it adds to net migration on the way in, but it doesn't yet subtract. The emigration doesn't yet subtract from net migration for a couple of years. So there's always a sort of technical reason to expect a temporary blip upwards in net migration as a result of an increase in international students. Obviously, some of them will stay, and that will contribute to net migration. The figures have suggested generally, even in periods where we previously had post-study work, less than 20% would stay. The other big uncertainty, I think, that obviously I mentioned on the previous slide, you saw the importance of the Hong Kong and Ukraine schemes. The immigration numbers there are broadly expected to decline over time, although there's, in both cases, obviously, we don't know how long the war is going to last in Ukraine, and the Hong Kong demand for the Hong Kong scheme is likely to depend on the situation there to some extent as well. But at least the theoretical expectation is that the numbers would not continue to be that high indefinitely. Actually, I'm just going to leave it on that slide because it's probably a more useful one. So I think there's some likelihood that the net migration figures would start to decrease, all else equal. Obviously, all else is never equal, right? And if you'd asked me a few years ago, is net migration going to be this high after Brexit, I would have laughed and said, no, of course not. So yeah, it's very difficult. This is not sort of a prediction. It's definitely going to happen. It's just the expectation based on the theory currently. So what do we know about the impacts of all of this? I mean, it's still relatively early days. We've basically got 2 years of data on the operation of the new system. And so I think we'll get more evidence about the impacts of the system as time goes on. I think there's reasonably good evidence that that the end of free movement was one of the factors contributing to labour shortages in 2021 and 2022. It's not the only factor. And in many cases, there were other reasons for labour shortages, in some cases due to the specific quirks of the post-COVID recovery, in some cases due to underlying problems that some occupations and industries have had, effectively creating an attractive enough offer to bring people into those jobs. And then the end of free movement sort of was one additional factor that exacerbated some of those problems that employers were having recruiting workers. There's a debate about whether labour shortages actually matter, which again is probably something that we can get into in the discussion if people are interested in it. One of the questions that I get asked a lot is, what's going on? We've got unusually high levels of immigration, and yet employers are complaining of labour shortages. Isn't this a big contradiction? And I think that it's difficult to say, we do have decent evidence. We have decent evidence that at least in 2022, employers were in fact experiencing labour shortages. And I think probably the main explanation for this is just that the distribution is different, that many of the skilled, the workers coming in under the non-EU routes, some of them are not working at all, and that would include many of, but of course not all of the study migrants. And where they are working, often they're in skilled jobs, and the labour shortages that employers are complaining about being exacerbated by the end of free movement are more likely to be in the low-wage jobs that are not eligible under the new immigration system, or that are mostly not eligible under the new immigration system. There are some exceptions to that. We have some tentative evidence that many Ukrainian workers are in hospitality, for example, which is one of the main sectors that saw a reduction in EU workers during that period. How am I doing for time, Jonathan?
We're fine for that.
Okay. In terms of what the evidence says, so far there's relatively limited evidence on the impact of the end of free movement on wages. I think we certainly don't see any evidence that it has increased wages in a systematic way sort of across the labour market. And that is never really what the theoretical expectation was based on past research, which tends to find that immigration has a very small impact on wages. And so we wouldn't necessarily expect the end of free movement to have a big impact on wages either. The main impacts that we expect to see are things like employers effectively reducing their demand for workers in low-wage jobs that many EU citizens used to do. And that can happen either through automation, where it's feasible, through change in what they are producing to try and switch towards more, towards less labour-intensive goods and services, if that's feasible to them, or just through a change in the slower growth in some sectors than others, where the growth is being held back by a sort of limited number of workers to do those jobs. And generally, there's no optimal size of the economy. It's not necessarily good or bad if the composition. It can be disruptive for employers in the short run if they have to switch and adjust to a new business model, and some of them will go out of business if they can't do that. From a macroeconomic perspective, there's no optimal size of the hospitality industry. So there's a sort of conflict, I think, between the possible disruptions in the short run, and then in the long run, the evidence suggests actually it doesn't necessarily matter that much whether you continue to have growth in the low-wage workforce. There's another area of I think, mobility that is where anecdotally it looks like there have been quite significant impacts, but it's so difficult to measure because we don't have any data, which is short-term mobility. So these are people who under free movement rules would have been able to come and go quite easily. Sometimes this is related to trade relationships or trade and services. People, might pop across for business meetings, but that would count as work and wouldn't be allowed under the new immigration rules. Anyone effectively who's not, the new immigration system, if you've got the money to pay for it and you can handle the bureaucracy, works quite well for employers who are just recruiting traditional employees who will come and work for maybe a couple of years or more. It's not really designed to accommodate these more flexible, it's not designed to accommodate self-employment or these kind of very short-term things that have to happen at no notice. One of the examples that often comes up is, they need an Italian engineer to come and fix an oil rig, and they need him tomorrow and they don't have time to apply for a visa and he's only going to be there for 2 days. And the immigration system sometimes struggles to accommodate that, although there are some, anyway, I won't go into the details of what's possible and what's not because it's fiendishly complicated, and that indeed is also one of employers' concerns about it. So, in terms of overall conclusion, I think it would still be my expectation that the overall economic impacts of introducing the new system are relatively small. But that they don't fall evenly, and obviously some sectors are much more affected than others, and I know John's going to go into this in a little bit more detail, looking at the different sectors. In terms of the policy questions about what happens next, I think obviously the debate about labour shortages has been overshadowed by other political debates on immigration that are going on, particularly about the asylum system. So it's not the highest issue on the agenda anymore, as it perhaps was a year ago. I think, nonetheless, it's interesting to think through kind of what are the various options. Should the government try and do something to address labour shortages and low-wage jobs, and what could they do if they did? And here there are basically two schools of thought. I think there's the one argument says, okay, shortages are causing problems for employers, the government is under pressure to liberalise. And here, I think the natural thing that people turn to is making more workers in low-wage jobs eligible for employer-sponsored work visas, particularly sector-specific ones. And I think that's partly just for political reasons that, when you know exactly who the workers are, if you're talking about care workers or if you're talking about fruit pickers, when you have a sense of who these people are, it's slightly more, people understand more why it might be beneficial than if you're just talking about a scheme across the board for unspecified sectors, TBD. But I think one of the things that really doesn't get properly discussed in that debate about liberalising the immigration system for low-wage work is that it is really difficult in low-wage jobs where people are tied to their employers to mitigate the risks of exploitation. There are some things that can be done, and I guess this is again something that I'd be happy to talk more about. But overall, the resources for monitoring are not very great, and when people are tied to their employers and unable to leave their job, there is evidence that, unsurprisingly, the risks of exploitation are greater. The other option, if another liberalisation option would be to just rely on alternatives like expanding the youth mobility schemes or just relying on post-study work, which is also not employer-tied and allows people to do jobs across the skill spectrum. So that's the sort of liberalisation options. The other option is just to say, the government should stick to the status quo and wait for the labour market to adjust. And this is what the original Home Office position actually was when it put out its policy statement in February 2020. There was a striking statement saying that the system's going to be much more restrictive in these following ways. Employers will have to adjust. And I think there's an argument that actually in private sector jobs that that probably will happen over the next couple of years. One area where it doesn't seem to be happening, ironically, is in the public sector. So the bits, the least, I think there's been least willingness to adapt in the areas of the labour market that the government actually controls, i.e. the NHS and social care. So if you look at care in particular, it would be possible to attract more people into this occupation with higher wages, and it would require spending more money on the care sector. However, so far, at least in 2022, the main government response has not been to spend more money on the care sector, but to liberalise immigration, which suggests to me that the general recommendation that employers will have to adjust may have been harder than some anticipated. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madeleine, for that pretty comprehensive overview. Straight off to over to John, I think.
Well, hello everyone. Thanks very much to Jonathan and Madeleine for having me. Jonathan was very generous in his introduction, but I should say I'm not an expert on migration, and so I come into this with a bit of trepidation. But as Jonathan says, I've been doing quite a lot of work on Brexit counterfactuals. Like, if we could visit the universe in which Britain remained in the EU, what would things look like? And so Jonathan mentioned it, but we have put out a paper, I think, in January, thinking through some of these issues. And the first thing to say is, it's really difficult. Obviously, we can't know with any kind of certainty what the Remain universe would look like. I'm also glad to go second because I can skip through quite a lot of this, and then we can get to the discussion because Madeleine has covered quite a lot of it. But the new system, what we call the new system in the paper, is free movement ending and a new skilled worker visa system with fewer restrictions than the old system for non-EU workers. And so the conclusion one would draw before looking at the evidence is the net effect is a more restrictive system for EU workers, so fewer of them, and some liberalisation for non-EU, so more of them. And Jonathan and I provide a kind of fairly descriptive analysis, really, of the impact of the new system on EU and non-EU employment after January 2021. Data sources we can talk about. There are some problems. The key one is that the Labour Force Survey and the annual population survey, which is the one that I'm going to be talking about, had some real problems in the pandemic. And so, kind of deliberately, actually, they were fairly open about this. The government, when they decided that we were going to leave the EU at the end of 2021, they didn't ask for an extension despite the pandemic, in part because they wanted to get on with it, but also in part because the pandemic helped kind of cover up some of the disruption that we're seeing. But this is an issue, and so as with a lot of these counterfactual kind of pieces of work, you need to take this with a bit of a pinch of salt. But I think we use a few different data sources in the paper, HMRC data and so forth, just to try and think through whether our results are plausible. First thing to say, which I don't think has come up yet in the conference, is that migrants made up a very large share of overall UK employment growth in the period running up to the pandemic and Brexit. You can see here on the growth column, there was growth of about 1 million UK origin workers. There's about 700,000 EU workers over 2014 to 2019, and about 600,000 non-EU. So together, EU and non-EU made up a bit more than UK origin workers in terms of new employment, extra employment within the UK. And in terms of the distribution of those workers, sorry this is such a tiny chart, but I'll try and point it out a bit to you. So in terms of the distribution of those workers, if we look at the yellow bars, that's the EU origin workers who are making use of free movement. And you can see, if we look down at the bottom, which is a bit more where some of the lower skilled sectors of the economy are, you can see that the yellow bars are fairly big. Wholesale and retail, transport and storage, to a certain extent accommodation and food services and manufacturing. So we had lots of EU workers going into those sectors where wages are a bit lower, and a lot of the work is not particularly skilled. If we look at non-EU workers, which is the red bars, then we see quite a lot of, the biggest bars are perhaps in health and social care, which we discussed. The NHS is skilled at bringing in skilled workers from non-EU countries to help deal with our lack of skills in this sector. But also in things like professional, scientific and technical, and information and communication. These were quite important sectors for employing non-EU migrants before Brexit and the pandemic. Madeleine's already talked about this, so I'm just going to skip it. We had big net change in immigration to 500,000, and worker visas also grew rapidly, but made up a smaller share of that net immigration. Okay, so let's get on to the counterfactuals. As I say, this is difficult. We can't visit the Remain universe. And one way that you could try and think about what would have happened if the new system, i.e. end of free movement, some liberalisation for non-EU, if that new system hadn't been instituted, one way you could do that is just say, well, what's the general growth rate, what's the average growth rate before that system was instituted? Let's just project that forward, and then the gap kind of tells you, how many people in work in the UK you've gained or lost from either the EU or the non-EU. But the problem with that is obviously that the pandemic intervened, and the pandemic disrupted employment massively. Lots of people were put on a furlough scheme, some people were working from home. We saw that employment generally dipped quite a lot through the pandemic and then recovered. So we need to try and adjust for that somehow. And so the way that we do that is by saying, okay, So we take the average growth rate, let's say, of the EU between 2014 and 2019, and then we say, instead of just projecting that growth rate forward, we adjust it downwards by how much UK employment also fell. And that gives us a bit of a check, a bit of an adjustment for falling labour demand, basically, within the UK economy because of the pandemic. And the results of that are that, you know, lost EU workers, about 450,000. So free movement has had a material impact on the number of EU workers in employment in the UK. And gained non-EU workers, so from the liberalisation of the system that we've seen, about 130,000 workers. So our counterfactual growth is actually lower for non-EU workers than the outturn that we see. We've done a couple of checks which we can discuss, but I think maybe it's a bit too complicated for now. If anyone wants to bring that up, be delighted to hear. We've also done the same exercise, but at a sectoral level. An important thing to consider is that we're using the annual population survey here. At an overall population level, this survey is pretty good. It's a very large sample. But once you get down into sectors, and then you're also breaking sectors down into, you know, is this person a UK origin worker? Is it an EU origin worker? Then the sample sizes get smaller and smaller. So we need to take these with quite a big pinch of salt. Again, this is tiny, which I'm sorry about. But if we look at non-EU workers, then as we've seen, and which Madeleine pointed out, health and social work care, non-EU, we've seen a gain of about 74,000 people, and that's about 1.5% of the total workforce in that sector. Education, we've seen a bit of a growth for both, 42,000 and 58,000. I can't really explain that. In many of the other high-skilled sectors, we see some smaller increases. So information and communication for non-EU, then we've seen a growth of about 20,000 workers based upon our counterfactual analysis. Do we expect, is the number that we see in the outturn bigger or smaller than we would expect given projecting the growth rate forward with an adjustment? But, and this is where we get into the labour shortages question, we see some biggest shortfalls in EU workers in terms of our counterfactual coming in below what the outturn is in some key low-skilled, less skilled sectors such as logistics, hospitality, wholesale and retail, admin and support and construction. So this obviously feeds into the policy question which Madeleine raised at the end about what, if anything, we should do about this. I'll skip over this because we haven't got much time. Right, summary. So the new system has resulted in a large reduction in EU migration and an increase in non-EU migration. Overall, altogether, that has meant a substantive shortfall in migration for work versus what would have happened if we hadn't instituted the new system. This has been particularly concentrated in lower skilled sectors, which historically had been reliant on free movement. And that migration has not really been replaced by additional visa issuance under the new system. However, there are a few sectors where a substantial proportion of jobs that relied on free movement, a lot of those jobs are in fact eligible for skilled work visas, say for example in construction or transport, where median salaries are higher than the UK average. So we may see employers in those sectors try to do more to recruit people under the new scheme. Few concluding questions. I know you're going to ask the questions, but I wanted to just raise a few. one, will employers who relied on free movement make more use of the new system where they have jobs that pay enough and the skill levels are high enough? If not, will they raise wages, cut output, or invest in automation? Madeleine kind of said those are the three choices if they don't make use of the system. And then finally, should the government consider further relaxation, perhaps on a sectoral basis? Madeleine raised this point. I would just like to add one question to her very good summary of the two sides of that argument, which is we have other public policy goals, and where labour shortages are having an impact on those public policy goals, there is a question about whether we should think about some sectoral relaxation. So health and social care has already been relaxed because we obviously have a huge public policy goal there. The other question I have is just about construction. And it's interesting, the FT report today, that the government is mulling lowering some of the restrictions or salary threshold skills, we don't know yet, on construction. Because we have a clear public policy goal there, which is we need to retrofit the housing stock. We need loads of heat pump engineers. We have a huge emissions question in construction. So there may be some reason, other than we should just let the labour market adjust, there may be some other reason why we think actually some sort of sectoral relaxation might be necessary. I'll stop there, and thanks very much.
Thanks very much, John. And I think we're going to open up to questions now. I've already got quite a few questions on Slido, and I'll take one or two from the floor as well. But I think a sort of natural starting point is the set of questions which John put up at the end, which is, I think, you could describe as what happens and what should happen now, both the positive and normative effects, in particular in relation to sectors where shortages are being observed. So first of all, how are these sectors likely to respond and adjust over the next years? What will sectors like hospitality, accommodation, food services, perhaps agriculture, transport, logistics, and then also some slightly more skilled and sectors like construction, how will they respond? And second, what should the policy response be, to the extent that you want to give views on policy, and that's up to you. And I think John put up those questions, but that also picks up a number of the questions on Slido. I have one, for instance, noting that automation is rather less feasible in hospitality than in other sectors for obvious reasons, because of the nature of the tasks and because of the centrality of the sort of personal service element of it. So what should SMEs there be doing? Another question says that the government has been dragging its feet on the MAC recommendations on the skills shortages list, and what is the impact of that? That questioner perhaps didn't note the FT story today, which suggests that that perhaps the government is belatedly going to do something about those recommendations. And then a more general question about whether it would be sensible to redefine skills so that it's, when this I think relates to some of the things John said just now about the sort of strategic considerations, what should we think about as skilled work? Is it not just beyond RQF3, and should it relate more to whatever we think the sort of government sort of country strategic economic priorities are? So plenty there to talk about. And shall we start with Madeleine?
Sure. So on the hospitality question, I think this this is interesting because, again, there are sort of different possible responses. I mean, it's certainly true that a lot of tasks are difficult to automate in hospitality. Some of them can be. So if you think about hotels, for example, the check-in functions are often automated. You go in and there's a little iPad and it takes forever to work out how to use it. But eventually you get to your room. But room cleaning is very difficult to automate. I think the sort of, argument one would just say, okay, well, if that consumers have to pay for it. And so, if prices go up because it's more difficult to recruit, either because some of the, investing in automation is expensive or because people have to be paid more, if consumers care enough, they will, they'll pay for it. I guess the counter argument that is this, that the hospitality sector, that it's not in isolation. It's supply chains are interconnected. People at the hospitality sector helps bring tourists into the UK, for example. Those people spend money elsewhere. It's sort of all part of a thriving economy. I think that the challenge really comes down to this issue of where I think almost every occupational sector actually has quite a good story about why they're important. And so I think the risk is that you say, okay, well, we ended free movement because the goal was to reduce immigration. But all of these people are really important, and so we're going to bring them back in, but we're not going to bring them back in with the rights that they had under free movement. We're going to bring them back on these employer-tied visas because we've recognized the story of each individual sector separately, and so we've decided that employer-tied visas is the way to do it. In which case, you sort of step back, and maybe you actually still have significant levels of migration, but it's the jobs are being done by people with many fewer rights, which I think, regardless of your political perspective, doesn't necessarily look like a good idea. So I think that's the overall sort of challenge. On the skill point, I think there's a lot of debate about skill, and I think people, particularly the term low-skilled, sounds pejorative, and a lot of people don't like it. Because they feel that it devalues people, and I'm sympathetic to that. I think there is still something if you look at how the Home Office, how the immigration rules classify skill, it is primarily it's about the duration of training that is required to do a particular job. And so there is a difference between, obviously all jobs require a certain kind of skill, and a lot of skills are undervalued, like interpersonal skills. Think about care work, for example, that's classified as a low-skilled job. If you watch someone doing it, it doesn't necessarily, anyone would say that there was a lot of skill that's required. But the training that's provided is very limited. And so I think from an immigration perspective, there is a stronger rationale for treating occupations differently if it takes years to acquire the skill that's needed to do it, rather than the one that, at least in theory, someone with the right underlying aptitudes could be trained to do within a few days. The sort of challenge in terms of creating the skills for the UK labour force is quite different.
Just a couple of additional points. One is that automation can happen in sectors which might surprise you. So a good example is when you go to a French hypermarché, then all of the prices are set centrally, and they're all on nice little LCD displays. And then when you go to Tesco, then it's just lots of cards which people have to put in whenever they change their prices, which is drudge work and boring. So, there are some benefits to some sectors, and if we manage to lose some jobs where people could be better deployed, then that might be good. The difficulty is obviously that in some key sectors, it's quite hard to automate labour, and they are often ones which are. Some of them are ones where we have lots of other public policy goals. So, like construction, I mentioned, but also transport. I mean, we saw what happened when we had a big shortage of heavy goods vehicle drivers. We had kind of not really stewarded that sector very well for a long time. Again, if you go to France, then there are nice rest stops with showers, whereas in Britain, it's quite often a lay-by. So there are other public policies that have to be enacted in order to be able to help those sectors to adjust. I would have thought that in transport largely that's about wages having to rise. In construction, there are questions about how many Brits will go into the sector, and if that sector is not fulfilling house building targets or insulation targets, then it does seem to me that there's a role for government to step in. Final point, we're kind of facing the trade-offs which were a bit elided before Brexit. If we end free movements, then the choices really for different types of economic activity are we can try and raise wages and therefore prices in order to be able to get more labour into that sector. You can have less of it, we can have less childcare or whatever, or we can have more imports in those tradable goods and services where that's possible. And so, this is what we decided that we were going to do. And I think there is one of the reasons why I wouldn't go for total relaxation in everything is because of the bargaining which Madeleine talks about, where everybody has a good story about why they're a strategically important sector. But it's also that this is what people voted for. And if immediately the government says, right, we're just going to end up in a kind of very sectoral system where we have relaxation across the board, de facto, then we're not really allowing that decision to play out and to see whether this is actually what people want or not. And we'll see what happens. But I think that kind of democratic mandate question does matter.
Thanks. So just to sort of follow on this point, and again, picking up a couple of the questions on Slido, the point you mentioned, Madeleine, about that the tied visas being sort of risking exploitation, particularly for workers in low-wage sectors, and I think you were quoted in the FT this morning, actually, particularly talking about this in the context of care, the people coming in on the under the new provisions for low-paid workers in the care sector, and there is at least some anecdotal evidence of that already. And I think I get the impression that the sort of one of the concerns about people's concerns about the new system, and the loss of free movement, is not the sort of shift towards higher skilled workers, which you can see in some ways has some economic logic to it, but their view that free movement meant that people had rights and they were not tied to a particular job, and that we've somehow lost something, particularly in low-paid sectors, by essentially saying that that's not feasible anymore. So the question is, well, given that we're not going to reintroduce free movement anytime soon, what's the appropriate policy response? Is there a risk that over time we'll see a growth in the informal or indeed irregular sector, that we'll see a growth of a sort of subclass of workers, perhaps people who've come in on other routes, rejected asylum seekers, people overstaying on dependent visas, that sort of thing, doing this sort of job? Again, is there a policy response short of reintroducing free movement that might get round these potential and negative impacts, potentially both to the benefit of the workers in question, but also to add to the labour market as a whole?
Yeah, I think this is a really challenging one. The UK has never been a country that dedicates a huge amount of resources to monitoring labour standards in general, whether for migrant workers or not. And I think that the challenge, obviously there was exploitation under free movement as well. I don't want to give the impression that these rights meant that people, EU citizens, had no problems. And in fact, on the panel earlier, Catherine Barnard was talking about some of the, significant problems, whether in the labour market or not, that EU citizens experience with free movement rights. So I think it's partly just that the tie to the employer is another factor that exacerbates a group of workers who are already quite vulnerable. I think that obviously the ability to move between jobs is quite important, and in theory, this does exist for care workers, although in practice people are often reluctant to change jobs because they're very worried about having a gap between employment that would then mean that they would have to leave the country and potentially lose their path to, or restart the clock towards permanent status. In the seasonal worker scheme, it's more problematic because people sort of rely on the goodwill of the operators who bring them in, and so the sort of formal opportunities to change jobs are more opaque. But that, I think, piece of it is trying to make it as easy as possible for people who are already in the country to switch, especially if they're experiencing some kinds of problems. There are options around, provision of more information in people's native languages. I think one of the big issues, a lot of people are worried to report violations because if it's a violation of their visa requirements, then in theory, their visa could be, it could be cancelled and they could have to leave. And so even, there's some evidence that even where people have been asked, whether they are receiving the right terms and conditions, they lie and say yes, because they're worried about the consequences for their visa. And so one of the kind of recommendations that has been made by organizations that focus on exploitation issues has been to try and sort of as much as possible separate out the enforcement of immigration status from the enforcement of labour conditions. I think the other thing, this comes back to the question you mentioned about irregular work. I mean, one possible solution is just keep these schemes small, and then it's more likely that you're going to be able to monitor them. I was really struck by the evaluation of the seasonal workers pilot scheme back when there were only 2,500 people, saying that monitoring was sort of expensive and resource, labour intensive. And you think, okay, well, if it was expensive and difficult with 2,500 people, what does it look like with 40,000 people? So I think the size, trying to reduce the size of the schemes may have an impact. The big caveat there, of course, is that if people are then going to come through irregular routes instead, they have even fewer rights. I think it's not a one-to-one substitution. I think you do sort of reduce the numbers overall, but it's not as straightforward as just to keep the schemes as small as possible and everything will sort itself out.
I don't really have anything to add to that. It's not necessarily my area of expertise, Jonathan. It's more yours. Do you want to add anything?
I agree with Madeleine. I mean, one thing which you've raised before, Madeleine, and I know Alan Manning, who's here as well, also from the MAC, and who will be talking later, is whether a youth mobility scheme or expansion of the existing youth mobility schemes, and in particular, concluding youth mobility schemes with European countries would, have the advantage of having, people, because the youth mobility scheme doesn't tie people to one job, would both give some of the flexibility of free movement from the point of view of employers and lower paid sectors, and without, we're frankly would be considerably less worried about a 22-year-old from Italy being exploited by their employer because they could simply move on to the next job.
Yeah, I think youth mobility is potentially interesting from that perspective. I think it wouldn't necessarily, again, the impacts would vary by sector, and I think it would. It wouldn't necessarily help in the care sector. Although, actually, I was interested to see that when the Migration Advisory Committee was doing its review on social care, actually, care users did frequently argue that they wanted to be able to use a youth mobility type scheme, and said that that some people had used similar arrangements when they existed. Way back, and in fact, some were hiring people from countries like Australia that are eligible. But yeah, in general, you'd expect people to go to to large urban areas, to the hospitality industry. I think hospitality would presumably be the major beneficiary. Although this gets back to this question that on Slido that Chris raised, which is what the data gaps are. And I think one of the biggest data gaps for understanding the system is that we don't actually have a very good sense of exactly what people on different types of visas do. And so it would be really nice, actually, to know, for example, if people on youth mobility visas, what industries they're working in. I speculate that many of them are in childcare because 2/3 of them are women, but that's just my guess. And so I think we would it would be much easier to answer some of these questions if we had a better sense of people on youth mobility, on post-study work, on all of these visas that are not, where people aren't sponsored for a specific job, what they're doing. I think that would take us a long way to being able to get a better sense of the policy recommendations as well.
Adding Ukraine and Hong Kong to
yes,
that,
of course,
right?
Yeah,
Because we don't have a good sense of we don't really have a good way now under the surveys to know whether there's quite sharp rise in people who essentially have refugee status but are allowed to work, where they're going to end up, I think.
Well, that leads nicely on to the next question, which I was going to ask anyway on behalf of our friend Chris from the ONS, which is what are the biggest data gaps in the system? What is it that we would like to know but don't know from existing data sources? And then the related and perennial question, which you and I have been dealing with in one form or another for at least 10 or 15 years, which is, should students be excluded from the migration figures entirely? And I note that for those of you who haven't seen it, there was a Universities UK commissioned a poll which was released this morning, which looked at public attitudes towards student migration. And of course, one of the questions was again this about whether students should really be counted as migrants at all. So the sort of general question about what is it that we're missing from the current data, what is it that we don't know that we'd like to know, and how do we deal with this question of students and the figures?
So, I mean, I think the single biggest one is the one I just mentioned about what people on different visas are actually doing. I think there are other things I would quite like to know. I think emigration by visa status as well, so having a better sense of not just the number of people coming in. I showed the visa data there. We don't have equivalent data for people leaving the country, which obviously then is quite important for thinking about what the contribution is long-term to the labour market. I would love to know more about people, returning workers with EU settlement scheme status who have, we think that there are probably somewhere in the order of 1 million people who don't live in the UK who have EU settlement scheme status, and in theory, maybe coming back, but we don't have great information on that. And then on the international students one, so generally my standard, if you ask me anything about, should this thing happen, I'll always say, well, on the one hand, on the other hand, it's all very complicated. And I think the answer on this is just no, they shouldn't be taken out of the figures, because it doesn't really make any sense to take them out of the actual statistics, in the sense that, that people are defined as someone a migrant is defined in the statistics here and in many other countries as a person who moves for at least a year. And if they're an international student and they move for at least a year, they're still here, they're still in the population. So if you're creating population statistics, which one of the purposes of the net migration figures is to feed into our population estimates. And it would be just weird to delete some people who are there in the population, contributing to the size of the UK population and its characteristics, purely on the basis they're international students. Other countries don't do it, despite popular perception, and it would be strange. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, that that your political goals about immigration have to involve a reduction in international students. That's a separate policy choice. The quirky thing that we do in this country is that we focus on net migration data. That's the thing that people talk about in the political debate, and that's what's different in other countries, is that they tend to be more focused on either things like how many people are getting permanent visas or how many people are coming in a particular year. But I think the net migration measure is sort of weirdly, it's here for better or for worse, and that is what people are used to talking about. But it has some misleading impacts, and one of those is that you get these weird blips when, for example, you have a big increase in international students.
Just a couple of points to add to that. To somebody at the ONS, a great thing would be there is a kind of restricted variable which tells you whether someone came here as a spouse or as a refugee. It would be great if somehow that could be anonymised and passed on. I don't know if that's and made public. I don't know if that's possible. The other thing would be to have more full administrative data. The HMRC, which we didn't really discuss too much here, but they've been doing some experimental statistics that instead of relying on surveys, which obviously have some sampling issues when you get down into small nitty-gritty sectors, like are you an EU worker who works in social care? The HMRC administrative data is just obviously a count of different people, and so that's fantastic, but it's based on pay-as-you-earn and doesn't include self-employed, which is obviously a really important sector for things like construction and that kind of thing. So that would be really helpful. And then on the students' point, I would just add to what Madeleine has said by also saying that now they can work easily, right? And more people are going to stay. And hitherto, a lot of students who came to do their studies, the vast majority of them left. And the point of changing the system was to try and encourage more to stay. And so, it makes sense, therefore, to include them in immigration figures. And it would be great to know, particularly about that policy intervention. Do we then see a lot more students deciding to stay in the UK, which could potentially be quite beneficial?
Thanks. I mean, I agree with all that. My view on the students in migration figures is much the same as Madeleine's, which is that it's, that they should be in the figures. The problem that people are really talking about when they're talking what came from having a lunatic net migration target, which was in one of the more sensible things that Boris Johnson did was to drop that target. And given that we don't have a net migration target, and as we'll hear in the public opinion session, I think the public are less focused on the overall figures than they would be, then it's not nearly as much of a problem as it was when it was actually being used to make policy. On data, again, with Madeleine, I think what we need is much more systematic evaluation of the impacts of, we, Madeleine, I, Alan, others here, do quite a lot of stuff on sort of overall the impacts of migration, but we know very little about the impacts of different specific visa schemes. And to do that, you need the sort of data that Madeleine was talking about. When I had some responsibility for helping devise the post-study work route in the first place, back in the early 2000s, both I, then at DWP, and the Treasury said to the Home Office, you really, we all agree this is a good route, a good new policy, but you should put in ex ante some provisions for evaluating it. And of course, the Home Office ignored us and never evaluated it, which made it much easier for the Theresa May Home Office to cancel the route entirely in 2012, which was a bad move. And it's now been reintroduced in, if anything, an even more liberal form. But as yet, it's not clear whether, again, still not clear whether the Home Office will evaluate what's now an extremely generous route on which lots and lots of people are coming, or at least lots of people are staying on. I'll take one question from the audience here. Okay.
So the microphone, has it disappeared?
Coming.
Yeah, I wanted to ask John something. You produced estimates for the size of loss of jobs as a consequence of, or numbers of people as a consequence of the new rules, and you showed this by sector within the economy, and it emphasized certain sectors as being more or less important. We had an earlier discussion which was also talking about place. Is there a regional dimension to this? Would it be possible to look at it in the same way? Have you done so, and can you comment upon it? Because I thought our first presentation was potentially rather important in that respect too. Thank you.
That's a great question. I haven't.
We were asked, actually. Some Scots got in touch with us and asked for the data. We said sample sizes, basically.
Sample sizes are the problem, because if you're going, okay, by sector and then by region, and then...
Just by sector then alone. Sorry, just by region alone. I'm not asking you to cross-tab it, but you managed to do it by sector. So you got at least enough numbers for that. Yes. So you could have turned it round and done it by region.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I don't say both.
Yes. No, that is an interesting thing to do. So I suppose you can get at this through the distribution of different sectors in particular regions. So thinking off the top of my head, then probably there is going to be more hospitality losses in large... No, I understand your point. There are going to be more hospitality losses in large cities, for example, whereas in logistics, then these are going to be in more like semi-urban or even rural areas near major highways. I understand your point that we could just do a kind of regional counterfactual analysis, and I think that's a really good idea. Yeah, of course, I understand that. The question is who and why. That's much harder to answer.
Can I, one thing that several people have asked about, which and I think I know the answer to this, which is that we haven't got a great answer, which is the impact of the changes to short-term mobility, business visitors, school trips, which apparently is going to be one of the centerpieces of the new Macron-Sunak entente cordiale, is that we're going to welcome French kids back to Hastings again or something. But more broadly, do we have any sense for either the impacts of the changes to short-term and business visits, whether there's anything one could do to make it easier, et cetera, et cetera? We hear this anecdotally, but I think we have no data.
I mean, we have no data, and one of the things, thinking about services trade more generally, one of the things is that we don't have great data on short-term visits in general. We know that this is important. We also don't know the extent to which the new system has really had an impact on it, because there's going to be loads of people who are just doing this illegally. It's up to the member states themselves to police this and to say, well, where's your visa if you're staying for a few days and you're getting paid, and all of those kinds of issues are down to the member states to police it. They're currently not really doing so. They may clamp down on it more. And so in terms of liberalising that would obviously be beneficial, because it would mean that a lot of this activity goes back to being legal. The extent to which that would raise that activity when lots of people are doing it illegally anyway, we don't know.
Okay, I'll take one more from the floor.
Yes, two other issues which are mentioned in terms of labour shortages. One is, why the heck are we not skilling up more unemployed and there are unemployed people in this country? And the second thing is they want to incentivise people. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, first, just repeat that in case people didn't hear on the microphone. Why are they not actually doing more incentivising, either by penalising people who won't bother to work, British citizens who are unemployed, and there are some. And at the other end of the scale, the older people in my age group, the government wants to encourage them to go back to work. Well, they're going to probably a good positive incentive to do that, like cut their tax rate to make it incentivised. They're not going to go back and pay 40% or whatever it is on middle rate tax rates, because then they get the double whack on the death duties when they die. So if they want the older people in their 50s and 60s to work again and go back into the workforce, they should incentivise it, because many of them have skills that they've taken off the work table. That might help to reduce the skills shortage.
Well, shall I take that as the labour market economist and former chief? I mean, I frankly would, by and large, reject almost all of that. We have perhaps the most punitive system for, in terms of relatively low benefits and relatively strict work requirements for people claiming unemployment benefits in Europe. We have, the evidence we have suggests that that any increase in employment resulting from making it more punitive would be negligible. I mean, we're at or beyond the limit of any benefits in terms of employment to be gained from that, and we certainly have we know quite a bit about older workers' participation rates, which have gone up, which pre-pandemic went up quite sharply over the last decade. And again, relatively very little evidence that that is due to the disincentives of tax rates. There may be some impacts on some people because of the rather complex nature of the and large disincentive effects resulting from the way that the pension allowance system now works, and that is something that the government probably should sort out. But the impact of the 40% tax rate, I think, again, the idea that is what's keeping people out of the labour force, I think, has no empirical support whatsoever. But trying to relate that to immigration, and Madeleine may want to come in on this. I mean, I think, I think the broad consensus here would be that, yes, the government, that we need, that there are severe failures in our skills and training system. But the connection between that and labour demand for migration is a lot more complicated, more tenuous than people think. And the sort of idea that, well, if we just trained up people in these particular sectors, it would reduce demand for migration. I suspect that is true to a limited extent in some particular sectors. And there's probably something in it, as Madeleine and the MAC have said before, in social care, for example, but more broadly, it's quite hard to see that being, the connection's a lot more tenuous than one might think. I don't know what your view.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I think it would probably vary a fair amount by by occupation. I think it's interesting because it makes a lot of sense, this narrative that we should have a better connection between the skills system and the immigration system, given that we know that the immigration system is effectively being used in many cases, to compensate for the lack of skills in the UK labour market. I think in practice, when the immigration system is actually a bit of a blunt instrument. You give visas or you don't, and there's some small things you can tweak in terms of how much people have to get paid and what the visas cost, but there isn't actually. I think there's this desire to link immigration and skills policy more, and I think it often ends up a bit symbolic. So you have things like the immigration skills charge, which in theory sounds like a sensible idea, right? That employers are bringing people in, and so it only makes sense for them to contribute towards the development of new skills. So we'll charge this levy, and then that money will be used to improve skills in the UK. And the UK is not the only country that has a system like that. But I think it makes much more sense in a political narrative on paper than actually in practice. The amounts of money are relatively small. They don't always get spent on skills. If they do get spent on skills, they don't necessarily get spent on the specific skills that employers are recruiting people for in the immigration system. So I think it ends up sort of just being a tax on visas, which is, there are arguments for and against that. But it's sort of more difficult. I think it's more difficult than people realize to actually kind of create a really strong conceptual link between skills policy and immigration policy by changing the immigration rules themselves.
Yeah, I mean, there's often politicians, and I saw Stephen Kinnock was doing this the other day, often come out and say, well, we need to link skills and immigration policy, and we should say to individual sectors or companies, you can have. We'll liberalise immigration rules for you in the short term, but the flip side of that is that you should agree to train up people more in the medium. And that sounds sort of attractive in principle, but my response tends to be, well, look, the UK government has been just dreadful at doing skills policy per se for the last as long as we can remember. So why would you think that they're suddenly going to be able to create an integrated skills and immigration policy, which is another step beyond that? It's asking too much, and actually we should concentrate on getting both policies right, and then hopefully, perhaps at some point in the future, we might be able to link them up, but we've got a long way to go. Anyway.
Can I just ask a question very quickly?
Yes,
to both of you. Very quickly.
Ali is signalling me that lunch is awaiting us.
Lunch is ready. So we've had a lot of discussions about there not being jobs which, so say we've lost lots of free movement, and therefore we've lost some less skilled workers. Brits don't want to go into it. So, slightly contrary to what this gentleman said, if we have an increasingly educated UK labour force, what does that mean for, or should it mean anything for, the way that we treat immigration we encourage immigration of less skilled people in the sense that the domestic labour supply is weaker, and so therefore we need to satisfy it by labour supply from abroad. Is that completely mad, or is that sensible?
I don't think it's completely mad. I think it's not the only way of thinking about... I think the challenge that we get to is that there's no sort of objective way of defining what the need actually is. And I think a lot of the debate around immigration focuses on need. Well, kind of, we need these people, or we need those people, and we need this number of people. And actually, when you sort of try and actually to look at the figures, they kind of fall apart in your hands. There's no way of actually working out what the right number of low-wage workers is. I think that the sort of partial exceptions to that are maybe in these public sector-driven industries where you have maybe a certain ratio of nurses to patients, and you can sort of quantify what might be needed. But even there, you know, there are changes in the way of delivering all of these services. There are sort of different ways of organising the workforce. And so I think it's not crazy either to just say, well, we'll kind of muddle through. A lot of migrant workers in low-wage work did not come through, well, most did not come through work visas. They're still there, they come through family routes, some come as refugees. And so it's not also that you're completely eliminating the migrant workforce by not having work visas.
Okay, I mean, I've got lots more questions, but it is lunchtime, and I would also note that we have in our explicitly forward-looking closing session with Alan, Manning, and Madeleine again, chaired by Anand at the end, we will have an opportunity to revisit. I mean, there are some more general questions here about, you know, should we abolish the Home Office or abolish the Home Office's responsibility for immigration policy? What's the interaction between immigration and the welfare state? Alan and Madeleine can have another go at the bite at this cherry later on today at 4 o'clock. So don't be too disappointed if I've missed out your question there. Thank you all very much. And
Okay, everybody. We're slightly delayed owing to massive demand and queuing for lunch, which probably is a great metaphor for kicking off a session on refugees and asylum. So there are too many people who want to come. But that was great. So hopefully you've all had the terrific food. So what we're going to do is, I might run this session slightly longer, but who knows? Try and make up a bit of time. So lots of people have been saying this is an incredibly timely session. I think the really interesting thing is over the last few years, almost any time we did it would be an incredibly timely session. But we're going to have two presentations. One from Dr. Shireen El-Tarabilsi McCarthy from the National Centre for Social Research. It's going to look at the ways in which asylum seekers make decisions. So what are asylum seekers hoping to get when they come here? Why do they come here, etc. Which will then tee us up brilliantly for Colin Yeo from Garden Court Chambers. Colin has redone his presentation very much at the last minute because he knew that the presentation he did 3 days ago wouldn't work anymore, and you'd all want to go into chapter and verse on the illegal immigration bill, as I think the Home Secretary is calling it, or the illegal migration bill. So that's what we're going to do. Presentation is going to take roughly 15 minutes, and then hopefully we'll have lots of time. As again, if you are technologically up for it, get into Slido. If you're going to ask questions in the room, and you particularly want to come in during a discussion, put your hand up then. Otherwise, I'll take a couple of questions in the room, but Slido if possible. Upvote if you can. And without further ado, we're going to hand over to Shireen.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Yes? Okay, brilliant. So, my talk today is going to be about the decision-making process of an asylum seeker coming to the United Kingdom. And this is based on research that we've been doing at the National Centre for Social Research for over a year now. And prior to that, a lot of research that I'd done on both sides of the Mediterranean, looking at refugees and asylum seekers coming into Europe. So, let me, and I will focus particularly on some of the assumptions that we have and the realities of asylum seeker decision-making. So, I think the first thing to do is really look at what the issue is and what is the problem, really. And I think if we agree on a diagnosis of the problem, then we can start thinking about solutions and we can start thinking a bit more clearly about the processes that are in place for asylum seekers to come into the United Kingdom. Now, the issue is very much related to an increase in the number of asylum seekers coming here via small boats. So if you look at this slide, you can see that there's been a sharp increase between 2018 and 2022. But this slide only gives you part of the picture, because actually, if you want to look at the full picture, you need to look at the decrease that's happened parallel to that for asylum seekers coming into the country on the back of lorries and via other routes. So really, what has happened is not a sharp increase in the numbers, it's actually rerouting of asylum seekers from one route to another. Now, this slide is about the number of asylum applications in this country, and particularly a focus on the backlog. So if you look at the number of applications from 2011 to 2022, there is an increase, but it's not really quite a worrying, significant increase. The increase is actually in the backlog of asylum applications. There's a huge, huge backlog. The third slide looks at the UK, the situation in the UK compared to other European countries, and particularly the backlog per 10,000 people and the number of asylum applications per 10,000 people. And if you look at the UK versus Germany, for example, we're actually getting far less applications compared to Germany. So 2021, I'll just give you a figure, there were about 49 to 50,000 asylum applications in the UK. What was the number for Germany? It was 190,000 applications. So it's important to contextualize the discussion and contextualize our understanding of the problem within the broader evidence. So what we've been looking at and what I'm keen to talk to you about today within the upcoming, 15 minutes, is really the decision-making process of why people come to the United Kingdom. So of those 50,000 applications that we get, who are they? And why do they come here? Are we a destination of choice for them? Or are we a destination by circumstance? And I think that picture of the entangled rope is very much a key conclusion from the reflections that we've been doing within my team. It really is quite complex. And by complex, I don't just mean complicated. I mean that there are so many factors that are at interplay with one another over a long period of time, from when they leave their country of origin, through all the countries that they go through until they make their way over here. It's quite a complex process, and it's a process that changes over time and changes because of the circumstances. What we've been looking at more particularly within that decision-making process are 4 different things. One is we wanted to look at the factors that influence the decision-making process. So what are the factors? The contextual, political, economic, environmental, what are the factors that are at play that influence the decision-making process? The second thing that we wanted to look at is the complexity of choice. So how are choices being made, right? And do those choices change over time, or are they fixed? Somebody leaving sub-Saharan Africa today, are they thinking UK is my destination? Or are they just escaping harm and escaping, persecution and thinking, I just want to get out of here, right? And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in my presentation. So we wanted to look at that complexity of choice. We also wanted to look at the role of chance encounters. What happens during the journey, who you meet, who you engage with, the networks that you have access to, the social media platforms that you target, all of that influences your choices. And then we wanted to look at the migration infrastructure, and that kind of intersects with the choice element. So what kind of resources do they draw on? Financial, resources, infrastructure in terms of, technology, social media, information. What do they draw on during that journey? And the last point, which is very relevant to this week, is the influence of policy and practice. Do policies really make such a huge difference? Will the illegal immigration bill make a huge difference? Will it be kind of a game changer in terms of the number of people wanting to come to the UK on small boats? Now, that's a question that I'm really very much posing for all of us to think about, because there are no easy answers for those questions. So I'm going to walk through some of the key insights, right? And again, those key insights emerge out of a very lengthy review of the evidence, of the literature, interviews that we've conducted over a long period of time, and ongoing research that I and my team at NatCen are doing. Now, the first insight is there are a diversity of factors that influence asylum seeker decision-making in choosing or ending in the UK. And those can be individual. So your individual characteristics determine whether or not you choose to leave. Remember, 90% of people choose to stay. It's actually a very small minority that chooses to leave their country. And when they leave, their first choice of destination is not to cross the Mediterranean. Most migration happening within Africa stays within the African continent. And that's why countries like Lebanon and so on have significantly higher numbers of asylum seekers, right? So there are individual factors. What kind of person are you in terms of whether you're more entrepreneurial, you're more likely to want to to take on this difficult journey? Familial, do you have family in the country? Do you have family in other countries that you would want to go to? Political, the political context within which you live. And of course, we've witnessed that during the Arab uprisings. We've witnessed that with all the conflicts that have taken place in Africa. National, international factors that come into play. And most important of all, the unknowables. And those unknowables are idiosyncrasies. They're idiosyncratic factors that are very much specific to your own journey, right? To your own journey as an asylum seeker. And they are very specific to you. They're individual specific, and they cannot be simply replicated and considered kind of the norm for everybody else, right? And those idiosyncrasies are because there's a time lapse between when somebody leaves their country of origin and the time when they come to the UK. There's quite a long period of time in the middle. And during that period of time, they're met with new circumstances, new choices, new networks, and that changes their choices and changes their patterns and what they decide to do. But what we found across, again, what the evidence really points towards is that people choose destinations, if they are in a choosing context, they choose destinations where they can have a viable future, right? So, and that is very much human nature. You want to go somewhere where you can have a future. You're escaping persecution, you're escaping very difficult circumstances, but ultimately what determines your choice of destination is that viability of a future. And the other thing that also came up very clearly is that you're always faced with constrained choices, right? You're not really operating in a context where the choices are open for you, right? Where you choose the country that you want to go for. That's not the case. Depends on the networks that you have and the levels of access to resources that you've got. Now, if you look at the pictures at the bottom, so on the right-hand side, that's a picture from a detention center in Libya. Now, that's part of a paper that I wrote back in 2016 on the situation detention centers in Libya, how difficult circumstances were. As part of that research, I interviewed asylum seekers that would have originally had Libya as their country of destination, but because of the governance breakdown in the country, it became a country of transit, or became a stepping stone for them to cross the Mediterranean and go somewhere else. And the stories that I managed to get from them quite horrifying, heartbreaking, right? And the single most important theme that comes out of those stories is that we just want to get out of here. This is hell, right? We just want to get out of here. We don't know exactly how or where we want to go. Anywhere is better than here, right? And that is just one example, again, of how choices are being constrained. Now, the other picture is actually of, it was related, I think, 2018. A young boy from Darfur died while attempting to cross the channel. And again, that's another example of the situation happening in Darfur and the ongoing conflict and people trying to escape from the conflict and just to reach safety and not being able to make it in the process. And that's another factor that you also need to keep in mind, is as we conduct those studies, our analysis is actually skewed towards people who've actually been successful. There are so many others, thousands of others, that have not been successful, right? Have not been able to make it across the Mediterranean. Their stories are unknown as well. The other key insight I also want to put forward is that, which I talked about before, is that choices change across the migratory journey. They're not the same. And chance encounters and opportunities are really crucial in determining those destinations. So there's a study that was done in 2015 that looks at migration trajectories at the intersection between personal characteristics and the social environment. And mind you, those diagrams are actually quite oversimplified, because if you look at the personal characteristics, people are either hustlers or pawns, for example. But they're not, some people are neither. They can be a mix in between, yeah? And sometimes you can start off as a hustler and then you become a pawn, or you start off as a pawn and you become a hustler during the journey. The social environment is also quite complex, so it's not just a matter of a sending context and a receiving context. There's so many contexts in between that as an asylum seeker you have to go through, and that, again, determines where you end up. Another key point is about the role played by imagination over here, right? There is the imagined destination. And that imagined destination may or may not correlate with reality. And this is a really important point, is that the calculus of an asylum seeker is quite different from the calculus that policymakers have in mind when they legislate or put forward laws and so on to deter asylum seekers. The actual calculus for an asylum seeker is very much driven by what's called perception bias. So they may perceive, they may think, and on the other end, I'll have a much better life, right? My children are going to be safe. I'm going to enjoy more rights, yeah? And this may or may not be true, okay? And that process plays a very important part of the decision-making process. It might actually make them overestimate in certain contexts their own capabilities, right? Because you're so hopeful for change. You're so driven by that imagined destination. You think, well, if I make it, my life is going to be so much better, then maybe I should give it a chance. Even if that means it's 20% chance of success. For them, 20% is big. It's significant, right? And that's where that process of cognitive migration comes into play. You migrate mentally first before you migrate physically. And you imagine what that means. Now, with cognitive migration, there's also the networks that you have, and so the role of social media and who you talk to kind of paints a very particular picture of what that destination looks like. Am I going over time?
Okay, another 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll be really quick then. Now, the role of smugglers is really important, and all I can say really quickly here is that, again, you need to have there's a need for a more nuanced understanding of who those smugglers are, because there's so many different profiles. The idea of a smuggler is, that criminal sitting somewhere in a country, kind of plotting over how to move people across the Mediterranean, is not really the norm when we look at the literature on smuggling or when we interview people who've engaged with those groups. And there is the idea of the honest smuggler, right? That actually, some of them have really good profiles in the countries where they operate. They're considered good people who are trying to help others have a better life or escape persecution, escape a difficult situation. So again, that kind of plays a role as well in terms of trying to understand what kind of policies would work in that context. I talked about social networks. Again, there's no evidence. There is no evidence that restrictive asylum policies have an impact on the number of asylum seekers coming to the UK. There's no evidence. There is evidence from Australian context, maybe, that it would work there. But again, you cannot, with policies, it's not a matter of, you can't copy policies from other countries and paste them over here because the geographic context, everything is just so different. But within the context of the key, there is no evidence. What has happened is actually a rerouting of asylum seekers. Asylum seekers come to countries where they feel they are going to enjoy rights that they are not able to find within their countries. And this has been one of the factors that come up a lot in the literature. Now, in terms of solutions, I think the only thing I can say is that what our research points towards is the need to depart from much more linear thinking, where you think, if I do X, Y. If I do this, then they're going to do that. If I put in more restrictions, then people are going to stop crossing the Mediterranean and crossing the Channel, and smugglers we're going to break their business model. There's a need for a much more nuanced thinking that takes into account a lot of those complexity factors that I've put forward. And thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Shireen. Well, we're going to hear from Colin as to whether the government has come up with that nuanced response to the asylum-seeking and refugee problem that Shireen says is necessary. And I'm sure we'll get into your solutions in a bit. So without further ado, Colin Yoke.
Thank you very much. So I put this presentation together on Monday, I think, and then the new asylum bill arrived on Tuesday, late in the afternoon, and I thought, well, I hate to waste a good slide, so I think I will actually take you through some of these slides, but I think the focus now is going to be really about the bill and some of the context here that we'll just quickly go through. So some questions that I was setting out on Monday, partly on the basis of all the sort of prior press briefing before the bill actually arrived. Small boats has been the focus of a lot of the public media sort of policy discourse. And of course, there are people who are claiming asylum who arrive by other means as well. So what proportion of asylum seekers are actually arriving by small boat? How far have small boats contributed to the asylum backlog? Shireen's already talked a little bit about that. She's got a better version of one of my slides, actually, so I can skip over that one fairly briefly. How many of the people who are arriving are actually refugees? Now, that matters to some people. It doesn't matter so much to other people, but I think it's certainly interesting anyway. What is our current detention capacity? Because the government was briefing about this plan to detain everybody when they arrive, which is partly reflected in the bill, as we'll talk about in a minute. And then also, and I think this is relevant to the discussion, how good is the Home Office at removing failed asylum seekers? So just quickly looking at arrivals, you can see we've kind of been here before. That spike in 2002, this is the number of people, including dependents. So you see different versions of this chart. Sometimes it's the number of applications, sometimes it's the number of actual people, because there can be several people on each application. So yeah, I was around in 2002, I'm sorry to say, and I can remember that it's not that back then everything was really calm and everybody was really relaxed about asylum. There were all sorts of media stories about asylum seekers eating swans and donkeys and all sorts of really weird stuff, frankly. And the press went berserk, essentially. But as you can see, there was a policy response which led to numbers falling sharply. Numbers stayed then relatively low compared to at least to then and to today for quite a long period. And then small boat crossings started to creep up just before the pandemic from a base of 0. No, they just didn't happen in the past. Started in very small numbers in 2018, and they've increased considerably since. And initially, people were able to say, well, look, it's a change of route. The actual numbers overall of people coming to claim asylum in the UK haven't gone up. What's happened is people are shifting route from arriving in lorries to arriving in small boats instead. But I don't think that's something that realistically you can say today if you look at those numbers. You know, the absolute numbers of people claiming asylum has sharply increased over the last year or so, and it's due to this new route of arriving in a small boat. So what proportion do arrive in small boats? It's about 15%, basically. apologise to the data viz people. I don't know if anybody here has ever upset data viz Twitter, but it's brutal out there, brutal. You're not supposed to use pie charts, and even less these, whatever they're called, that look like pie charts but we've got a hole in the middle, donut charts, that's what they're called. But I think it's quite pretty, so I like using it. But small boats, 15% of overall arrivals, and you can see that I've kind of cheated here a bit because I've included other irregular arrivals, so for example in the back of lorries as well. I've also included the Hong Kong scheme. Now, they would not, I think, characterise themselves as refugees. They wouldn't like to be labelled as refugees, but it's a protection-like scheme, and people are moving here, perhaps for multiple reasons, but the reason that that scheme was set up was to allow people to relocate because of political repression. There's also the Ukraine scheme, which has been massive. Now, I should have checked this morning, but I haven't. I can't remember what the numbers are today, but we're talking about 120, 130,000 Ukrainians have arrived since the scheme opened in February. So it's been a huge number of people coming in on an uncapped visa scheme. So there's a sort of simple visa application process now. You'll remember the Home Office really struggled to implement this at the outset, but it's become quite a big success. There's no cap on that route, and therefore you do not see Ukrainians arriving in small boats because they do not need to. They can stay in other European countries or they can apply for a visa to come to the UK. And then there's a really small section there for resettlement, which is the other resettlement scheme. So resettlement from Afghanistan, from Syria, from UNHCR camps and so on. But I say Afghanistan, it's sort of held out as being an example of the safe and legal routes that people can use to arrive in the UK to claim asylum. Actually, 22 Afghans arrived in the whole of last year under that resettlement route. So it's a tiny number were able to make use of it. It's true that a very substantial number arrived, 22,000, I think it was, immediately during and after the evacuation. But after that, the route essentially closed. And what we've also seen is a sharp increase in the number of Afghans who've been arriving by small boat. So there's certainly a correlation there anyway, or a link anyway. So that's some of the context, and this is the less good version of Shireen's chart. You can see that essentially trying to make the point here that it's not the arrivals that has caused the backlog to soar. It's really a slowdown in the number of decisions being made. Are the people who are arriving refugees? Overwhelmingly, yes, they are. Now, this chart doesn't tell you the whole picture. It tells you that 76% of decisions made by the Home Office, which admittedly wasn't as many as we'd like because the backlog's been going up, there's not enough decisions being made, but 76% of them were a grant of asylum of some sort. And then, of the people who appeal, half of them get asylum as well. So it's not even 76%, it's higher than that. Not everybody appeals, so you can't quite say that it's an extra sort of 50% of what's left. But overwhelmingly, the people who are arriving are refugees, and you can see that with the percentage of grants for some of the main countries who are coming in. So 91% of Afghans, 97% of Eritreans, and so on. So if you come from one of those countries, essentially you're a refugee. And you can see the composition of the backlog here as well. A lot of those countries, I'm not going to flip between the two too much, but a lot of those countries features here, and a substantial number of those people waiting in the backlog will eventually be recognised as refugees. And why the government can't just get on with it so that people can get their status and move on with their lives is a bit of a mystery. So with that in mind, does the illegal migration bill, as it's called, I keep on wanting to call it the illegal immigration bill, and I think a lot of us are making that mistake. It's the illegal migration bill. Is it likely to do anything to tackle the backlog, to reduce the numbers, and so on? And I think that the short answer is probably not, basically. So the idea is that it will prevent and deter illegal migration. And the problem that the government has got is that a bill, even if it's on goat hide, does not stop anybody from coming to the UK. You can't stretch it really thinly across the channel to prevent people from entering. It doesn't prevent anything from happening by itself. It's just a piece of paper. It could conceivably deter people from coming, but it depends on the decision-making of tens of thousands of individuals whose lives are a mystery even to dedicated researchers, people like me who've worked with refugees for a long time, never mind to the kind of people who are coming up with these plans in dark rooms in Westminster or whatever. So is it going to achieve that kind of object of deterrence? I don't know, but I suspect not, because the two ways that it hopes to deter people is essentially by refusing them access to the asylum system. Now, I don't think that fully encapsulates quite how drastic this bill is. Essentially, it scraps the UK's asylum system. There'll be no more asylum decisions at all being made, apart from for perhaps a tiny number of refugees who manage to enter lawfully and then apply for asylum once they're here without deceiving the authorities. That does happen occasionally, but it's very, very few people. So generally speaking, essentially this is closing down the UK asylum system. And the idea is that that will then prevent people from getting any kind of status. So they will, the bill literally prohibits the government from granting status of any kind or citizenship to their children, even, remarkably, in future. So it legally prevents that from happening. And the idea is that you will never get a decision on your asylum claim because it will never be considered, and also you'll be banned from getting status either if you stay in the country or if you leave and come back or anything like that. You can never get lawful status in the UK. And also it imposes a duty on the Secretary of State to remove you. Now, imposing a duty on somebody to do something is one thing. Them actually doing it is potentially quite different. And the problem that the government has is that you cannot remove people back to their home country if they're a genuine refugee. And you can't start sending Afghans back to Afghanistan. You can't start sending Eritreans back to Eritrea. And as cynical as I am about some things that this government does, I don't think the government is going to try and start doing that. And in fact, I know that they're not going to try and start doing that because they say they won't in this bill. This bill actually prevents them from removing you back to your home country. It says you cannot be removed back to your home country if you come from almost any country in the world that's not Europe, basically, or Albania. Which is remarkable. So it says that you can't be removed back to your home country, but you can be removed to a safe third country. It's just that there is no safe third country to remove people to. Now, obviously, there's all the attention that we've seen attached to the Rwanda scheme, and the government seems to hope that at some point in future, it will be able to send people to Rwanda. Suella Braverman has talked about her dreams of flights for Rwanda taking off and so on. But according to some briefing the Times had a couple of days ago, the earliest the government hopes that's going to happen is December 2023, perhaps March 2024, assuming that they win the legal challenge. So I'm going to sort of assume for a moment that they do win the legal challenge and the government is going to be able to remove people to Rwanda. If this sort of twin track approach of saying, we're going to remove you, perhaps, and you'll never get status here, if that deters people from coming, then there's no problem for the government because there won't be any people to remove. If it doesn't deter people from coming, if people continue to arrive in the sorts of numbers that we've seen previously, 89,000 applications over the last year, then the government is going to have literally tens of thousands of people, most of whom are refugees, to remove to safe third countries like Rwanda, or if they reach a deal with some other country, to those other countries as well. I don't know if you can imagine how hard that will be for the government to do, how brutal it will be, how violent it will be. I think, if we're talking about enforced removals, I think it's a mistake not to realise that that is coercion and that it's going to be violent, that people will struggle against it, and that people struggle against it even if they're being removed back to their home country, a country that they know very well, even after they've had their asylum claim decided and refused. The idea that people who are going to be removed to a completely different country on a different continent, people coming from Afghanistan being removed to Rwanda and so on, the idea that they will go quietly, peacefully, is just not true. There will be resistance to removal. So tens of thousands of people will have to be removed according to this duty that the Secretary of State will have imposed on herself. And then also anybody who arrives after these flights start to take off. So you've got to get through the backlog, and you've also got to get through all of the new arrivals until your policy of deterrence starts to work, if it ever works. So it's a huge logistical challenge, shall we say. I'm ignoring the morality of this. It's a huge logistical challenge that the government is setting itself. And it just doesn't really look very credible when it comes down to it. So I could go through some of these sort of intricacies of the bill. I don't think it'd be a particularly useful thing to do. There is a kind of very narrow form of legal challenge to removal to one of these safe countries if you say that your human rights will be breached by being sent there. Very difficult to run those kinds of challenges. Your grounds for challenging it will be quite weak in most cases. But that's the kind of broad thrust of the bill. It's that kind of duty to remove plus remove you to a safe third country. So let me just carry on with the rest of the presentation that I abandoned quickly. So,
quickly, Colin,
yeah, very, very quickly. So we're talking about the number of people who you have to detain, 89,000 people a year. Detention capacity at the moment, it's about 600 asylum seekers in detention at any given moment. So you're going to have to build an extensive network of detention camps. This is the story of enforced returns. It's the dark blue. It has started to go up very slightly, but less than 500 failed asylum seekers were removed back to their home country in the last year. So enforced removals are not at high levels. The Home Office really struggles to conduct these enforced removals, and you can see even voluntary returns are very low as well. This is a slightly different story. I don't want to really talk about this. This is Dublin. I was going to talk about this on my original plan. You can see enforced removals transfers out from the UK on that red line, falling over time. This is the other third country, safe third country agreement that the UK used to have, but left behind with Brexit. And the Home Office line has always been, well, it never worked. Look at that chart falling down, and look at the green line going up. Actually, more people were arriving under Dublin than were being removed. But if you look at other countries, you can see the UK is that blue line at the bottom. That's the transfers out from the UK. But you've got other countries, and I've picked a fairly random selection there of countries that aren't actually members of the EU and are in kind of northern Western Europe. They were actually removing far more numbers than the UK was. So it's not that Dublin doesn't work, it's that the Home Office doesn't work, perhaps. So policy responses so far, we've got the bill now as well to add to this not terribly inspiring list. But there are other possibilities. None of them are easy solutions, I think. None of them would stop the boats as such, but they would at least be more plausible policy responses and slightly more likely to achieve something than simply building up a massive backlog of tens of thousands of people who you've actually literally legally legislated to prevent yourself from ever granting status. Okay.
Thank you very much, Colin. So we've got, unsurprisingly, lots of questions. Do remember to upvote questions if you like that. I want to start off, though, with a question to Shireen. Shireen, you said that basically people wanted to go somewhere where they had a viable future, and Suella Braverman is trying to say you don't have a viable future in the UK if you get on a boat. Will that message get through? Do you think people will believe that message, given they've all just watched Colin's presentation online? What do you think? I
think there are two things to consider here. The first one is how information is getting communicated to the asylum seekers themselves, right? So the statement was put out by the government that there will be that illegal migration bill. And basically, if you come to the United Kingdom, you've got no future. But that's not necessarily what the smugglers are going to be telling them. That's not necessarily what social media is going to be saying. And I think that taking into account that information flow is really, really important. The other thing is also the fact that the bill is not really very new, in the sense that they won't be able, if you're Syrian, if you're Afghan, if you're Eritrean, the government it's highly unlikely is going to be sending them back to those countries. And so I don't understand why asylum seekers, if I was an asylum seeker and escaping persecution, why I wouldn't still want to take on the journey and come to the United Kingdom. And if anything, because it's now a bill, there'll be a lot more people kind of planning to come over a lot more quickly before this becomes law. So that's
the government's made it retrospective, hasn't it? To the 7th
it's made it
March,
yeah.
It's anybody who arrives after the 7th of March, basically, I think.
So, Colin, just a very quick question from me before I get to these. It's fine for Suella Braverman to put a duty on herself to do all this, but you've just set out some quite good reasons why she might not succeed. So what happens? Does she write a giant cheque? Does she end up in prison? I mean, this is one of the problems when Secretary of State put duties on themselves. What happens if she fails in her duty, as you've legally advised her she's quite likely to do?
I mean, duties just, this is a lawyer speaking, duties
Yeah.
don't bite unless they're enforceable in some way, would be my sort of lawyer's answer. And there's no way of enforcing this against her. Nobody's going to be able to take her to court. I guess there's the politics of it, there's the court of public opinion and so on, and sort of failing to fulfill a duty that you voluntarily imposed on yourself, I would have thought wasn't a great look for a politician. But.
Okay, right, that's my question now. Anonymous has asked a question about Albanians, who are sort of a bit of an exception. You had those figures about those very high rates of granting. You had 22,000, I think, was your figure of Albanians in the numbers of arrivals. Different decision-making process. So, you know, will this scheme work for Albania? That's on the removal list, unlike all the other countries. You know, is this at least going to deter Albanian migration?
Well, one of the strange things about this is that the government has already really tested to destruction putting everybody's asylum claims on ice. You know, look at that backlog. People aren't getting decisions. They're having to wait years already before they get refugee status that they will eventually get. So the idea that sort of postponing it indefinitely, even longer, will influence decision-making seems a bit unrealistic. But the Albanians, they've been added to basically a list of EU and EEA countries, and they can be removed directly back to their home country. And how that works, but they're also denied access to the asylum system. So as a sort of asylum lawyer, I'm thinking, well, you can't start sending. Some Albanians do get asylum. Numbers have been higher in the past than they're likely to be in the future anyway. But how are they asylum claims going to be assessed if they're not actually allowed into the asylum system? And there are kind of legal challenges they can bring. And there's going to be this very awkward sort of trying to bring asylum cases by proxy through this weird foreshortened legal challenge, and it's going to be a big mess. But apparently Albanians have stopped coming already anyway. The numbers are right down into single figures. There was a sort of big surge last year, and it's kind of finished as far as we can see.
Shireen, have you looked at decision-making by Albanians? I mean, should we be regarding them? We've got a question here that how effective is the UK at distinguishing between asylum seekers and economic migrants? And with your decision-making process allows you to partition people into those two groups?
So this is an ongoing collaboration, like the research we're doing is an ongoing collaboration between us and the University of Westminster and Northeastern University. And some of the experts we have on board have a strong focus on behavioural methods and behavioural insight methodologies in order to understand how different people react in different ways. In the research that we've conducted thus far, Albanians were very much in the same decision-making process of other people, very much also driven by the access to information that they have or lack thereof and so on. But the fact that the numbers have already decreased shows that the policies are working for the Albanian population, but not necessarily, I don't think necessarily so for other populations coming across the channel. The last thing to say over here is that the distinction between an economic migrant and an asylum seeker is also quite difficult to make. It's quite fluid. You can be an asylum seeker and have economic aspirations. You're a human being. You need to put food on the table, provide for your family. So there's nothing wrong with that. But the other way around is that if you're purely an economic migrant, those are the people that would then have to be, returned back to their countries.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question from Slido, and then I'm going to take a few questions in a batch from the room. Madeleine Sumption, who's she, has asked a question for both of you. What's the best policy design for a safe and legal route in practice? We have an allied question. If we opened a processing office in Calais, would that stop small boats? Colin, if the Home Office calls you in and says, design a safe and legal route, what would you be advising?
It's a really, really hard question. It's such an important one, but I don't have an answer to it, that is the truth. And a lot of advocates have been talking about safe and legal routes and a humanitarian visa, and I tend to keep a little bit quiet about it. But it's like, well, how would that work? How would that work in practice? Because if you have an office in Calais, for example, it will probably attract people to Calais. It will probably attract people into France across Schengen borders, and then if it's capped, what will happen to the people who don't get the visas? Won't you have just attracted loads of people who will then try and get into small boats anyway? What will be your criteria? There are a lot of refugees in the world, as Suella Braverman was rather controversially saying in her statement introducing the things. You know, UNHCR says there's 100 million of them. You know, how will you distinguish between them? If you've got a capped visa route and only a relatively small number of them, maybe 20,000, 50,000 or whatever, how are you going to pick them? And in the past, the government has dodged this question quite cleverly, I think, and usefully by saying, well, we're not going to make the decisions, we'll get UNHCR to do it. And UNHCR pick the most vulnerable refugees on criteria that are not clear, frankly, and then they get resettled to the UK. So I think it's a really difficult question I don't have a good answer to.
Shireen, do you have a view? Would officers in Calais act as a magnet, or would they act as a deterrent to small boats?
I think the assumption that it would act as a magnet is based on the idea that 100 million refugees around the world want to come to the United Kingdom, which, again, I go back to my presentation, is not the case. The majority of them would actually want to go to countries that are close to home, to close to their origin, countries of origin, and that are culturally similar to them. And that's why most of the migration is happening within the African continent. So I think it's based on a slightly flawed assumption there.
Okay, we're going to take questions from the room. We've got 1, 2, and then there. I don't know whether you've got a mic. So wait for the mic to come. And Ollie is coming with the mic. Yes, so we're going to take these in a batch. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Katja Schwieder. I'm from Free University of Amsterdam. I have a question that connects possibly the previous panel and this panel, so a kind of overarching impression that I'm getting both from the post-Brexit regulation of labor migration and of asylum. I was struck by the tight visa regime that we are replacing the free movement workers with workers who are possibly also EU workers, but they are on tight visa regime now, so they're dependent on the employers. So even though the conversation started being about whether it's more or less labor migrants, I think at the end we arrived at the conclusion that it's what kind of labor migrants. Are they protected labor migrants of free movement kind, or are they exploitable labor migrants of the kind that are on a tight visa regime? And a similar seems to be happening with asylum seekers. Asylum seekers can have rights if they have a status. And this bill is possibly about limiting asylum seekers, but I'm wondering maybe it's not about limiting the numbers, but making them more vulnerable and more exploitable, because they will arrive anyways. They will just be in the streets and will not have a status. And my question is, do you think that could be the motivation? That could be the sort of the colonial imperial fantasy of Brexit that's coming to life by creating, not limiting migration, but creating a different type of migrant, an exploitable migrant, a migrant
okay, thank
that
you.
is...
So, thanks. Could people ask questions, not make statements? Yes.
Yeah, 2 bullet points. One is if you come from a country, I mean, the Rwanda policy is nonsense, but if you come from a country like Albania, but there are other countries as well, and you are not coming from a civil war or persecution, you shouldn't, if you're not given rights of residency, you should also not be given legal rights to challenge it. You should immediately be deported to your own country. That's the first question. The second question is, have the panel realised that, in fact, there is a shunting process going on? The Italians, particularly their recent government, do not want the migrants, so they come across the Mediterranean. Italians boot them out in trains through Ventimiglia. The French get them. Macron doesn't want them. He says, oh, this is revenge for le Brexit, and they just shunt them across the channel.
Thanks very much. And we've got, I'm going to take one more question at the front here. Yeah, have we got a microphone? Anthony, quickly.
Thank you. Peter Cook. Statement, the asylum produced...
Just questions.
No, to Colin's point, the policy came from an asylum, but not the sort you're mentioning here. The question is about mainstream media. I live in Brexit Central. They tell me all the time that migrants come here to get a leg operation and free social security. This all comes from breakfast when people read the mainstream media, particularly some of it. How do we counter it?
Okay, right. Okay, we've got sort of questions, I think, here over the links to Brexit. You know, is this playing out from Brexit? What are the links there? A question, I think, about actually this sort of pass the parcel round Europe and, you know, and maybe a bit of the implications of us leaving the EU. Has that made this problem worse? And then how do we want to counter some of these? Is the government just playing to a, if you like, populist media narrative? Shireen.
Okay, so let me answer the first question on labour migrants, labour integration, of migrants and asylum seekers. What's going to happen? I think that is the crucial problem, is that for economic growth to happen in this country, there is a need for more migration. And we see businesses asking for more migrants to come and work. There's a need for that. I think what the government hasn't decided yet, and what has not been shared with the public, is what level of migration is suitable for this country? How much migration makes sense, right? And I don't think anybody has put forward like a clear argument or a clear understanding of what is enough, what makes sense for us. There is, of course, the risk, yes, if asylum seekers come here and they end up not being granted asylum, that they would end up in the black market, right? And that is another thing that was brought up in research, that the UK does have a significantly larger black market, maybe larger than the one in France and Germany and so on, and it just absorbs people who don't have status. So what is the way forward?
What about people who do get legitimate asylum? What do they do? I mean, are they, if we grant asylum to quite a lot of people, do they actually move into sectors where we are experiencing labour shortages? I mean, you know, we hear always about Syrian doctors waiting for an asylum decision who can't work, yet the NHS is crying out for doctors and things like that.
I mean, right now, we are in the process of looking at refugee entrepreneurship a lot more closely and levelling up, and tying it to the levelling up agenda. That's part of one research agenda we're working on with the University of Westminster and Northeastern University. There is a lot of evidence that refugees are good business creators. They're closer to the communities where they end up, you know, where they live. They bring in a lot of social and economic value to their communities. There is an emerging body of evidence on that. Now, whether or not they actually fit into the sectors that we need, that's where the government comes in terms of regulating that space and opening up opportunities for them to become part of the labour market that we need. So, yes.
What about, Colin, what about this point about, you know, is this just a sort of unedifying game of pass the refugee in Europe, the Italians saying no and people moving on to France, and then they sort of rock up in Calais and the French don't want to, you know, why we get a returns policy and things like that.
If you'll let me, I'll just come back to that in a second. But I don't think there's a kind of plot to create a vulnerable population, and that's not some sort of post-colonial fantasy. It's not deliberate policy on the part of the government as such, but it's likely to happen. And the bill, one of my criticisms of the bill would be that it's very likely to create quite a substantial population, tens of thousands of people who have no incentive to stay in touch with the Home Office because they're never going to have a decision on their asylum claim. They're entitled to state support in the meantime because that's what the bill says, but they're not allowed to work and so on. And essentially, you know, probably a lot of them will just disappear because they've got no reason not to at this point in time. In terms of asylum shunting and so on, and the whole reason for the Common European Asylum System and the Dublin Convention was to prevent what's sometimes called asylum shopping, which is where asylum seekers deliberately, supposedly choose the best conditions, although there's never really been any evidence to suggest that they actually do that, or to prevent state shunting, because it's a set of minimum standards that all states in Europe sort of signed up to. So there is a system to prevent that from happening. We signed up to it, we kind of helped to create it, and then we decided to waltz away from it with the type of Brexit that we chose. So that's kind of, we're out of that system now. In terms of countering mainstream media stuff, I've absolutely no idea. I'm a lawyer.
I'm going to ask you a final question. I think it's probably more for Colin or whatever, which links a bit to the mainstream media point, is quite a lot of the mainstream media and ministers demonise the European Convention on Human Rights, the European Court on Human Rights. Question from Andrew Kay. How likely is the ECHR to play an increasing role in the asylum system, given the current bill, and what might that imply for pressure to leave it? Colin, do you have a view on what this does to the UK's relationship with the ECHR?
Yeah, I don't think the bill very obviously directly conflicts with it. unlike some of the sort of briefings that the press have had from some media, some SPADs and so on, special advisors, I think the European Convention on Human Rights, I've been struggling for a while to think about how to put this, so I'm not going to be able to come up with a really good way of doing it right now on the hoof. But it's kind of, it's common sense, a lot of the obligations in the European Convention on Human Rights, and it's quite a convenient obstacle that prevents politicians from doing really stupid stuff, essentially. And it's actually very useful to them because they can blame it for why they're not doing stupid stuff that's really authoritarian. So sending people back to, sending Afghans back to Afghanistan, of course there are some people who think we should do that and let them die, and that's fine, it's nothing to do with us. But the Refugee Convention prevents that, the ECHR prevents that. Ministers sort of talk about, oh well, we want to do that, we want to pull out of the conventions and so on, but they don't do it because actually they don't really want to send Afghans back to Afghanistan to die. And if you're doing something that is obviously in breach of the ECHR, probably you shouldn't be doing it. Not because it's unlawful, but because it's just not a very good idea. It's kind of set of minimum standards, and it's really common sense, a lot of it.
Okay. I'm going to have to wind it up there, I think, because we've got to make up some time. We've gone slightly over our initial timetable, if not over our initial length of time. But before we do that, thank you all very much for your questions, either in the room or online. And can I thank our very flexible panel? And now we're going to move over to a session where we're going to find out where public opinion currently is, which may be a better place to discuss your question about the mainstream media. So thank you very much.
It's me again, and for the next session, we're going to be talking, following on, I think, very nicely from that discussion of the likely impacts, effects, and effects of the government's new policy on irregular migration. We're now going to talk about the interaction between immigration and public opinion, which is discussed extensively in our report with a chapter or a section written by Sophie in collaboration with Rob Ford of the University of Manchester. And to take us on a bit further on that, we have first up will be James Kanagosorian from Focal Data, and also affiliated with us at UK and a Changing Europe. And we also have then Heather Rolfe from British Future. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to James.
Thanks, Jonathan, and very glad to be speaking here today, despite the slight half-emptying of the room just before we sat down. So this presentation will be about 15 slides or so, and we'll cover probably a lot of topics that Heather will cover as well. But broadly, want to take a look at 4 things today. So the first is current polling in terms of salience of immigration, which underneath that is a whole host of other subtopics. The second will be immigration in the wider values space. I think so we're kind of taking a little bit of a step back from the minutiae of policy and onto just generally where does immigration sit within a wider framework and political framework. The third thing is the demographics of pro and anti-immigration sentiment. I think it's worth revisiting that and who supports it, who doesn't, how does that differ by subtopic. And then the fourth, I think, is probably the most interesting, is the geography of pro and anti-immigration sentiment, which I think will produce some familiar themes for those of you who've been talking about Brexit. So moving on, this to me is one of the most interesting charts in British politics, which is about the salience of immigration as a top 3 issue. So YouGov have been tracking that on a weekly basis since 2011. And I think what's really interesting is that obviously you can select 3 topics, and it's interesting that between 45 and around 60% of people consistently between 2011 and 2016 chose immigration as a top concern. As a top number 1 concern, that did spike leading up to the referendum, but as a more top 3 rounded kind of concern set, it was fairly high for 5 years or so before the referendum vote. pretty much straight after the referendum vote, we saw a fairly extraordinary deflation of immigration as a salient political topic, and that continued all the way to 2020. Basically moving from around the third most important issue to around the 15th most important issue amongst the UK public, which again was a response to the vote and the belief from some people that a vote to leave would in some ways ameliorate concerns that they had about levels of migration. What's interesting is that since then, it has begun to rise in salience, but nowhere near to the levels that it once was. Now, bear with me, this is quite a dry slide. I'll give you a warning for each dry slide we have. What we did here is ask people about four very different things, four very different perspectives in terms of the topic of immigration, and ask them how they felt about it. So the first question was whether, it's quite a bleak question, but whether people had any sympathy for migrants who are crossing the English Channel by boat. And what was pretty astonishing is that there was broadly, I think around 52% of people had sympathy. I think around 45% of people didn't. But what was really interesting is the degree of age differential on that. So we saw almost every group over 55 in every part of the country, and probably in almost every constituency in the UK, would not have any sympathy, and the reverse was true for younger people. But here's what's interesting. As you move to more esoteric or slightly difficult and less emotive topics, that wide differentiation begins to shrink. So, for example, if you ask the question, has our levels of immigration over the last decade undermined or enriched British society, that produces the scary numbers of 52-48 or 53-47, but actually the other way, towards enriching British society versus undermining it. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the political geography of those numbers later on. When we get to numbers, and I know I'm almost certain that Heather will cover numbers as well in her presentation, public opinion is further to the right. Almost all groups believe there should be a net reduction, there should be a reduction in numbers in terms of immigration, and the polling has been very consistent across the last 5 to 10 years on that. But when the framing is economic, and the question is, do we need immigrants to help with our economic recovery, filling certain job vacancies, you can see, again, the pendulum swings much further towards the progressive end of the spectrum. So I think, the main summary here is, do we really live in a world which is split 50-50? The answer is no. The British public is remarkably flexible by subtopic. The people who might take a particular liberal view when it comes to economics may take a very authoritarian or less liberal view when it comes to culture. It's very, very hard to pinpoint people, except for probably 25% of people on either end of the spectrum who will basically straight ticket their answers, kind of independent of the context. This is a summary, really, of that. And you can see here the very kind of wild oscillation in terms of depending on the exact framing. You can see there in a rather dry note the exact questions that we used, which I'm sure we can cover later. Just moving on into the drivers of anti-immigration sentiment. Who are the people that are structurally, I talked a little bit about this kind of 20% on each side. Who are the people who are always, irrespective of circumstances, anti-immigration sentiment? And the markers are fairly political, so people who are currently going to vote for the Reform Party, that should be no surprise. People who voted Leave in 2016, people that defected away from another party to the Conservatives in 2019, people without a university education, and what we don't have here is density markers, but generally people who live on kind of ex-suburban areas and rural areas. And again, age crops up, although it's not as salient as political markers. The opposite is also true for people who are drivers of pro-migration sentiment. So again, you'll see that the same kind of things pop up. People who are more likely to be Green supporters, people who are students, people who vote for the SNP or the Liberals or the Green Party, people who may have voted Remain. And here, do you have a university degree? I mean, if Rob was here, a lot of what he would talk about is the effects of education. His big thesis is that the expansion of higher education has led to this kind of self-sorting. And again, that definitely crops up from the numbers that are there. I'll spend a little bit of time on this. So this is a matrix which kind of outlines on the horizontal axis the the Conservative lead amongst the British public on a particular issue versus the Labour Party. So again, we've had to isolate all the other parties. On the vertical axis is issue importance. I'll return to issue importance because it's very important to note. I can see that this is of interest because all the cameras are up. Issue importance can either be self-expressed or it can be inferred. If it's self-expressed, that's a respondent saying, I think this issue is important. If it's inferred, that's someone working out statistically whether that particular issue is very relevant to their vote choice. In this instance, it's an explicit measure of importance. A couple of things notable here. First of all, the Labour lead versus Conservative. On almost every issue, polling currently stands. That shouldn't be a surprise. They lead the Conservatives by 20 to 25 points in the polls. But really, really structurally, the more salient the issue, the bigger the lead, which I think underpins why their poll lead is quite large at the minute. But look at the exception, stopping any more immigration. You can see there, and again, this was done in November, but you can see here the political logic behind taking a stronger stance, particularly on the issue of small boats. And in case we wanted to look into the numbers, is immigration too high or not? This was a 10,000 person poll that we conducted where we asked people to agree with that sentiment. Was it too high or not? And it's worth, again, remembering that every group by age believes that it is too high on a net basis. But you can see here a massive age differential. Look at the difference between 18 to 24-year-olds and 65 plus is there. And again, you'll see an interesting slight gender effect as well between males and females, a persistent theme in politics in the UK. We'll see how long that lasts for. So just speeding through, again, this analysis by kind of A, B, C1, C2, D, E, what we call kind of segments. There's not much difference, but as soon as you get into education, look at the massive differences. So again, this is a country that continues to be divided by education, and that's a theme I'll pick up later. So, geographic variation is my favourite topic. If you ask the question, has immigration over the last 10, 15, 20 years, it doesn't really matter, has it enriched us or has it undermined British society? Polls will kind of ping around 52-48 for either proposition. And that's extremely interesting. But the more interesting fact is that on a geographic basis, that's very unevenly distributed. So, for example, in this particular study, which I helped design, actually, I think barely a majority and a plurality believed that it had kind of undermined British society, but barely. But as soon as you looked at it on a constituency basis, 75% of constituencies in the UK believe that it had undermined, and that's because of the uneven distribution. That's because fundamentally, people who are very structurally progressive tend to be concentrated in terms of where they live in exactly the same areas, which again was very, very visible in the referendum, which was that all the most Remain areas were far more Remain than all the most Leave areas. So the top Remain areas in the country in the referendum, particularly when you looked at it by ward, there were many areas that were in excess of 90%, particularly around in London and Cambridge. But in terms of Leave, there were very few areas that were above 80% in terms of Leave. So it had a much more even distribution throughout the country. This, again, this kind of geographic distributional pattern is shared on, in terms of this sentiment, which I think, again, poses a number of interesting questions. Here's a really interesting thing that I think is worth just reflecting on. There's been a couple of statements and discussions about Brexit. And what I find really interesting is that attitudes towards immigration today have a stronger relationship to the propensity to vote Leave in 2016 than people's beliefs about voting Leave today. In other words, the Leave coalition that exists today is much less related to Leave in 2016 than the cultural and policy divides that exist on immigration today, which is quite interesting. So in other words, Leave is no longer Leave, but in some ways, some of these other issues have displaced that, which again is very, very interesting, which I display here in some very unuser-friendly maps, which all look the same. But you can see that the patterns and the shape of everything look quite similar. It's actually made most clear by these two graphs. So the graph on the left is effectively the relationship between the vertical axis is the Leave vote of 2016. The horizontal axis is the belief that immigration is too high by constituency. You can see it's a very tight fit there for those of you that care. That's an R squared of about 80%, I think, 85. But if you map the Leave vote from 2016 to the Leave vote today, the R-squared actually collapses all the way to 65%. In other words, very, very different political proposition. Now that we've kind of discussed the geography of this, and I think after this presentation, Ollie and the other team will be putting up a diagram of the Inglehart-Welzel map, which I'll cover what that means. But broadly, what we've done here is look into kind of attitudes by amongst the British public in terms of where would they feel comfortable in terms of increasing or reducing immigration. So you can see here quite wild flexes by country. Again, the same familiar candidates: Australia, New Zealand, the Republic of Ireland, people are much more comfortable. Canada, other countries, particularly, for example, Pakistan and elsewhere, people are much more sceptical. But underneath the numbers, it's not just a straight line how English are these types of countries. We see people more comfortable in having more migrants from Hong Kong than France. And there's a lot going on underneath the numbers. It's not a straight line translation of how English are these countries or how familiar are we or what's the level of kinship. There's a lot going on in terms of people's attitudes by country and how selective they are and the belief the levels of how easily integration can happen. And I think the British public, just to kind of summarize, is just a bit more complex, a bit more multifaceted, a bit harder to guess on the issue of immigration than I think is sometimes warranted from newspapers from all sides. I think I've rattled through that quite quickly because I've got two other speakers. But in summary, and not that in summary, immigration is much less salient than in 2016. And it is also decoupled from actual immigration levels. That kind of happened in 2016. If you look at kind of graphs before 2016, belief that immigration was too high or too low basically moved in lockstep with actual numbers. That broke in 2016. Second thing is control and reduction of net numbers is still quite important to the public. But attitudinally, the UK has moved more into a more progressive space on almost every single metric over the past 10 years, whether that's the level, whether migrants contribute to the cultural enrichment of the country, and it's worth remembering that. But again, also worth flagging, as the UK has got more liberal on economic and social issues, that is moved in the opposite direction of where our politics have moved. Again, to add another layer of complication. I think that's it for me.
Thanks very much. Heather.
Thank you. Actually, not that much overlap. So I'm going to really be talking about, I'll move on. Are my slides here? Oh, sorry. I've gone forward too much. Yeah. So I'm going to be focusing on how public attitudes have changed, and in particular looking at economic migration, attitudes to skill and occupations. And then I'm going to spend a bit of time on why attitudes have changed. I'm also going to be looking at maps with some kind of experimental idea that I had around social contact. But what I'm not going to do, that James has done really well, is look at differences across groups. But I think it's safe to say that on all of the data that I'm presenting, younger people are more positive than older people about immigration, women slightly more than men, and then there's this political divide that James mentioned. So a lot of the data I'm going to be presenting is from the Immigration Tracker Survey, which British Future does with Ipsos, and it's been done in 14 waves since 2015. The last wave was last summer, and the next wave is going to be this summer. Also going to be talking about a couple of other surveys as well. So I think James has really just said this, that now we've had big change in attitudes since just before the referendum in attitudes on the impact of immigration. So more people who responded to the survey see immigration, the impact of immigration as positive rather than negative. So almost half of people now see immigration as having a positive impact. And that's a big change since 2015. And 29% see it as negative, which was more like 40-something% in 2015. So big changes there. And then support for reducing immigration numbers is now at its lowest level. So still, it's 42%. It's not that small, but 42% of people would like to see immigration reduced. 26% the same, and 24% increased. And so the proportion of people who want it reduced and the proportion of people who want it increased in that survey is the largest ever over time. So big changes in attitudes then. And James just mentioned this, that really over time, really since 1990 and on, was right up until the referendum, you had this is around salience. This isn't about attitudes as such, but when people were asked what are the most important issues facing the UK, up until the referendum, numbers of migrants increased alongside concerns. I'm not saying the two are necessarily related, but what we have since then, interestingly, is that numbers of migrants have gone up. This is something that Jonathan's commented on a lot. But salience has gone down, except, as James said, it has appeared more recently in the Ipsos issues index. And I'm guessing that's more about asylum seekers and small boats than it is about economic migration. So, concerns about COVID and the economy have really taken over on attitudes and on the issues index in particular. So we've asked a series of questions in the tracker. This is a different slide. And so I think the interesting thing is that people don't realise that this has happened. And certainly my Guardian reading friends, when I say to them that this is the case, that people are now more positive, they're stunned. This isn't something that they know about. But you can see from this data that most people think that their friends and family have kept sort of similar views, but they believe that most of the public has actually got more negative about immigration, which, as we've seen, is not the case. People are a bit more divided on the media, and it's there that you see more political divides in that Labour supporters feel that the media is more negative, and on politicians, again, Labour supporters feel that politicians or members of Parliament are more negative than positive. So, but what seems to have happened is that attitudes towards migration for work have had quite a big shift and have been very influential on attitude change. So we've included a series of questions about migration for work in the immigration tracker. We've asked this one in a couple of waves of the tracker. So we chose these conditions under which employers could recruit migrants because basically they're ones in which there's no clear provision, or there was no clear provision within the points-based system. And obviously there is a seasonal worker scheme, and now there's a hospitality scheme. But when we first asked this question, there wasn't a special scheme. Sorry, not for hospitality, for health and social care. So things have changed a little bit. We were quite surprised at the level of support for this kind of provision for employers to recruit from outside the UK. So for seasonal temporary work, it's 2/3. Key services, such as health and social care, 77%. And although I said there's differences by age, with older people generally being more negative, actually those two types of migration were more strongly supported by older people. Possibly they knew more about fruit picking, maybe they'd done it themselves. And maybe it's because they're more frequent users of health and social care. But anyway, there was no real age divide. In fact, it was more in the other direction. And then for lower skilled workers that are hard to recruit, harder to recruit by employers, the majority of people would support that. And as we heard earlier, a key part of the points-based system is to reduce, to make it more difficult for employers to recruit lower skilled workers by having a system that has a skills threshold. But that doesn't seem to be supported by the majority of people. And then there's this question for any job where there are shortages in the UK, and that also is very high. So, and then we did ask about specific occupations. So I think Madeleine mentioned this morning that when you ask about specific occupations, that's often more meaningful to people. But here you also have, the responses of people also suggest a kind of break with this idea that people really support high-skilled migration and don't support low-skilled migration. And I think that phrase was included in the white paper, from what I remember, that we're drawing up this new points-based system because the British public have given us a strong message that they don't want low-skilled migration. Not really the case when you ask people directly about particular sectors and occupations. And so we have here doctors and nurses. Predictably, the majority of people would like to have increases in those in immigration of those particular workers. But then we see fruit and vegetable pickers, quite high proportions there, care home workers, and even restaurant and catering staff, all of which are quite difficult to recruit via the points-based system. Construction labourers, it starts to, support starts to be a little lower, and sorry, any academics here, only 30%. And yes, so I was going to say, really, this is around social value, obviously with the exception of academics, and economic need. But what it's not really about, responses to this question and the earlier one, it's not really about high skill, low skill, that people have often said it was. So why have attitudes changed? Big question. Very difficult to answer because I think there's probably been a lot going on. We did include a question and we asked people, if you changed your mind about immigration, why is that? And we gave them these options. I have to say that the numbers here start to get small because the overall sample size was 3,206, and 22% of people said their attitudes had changed, even though clearly more than a higher percentage had actually changed their minds. But these are the people who said, yes, I've become more positive. The top reason you can see here is that they've become more aware about the role of migrants in key services such as health and social care during the pandemic. And then I think, so the majority of people who said they'd become more positive said that. And that's in a way not surprising because people were aware through TV, other media coverage, and also in their daily lives, through delivery workers, through when they went into hospital and so on. They were made very aware that quite a few of those workers who were supporting the pandemic effort were migrants. And then the second answer is somewhat related. So this is around discussions since the vote to leave have highlighted how much immigrants contribute to the UK. So that's partly a kind of pandemic question. It's around, we did have much more discussion about immigration during the referendum and since, and that gave people a chance to reflect. And then the third reason was around control. So the idea that the UK has now more control over migration since we left the EU and the end of free movement. And we do find in another question on the tracker, which I haven't presented here, is that when you ask people if they prefer a system that exercises control, even if that means numbers increase, or whether you prefer a system that restricts numbers, people go for control much more than numbers, by about 42 or 44% to 20%. So for some people, control is important here. And then some people believe that fewer migrants are coming to the UK. Wrong, obviously. Although in another question, people are generally aware that migration has increased in certain categories. And then there's the thing, I personally know more people. And that's very likely, and I'm going to say something about that in a minute. And then there's people are concerned about, they're less concerned about the arrival of asylum seekers, and I think that's probably changed now because this was a year ago, before the small boats issue became much more current. And then I hear fewer negative stories in the media. So anyway, that gives us an idea. So I mentioned the kind of social value, economic worth, and we included this question. This was actually done by Focal Data for us. And so we did a survey in 2012 when we were founded, and it included a lot of questions about migration, race, integration, people's attitudes to the UK and so on, life in the UK. And so this is one of the questions that we asked. And we said, which of these statements do you agree with? And so the first one was, immigration to Britain will make no difference to Britain's economic recovery. Immigration to Britain will damage economic recovery by taking away jobs from people living here. And then immigrant skills and labour are necessary to help Britain's economic recovery. In 2012, the majority of people felt that immigration would damage economic recovery by taking jobs away from British workers. Scroll on to 2022, exactly the reverse. So now the majority of people think that immigrant skills and labour are necessary to help Britain's economic recovery. So a big change there. So I'm just going to say a little bit. I don't know how much time I've got. This is not very, I'm just warning you, this is not terribly robust. But I've been quite struck by two things. First of all, people saying they know more migrants than in the past. And we also know through social contact theory that where people have positive contact or meaningful contact with people not like themselves, they become more positive. And we do know that migration since 2004 has become much more dispersed. So Eastern European migrants in particular went everywhere in the UK. There is no local authority in the UK that doesn't have an Eastern European living there. Even the Isles of Scilly has 30 Eastern Europeans living there. I don't know why they're there. And Anglesey as well has, so everywhere in the UK, they went everywhere. But also other new migrants are moving to atypical destinations. So at British Future, we've been doing research funded by the Department for Levelling Up about settlement and integration of people from Hong Kong. And they're moving to really different locations to previous migrants. They're moving to the suburbs, driven by interest in high-performing schools, in areas with low crime, areas that...
Probably needs more research, but there's definitely some inklings that might be playing here.
In the front here.
It's only to work for you. I'm quite loud. Probably fine. Heather Stewart from The Guardian. This is kind of a follow-on from your slides, really, James. I could see the electoral logic for the government to increase the salience of the boats issue and to try and show that they can fix it. How much of a risk is that? Are there voters that might be turned off? If we're all moving in a more liberal direction generally, is there a risk of turning off voters in, for example, Conservative, Lib Dem, marginals? Are there voters who will think, A, why are you banging on about this when it's not salient to me? And also, I don't like that language. That's not how I see the world.
I think as with any political decision, there's a risk. But in terms of the distribution of voters, I think that's quite small.
Because they're more diffuse.
Because they're more diffuse, and the Tory Liberal seats are not that Remain or that Liberal, and there's a strong variation within those seats. So in terms of raw political calculus, I think it's small, but I think the risks are what Sophie talked about, which is on delivery, yeah. But no, I think small.
And let's see. I think we can take one more question from the floor, and then we will. Oh, sorry, over there actually. I'll go over there.
Thank you. So my name's Kate Roberts, and I work for an organisation called Focus on Labour Exploitation. And I was just interested in how Heather highlighted the importance of control to people. And in the context of the new immigration bill, when Colin was speaking about that, it was very clear that government are really giving up control with this bill. They're creating a system that will be chaotic and that drives people underground. There was talk about how many people who are in exploitation, for example, just won't go forward to the authorities because of the implications of it for them. They're not going to be able to enter a system that works in their interest, for example, to tackle the exploitative labour conditions. And I just wondered why government would be, what are the implications of this? Why is government deliberately entering into something that is going to be so chaotic for them?
I think that's not quite on point certainly not for James. Heather, you're welcome to take that if you like.
No, I couldn't give a sensible answer, to be honest. Neither could they. I think then that's probably the answer, is that there's not really a clear line. There's probably lots of disagreement. It's chaotic. They're not listening to advice. All those reasons, possibly.
Okay, and very briefly, one final question here. Before we have...
Sorry, this is a question for Heather Wolf. My wife is Polish. I find it pretty distressing, her description of Polish or East European. This description, East European, it's lumping people together like, oh, we're West Europeans, as if Norwegians are the same as Italians. But it's a whole Cold War mentality, or I don't know what it is, but I found my wife's values are very similar to mine as an Englishman. Most European people do have similar values, and I don't know why there's this put out, well, they're different, they have different attitudes. I don't like it. And I'm against illegal migration, by the way, in this boat thing. But I think legal people like Poles that came here and obeyed the rules and came in under the Home Office's rules. I don't like that view. I want to respond to that, please.
Yeah, sorry if I said anything. I used the term Eastern Europeans in terms of the analysis that I was doing, and that's how people were self-identifying in the census. So people identified as Eastern European other or as Polish. So I added them all up. I don't see it as pejorative, an offensive term. As far as, people's attitudes, of course, I haven't made any assumptions that Eastern European people from Poland or wherever would have entirely different attitudes. So I'm sorry if I gave that impression.
No, but my wife describes herself as East European.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, no, thanks.
I'm sorry, I would overrule on this. Look, I've been a quantitative social scientist for 25 years. We group people, that's what we do. We group them according to demographic characteristics like this. Is a perfectly legitimate thing for Heather to do.
We've got a nice graph here as well. You can do that. It's perfectly fine to group people. If you do the mathematics on how people answer in terms of their own beliefs by the whole country, the whole world, the World Values survey that has been referenced divides up the world in this way based on people's own answers. So Eastern European, I think, would be one of the least controversial ways.
Okay, so
that's fine.
Thank you all.
Tell us what Estonia is doing in Catholic Europe.
Not mine. It's not mine.
Thank you all very much. Thank you to the speakers, and we will be back shortly after 4 o'clock for our final session.
Hi everyone, welcome back to this final session where we're going to look ahead to what the future might hold for immigration and immigration policy. Certainly two of the panel will be very familiar to you from today already. The third is Alan Manning from the LSE, formerly head of the Migration Advisory Committee. Alan's going to kick us off with a few remarks about his thoughts on where we're at with the immigration debate. I'm going to turn to Jonathan and Madeleine for some brief comments, and then the best laid plans, but then we're hoping to have a significant amount of time for a sort of Q&A session on the future of immigration and immigration policy. So if you can use Slido, I would be immensely grateful because it just makes it easier to make this thing flow. But we're hoping to have a proper interactive session, and without further ado, Alan, if you want to kick us off.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, and to everyone who's made what has been a very interesting day. Okay, so I'm kind of a quick overview of what I'm going to say. I think there's a window of opportunity to build a relatively open, more humane immigration system. And that's basically for the reason that we heard in the last session, that public opinion has shifted. But we really want to build a system that's going to have some staying power, that isn't just going to be there for a while and then disappear. And in order to do that, you've kind of got to think about what might go wrong, what the risks and dangers are, to be aware of them and mitigate them where possible. And so that's primarily what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about perception of loss of control, gaps between rhetoric and reality, overreaching, overselling, and numbers. Sounds a lot, but actually a lot of these things are kind of related. And probably if at any time immigration appears as a major political issue in some of those statistics that we saw in the previous session, then immigration is probably going to be a problem at that point. So no news is good news when it comes to immigration. Okay, so I'll just sort of run through those. Perception of loss of control. This is just really reiterating what Sophie said in the last session. People do not like the feeling that immigration is out of control. Small boats now, free movement post-2004, the US southern border, these kind of things. People feel very uneasy about it. Even if numbers are small, they may well worry about the trends, they may be small now, but what are they going to be in the future? And currently in the UK, small boats is the main risk here. Now, my view is that we sort of know how to end small boats. And the reason we do that is because there have been similar episodes in different countries, in different places, and they've always ended pretty much in the same way, which is you have an agreement with the country of departure, immediate departure, which in this case would be France, and basically that agreement has got in it returns of everybody who crosses in a boat to France. So the journeys are just immediately undone. Obviously, you have to offer something to France to get them to agree to that. And that's not easy, but I think that's where diplomacy comes in. You have to try. My view is that that should involve more safe and legal routes, acceptance of the UK, that it's always had less than its fair share of refugees and asylum seekers within Europe, primarily because the channel has been seen as a physical barrier, which it is, but less so than people thought in the past. And so it's that combination of basically returns and safe and legal, which are the two components you've got to be aiming for. Now, in that proposal, there's something for everyone to like, but also something for everyone to hate. Take your pick. The second thing relates to what I call gaps between rhetoric and reality, but I think Sophie perhaps called it sort of transparency. So sometimes there's a gap between the stated intention of a policy and what the actual outcome is. And when that happens, that again undermines public confidence in the system quite a lot. I mean, Colin, I think it was very eloquent that in the case of the illegal, it's migration bill, is it? Yeah, migration bill. That there's very likely to be a big gap between the rhetoric and the reality. But it's true in a lot of other aspects of the immigration system. So when people propose a particular visa, they normally have a purpose for that visa. But what they're thinking about, well, we want this visa to do this, but people don't really think enough about what can go wrong with that visa, how it might end up being used in a different way to what was intended. And then you get a gap between the rhetoric and reality. And I think that, for example, that means really doing due diligence on visa design in the first place and monitoring and evaluating visas. And actually, again, I think Madeleine and Jonathan spoke about that in an earlier session, that we just don't really do very much of that. So, for example, at the moment, the post-study work visa is an example of a visa where I don't think due diligence was done. Jonathan blamed it on the Home Office recently. I blame it on the Department for Education. But I just think they knew, there were fairly clear risks to it. They were just not interested in them. They just went ahead. The current rate of growth, I'm not really sure that's going to prove a sustainable policy if it carries on growing at the current rate. But we will see. The second kind of, the next thing is what I call kind of overreach. So there's always a lot of business lobbying to loosen restrictions on work or student migration. That's not just connected to Brexit. In any country, if you go to and you talk to them about their immigration policy, you're going to see this business lobbying. It's always going to be presented as being what the business wants is in the wider public interest. You're never going to get someone saying, I want this because it's going to be great just for me. They're always going to put it around, in a wider kind of context. And often what they say, what is best for business, is best for Britain, but not always. So I think you kind of should be sceptical. And on many issues, scepticism of business, there's a segment of opinion that scepticism of business comes quite easily. If business say we want lower taxes, we want a lower minimum wage, we want fewer rights for workers, there's a whole group of opinion that quickly jumps in and starts critiquing that. But those natural skeptics of business tend to be very in favour of immigration. And so when it comes to immigration-related issues, you don't get that level of scepticism of business. And that leads to what in the past, Gary Freeman argued was an expansionist bias in immigration policy. He argued that liberal democracies tend to have a tendency for immigration to run ahead of public opinion, to be more liberal than the public want. And basically, he said that because organised opinion, what he called organised opinion, is generally in favour of a more liberal immigration system. And that's why when you look in many polls in many countries, most of the time, the public want a more restrictive immigration system than they currently have. And the problem with that gap, and so he was not saying that public are right or organised opinion are right, he's just saying there is a gap. This is why there is a gap. And the problem is that that leads to building resentment among people who have anxieties or skepticism about immigration. And eventually that emerges in some form of populism, which takes different forms in different countries, but basically every high-income country has had that. And we've been through one such period. I don't know whether, if you look at the current bill, you'd say we're still in it. Other things, you might say we're coming out of it. But then what happens is you get this swing towards a much more restrictive policy, and you may well end up in a worse situation than if you'd not expanded so much in the first place. And that's what I call overreach. And UK policy has just swung, lurched from one end to another over time, and I think we'd have been much better if we could have had a much steadier course throughout. Then there is sort of what I would call overselling. So when we look at debates about immigration, it's often very binary, immigration good versus immigration bad. It's often very polarized, immigration very good versus immigration very bad. And basically what that means is both the costs and benefits of immigration are routinely exaggerated if you look at people writing and commenting on immigration. And I'll kind of give some examples of these commonly expressed economic arguments that for immigration that are not, sometimes are regarded as self-evident truths, but I just don't really think they are. I get up in the morning, I read the newspapers, I play immigration economics bingo, and normally I've got all of these by about 8:30 in the morning. So first of all, the economy needs migrants, the needs of the economy. The economy is not some god that we've got to placate with offerings. Ultimately, it's about how immigration affects people's lives, and we've got to keep focus on that. So I suspect I've used the phrase the needs of the economy in the past, and perhaps even in the present, but I just kind of don't like it. Shortages mean we need migrants. Shortages we're talking about in many of these sectors today in Britain are always caused by poor paying conditions. No employer group is ever going to tell you that. So for example, we're short of people who want to do these jobs, not who are able. So for example, in the first session this morning, someone gave a name of a specific company, Barnard Matthews, and they've done so much to try and recruit local workers, and it's just not possible. Whenever I hear that, I go on the internet, look up what are the jobs that company is offering right now. So what is Barnard Matthews offering today? It's offering a night hygiene operative. I think that's a word for a cleaner. It's on the night shift. I suspect it's in a food processing factory. It's pretty unpleasant job, I suspect, and so on. And they're offering 50p above the minimum wage. And I just wouldn't describe that as they have done so much to try and attract other workers. So I'm kind of encourage people's skepticism. Immigration is good for growth. In Liz Truss, lots of people said, well, obviously, if you want more growth, we need more. The obvious thing is more immigration. And in some sense, that's true, because immigration means more people, more GDP. But the effect on GDP per capita, which is what we should really be aiming for, is much less clear. And finally, immigration and ageing. Again, lots of people say we need immigrants to prevent ageing. No serious demographic analysis finds that immigration has more than the most marginal effect on ageing. And yet that is, again, that's something that isn't really out there. So I think if you sort of believe in these arguments, you start overselling the benefits of immigration, and that's not going to end well. Numbers, I'll say a little bit about this, came up. So focusing exclusively on numbers is a really bad idea and a really stupid idea. But I think it's wrong to think numbers are irrelevant. And if we think about the current level of numbers in the UK, we have net migration of 500,000. I think that's very likely to fall. But imagine that it was going to continue. I doubt that would be politically sustainable. It means population growth of 0.75% per year. You've got to increase all your infrastructure at that rate, or else you're going to get stresses and strains. That's quite challenging. It would mean the migrant share is going to rise about 5 percentage points over a decade. And if you had it for decade after decade, we would end up with a country that was 40% migrant. And that's quite different from where we are today. So they're very, I think it's not, I don't want to be sort of alarmist about that. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, because I think net migration is likely to fall. But clearly there are risks on work and study. Those, I think Madeleine put up those graphs of work and study visas. They are just growing extremely fast. If those continue, if that growth continues at that pace, I think this is kind of not going to be very unlikely to be a sustainable system. Personally, I would like us to have a more open, humane policy on family and asylum, but I think there's a risk that that gets crowded out by work and students, business, universities being very aggressive on their migration. I'll just sort of finish by sort of making one thing, is that basically, unless you believe in open borders now, immigration policy really means saying yes to some people who want to move to the UK and no to others. Some people will say yes to lots of people, others fewer. But our discussion is often not like that at all. So on the one side, we have people who are very, very clear about who they would say no to, but it's much harder to work out who they would say yes to. And on the other side, those who are very clear who they would say yes to, but really quite a difficult, vague about who would they say no to. And these two groups, great deal of mutual suspicion. And personally, one of the things I learned on the Mac was that you actually have to make a recommendation. What would you actually do? And saying, well, I wouldn't do that, that actually doesn't really cut it. At the end of the day, you've got to say, well, I wouldn't do that, this, and this, but I would do that. You've got to come down on something. And I personally think that being as clear as you can about who you would say yes to and who you would say no to is quite important. I will try to do that in response to any questions, but then again, I don't often practice what I preach, so I'll leave it.
Thank you very much. Before I turn to these two who actually know something about the subject, I've got a couple of questions just based on what you said. I mean, the first is, you said no news is probably good news. And yet in the last session, one of the slides that Heather showed was that because of people were more positive about immigration in part because of the things they'd learnt about what immigrants did during COVID. So is it necessarily the case that no news is good news?
I think my words there were a bit clumsy, actually. So what I mean is that if you take one of those most important issues, questions,
right, okay,
and people as salience questions, and if people are a lot of people are saying immigration, that's not going to be because they want a more open immigration system. Right. That's because they're worried about it.
Okay.
I meant it in that, so, yeah.
And the second question, this is just a bit of a hobby horse of mine, so forgive me, and it's probably an unfair question, but you talked about policy lurching. I sort of think, is that a function of the specific nature of immigration, or is it a function of the nature of our political system? Because we seem to lurch on an awful lot of issues, and I've often thought that's just part of the adversarial political system. So is there an element of that to this?
I mean, partly, but I think this dynamics of immigration politics that I talked about with this expansionist. So in the expansionist phase, basically you would have a right-wing party that's in favour of, you know, pro-business. Basically, they're pro-immigration. You have a left-wing party, progressive party, that's really motivated by, you know, inequality. Probably that's the main motivating, and they're very concerned about immigration for good reasons on that. But they tend to be pro-immigration as well. You then have, there's no political real home for someone who has a different kind of view, and then this comes out in different ways, and then you get this sort of cycle. And obviously, in some countries, you know, in the US, that view captured one of the main political parties. In continental Europe, you're getting, you know, separate political parties coming up here. You know, it put a lot of pressure on the right-wing party, which eventually, you know, led to the referendum and things. So I think that lurching comes from the fact of that dynamics in politics. And, you know, yeah, so I mean, I think it's sort of trying to sort of get out of that cycle. But there are other reasons as well, the reasons are good.
Thanks. Madeleine.
Well, people heard plenty from me this morning, so I won't say a huge amount at this stage. I think just one thing to emphasize, the current moment is, I think, unusually unpredictable. Just there's so much stuff going on at once. If you remember back, and we were reminiscing the other day about the quiet old days when everyone was interested in the net migration target, and there was one thing that everyone talked about, and it was sort of like, this nice, comforting and predictable debate. And now there are just so many different things happening in work policy, students, obviously refugees. Family is the one bit of the immigration system that's relatively quiet. Perhaps it shouldn't be so quiet, but I think it's sort of getting ignored in a way that probably isn't deserved. And so I think it's actually, that makes it very difficult to predict where politics is going. I do think that the bill introduced this week will really dominate debate, just because both the process of getting through and the legal challenges, which obviously will create a lot of attention, but in some ways the legal issues, as we heard on the panel earlier, aren't even the biggest ones. I think the sort of potential for operational chaos, if the bill is actually implemented in the form envisaged, is so significant that I could really imagine that sort of distracting from all of these other questions that we've been discussing. So you bring that all together, and I think it's very difficult to predict what the immigration debate is going to look like in sort of 2-3 years' time.
I'm tempted to ask whether operational chaos isn't the norm nowadays, so we shouldn't worry too much about it. But Jonathan?
Yeah, so I think sort of following up from that, let's take some of what Alan said as sort of as read from the point of view of us sort of policy wonks, and say, yes, stability is good, lurching from side to side is bad, operational chaos is bad, and whatever your views on Alan, I may be slightly more liberal than Alan, but still the sort of view that we should process, that we should have clear rules, that they should be relatively stable, and that we should that the system should operate sort of smoothly, and that it should be properly monitored and evaluated. We can all agree on that, and sort of then ask the question, well, given that has not on the whole been the case in the UK in the past, and given, as Madeleine says, there's little, it's not immediately obvious that we can be confident that it's going to be the case in the future, we might then sort of try and go up a level and say, well, what could we do about it? And I noticed there was a question or two that I didn't get to on the previous panels, should we abolish the Home Office or rather have a different institutional configuration for policy? I think, I can say this, probably these guys can't necessarily comment given their positions, or maybe Alan can because he was chucked off. But, one of the things that when I was doing this, or I was in DWP at the time, in 2007, I think, or 6, or anyway, Liam Byrne, who was then the immigration minister, called me and the Home Office chief economist in and said, I've got this great idea for the Migration Advisory Committee. Let's have a Migration Advisory Committee. And it's going to be just like the Monetary Policy Committee, because it will, it will make these recommendations about migration policy, and it'll depoliticize the issue. And politicians like me won't have to worry about it nearly so much, because we'll have this independent committee with independent experts like, Alan Manning and Madeleine Sumption on it, who will take the heat out of the issue. And I said, I think that would be it would be a great idea to have, some independent experts advising on migration policy. But you're living in cloud cuckoo land if you think that that's going to depoliticize migration policy, because it's not like setting the level of interest rates in response to an inflation target. It's just not. It is inherent, and ultimately it's going to come back to you. But I think, on the one hand, I think the Migration Advisory Committee on the whole has done fantastic work over the last 10 years, but equally it hasn't necessarily had that this sort of more limited hope that it would lead to greater stability in some elements of policy. And so I think there's an open question of, well, if we would like more stability and consistency, what would we do? How would we reconfigure institutional or political structures in such a way, recognizing that it is, that you can't depoliticize it in the way you can, to some extent, monetary policy. What could you reasonably do? I think that's still an open question, which I struggle with. What would we actually do? I don't know whether Alan has any views based on his experience on the MAC as how you might do things better.
Well, I think it's intrinsically, I mean, the other body that you might compare it to is the Low Pay Commission, which is perhaps closer than the MPC. Yes. But setting a minimum wage is basically setting one kind of number, maybe a handful of numbers. But migration is multi-dimensional with many different things, and it just doesn't lend itself to, and what is the recommendation for the minimum wage next year kind of thing. Obviously I would say I think it's kind of, it's useful, it's sort of, and so on. I think, I would say the protection is just to have a bit more awareness than often I feel there is in policy making of those risks that I talked about, the risks of overreach, the risks of overselling, the risks of not thinking about what could go wrong. Often the MAC does that. I mean, the MAC, recommends, we think we should do this is the best course of action, but very rarely would look backwards and say, well, actually, was that a good recommendation? I mean, the remit didn't allow it to do that generally. I guess now it does now, and it can do now, and that's a good thing. But again, it's been guilty of this sort of not really monitoring and evaluating, partly because it wasn't asked to, but yeah.
I mean, lest we forget, you started your presentation on a very upbeat note. Yeah. Saying that this might be a moment when we can actually get a sort of stable, fair, just immigration. What the hell made you say that to kick things off?
I think that's true, but I also want to say don't get carried away, because if you get carried away, it will end in tears. And there are already signs that it's going to. I think all this extensive lobbying by these low-wage sectors, that's already a sign it could end in tears. I think, and the universities as well.
I mean, there's a question here directly related from Heather Rolfe, which is, how would you assess whether labour shortages are genuine? Would you reintroduce the resident labour market test and revise the shortage occupation list?
Do you want me to? Okay, so first of all, resident labour market test is it's fine in principle, but in practice utterly useless. It just threw sand in the system and was just a bureaucratic obstacle, served no value. If you wanted to make it less attractive to hire migrants, I would actually use visa fees rather than a resident labour market test. It's a very economics kind of answer to that question. I think my view is that shortages, as I sort of said in the presentation, all of these shortages in the sectors that we're talking about are all caused by poor paying conditions. And what happened was these are jobs that for different reasons are sort of not very attractive, and so they have to be more than minimum wage jobs in our economy to get people to do them. People have to be compensated for those poor conditions. And what happened when there was a ready supply of migrants post-2004 is that many of these jobs became minimum wage jobs. And the employers came to expect them to be like that Bernard Matthews night cleaning in the night. And it's a choice that obviously that does probably make chicken cheaper. But it depends what kind of society you want. And I don't think having migrants who won't have access to public funds for at least some period on the minimum wage, lots and lots of them, is a particularly attractive vision for me personally.
Can I jump in on the shortage list? I think there's a sort of interesting disconnect between what people in this political debate think shortage lists can do and what they can actually do in practice. It sounds like this wonderfully technocratic thing where basically a bunch of clever experts come up with the right answer, and therefore, you depoliticize it. You can sort of say, well, we need these people and we don't need these people because here's a shortage and here there isn't. And in practice, it's much more messy and subjective. The data are never good enough. Even if you had perfect data, it wouldn't actually be that easy to decide whether they showed you that there was a shortage, let alone whether it would be a good idea to address the shortage with immigration. So I think this is one of these areas where there's public appetite for something that sounds sort of scientific and like a good idea. And when you actually look at the sort of how the nuts and bolts of the policy works in practice, it's much less satisfactory.
Do you want to chip in? No. Okay. So I'm just going to go through quite a lot of questions coming in, and some of them will be easier. There's one question I want to ask you. I'm going to start off with because I want you to explain the question to me because it's quite techie. So you can tell me what this question means and then answer it. Can Mac's methodology in CFE be improved so that SOL is more representative of real shortages? Sampling from small sections and unpublicised CFE unrepresentative.
I must confess to understanding that,
okay,
which is very simple. I think CFE is call for evidence. I think it's Madeleine sort of answered that question, call for evidence, and the SOL is the shortage occupation list. Were there any other acronyms?
No.
No. So I got that nailed.
Questions that I understand, that would be tremendously helpful for my own ego.
I'm not quite sure what the question is, even understanding the acronyms. But I mean, obviously the MAC. I mean, we made a decision when I was chair that we were going to publicise all the evidence that we received, even though some employer groups told you don't do this, which didn't endear them to me. But you know, the expansionist bias is very clear in MAC calls for evidence, that if you take the responses to the call for evidence, it would be 95%, possibly 100% in favour of liberalising the system. I don't know what it's like now, even though you know that that's not what public opinion says, and that's because MAC responses to the call for evidence reflect organised opinion in a way, and the sort of the more sceptical part of the population are not organised in the same way.
Okay. We've got one from Anonymous, so Jill would say this is a civil servant. Assuming the polls are to be believed, what will be the key planks of immigration policy under a Labour government? Do you think, from what we know? How would they be different?
Well, they couldn't be worse. I mean, let's put it that way. I mean, let's start from that. So, I don't kind of really know. I hope they'll have a certain level of administrative competence, which is clearly lacking at the moment. But that's going to take some time to come through. It's not going to be a quick fix. I also feel that if you compare it to the Labour government coming in 97, I think, this is all with hindsight, I wouldn't have said this at the time. I think it was complacent then that immigration could never become a political issue again. So actually, if you look at those most important issues questions, there'd been a run of 15 years in which immigration totally off the radar. They thought it could never become an issue again. I don't think they feel that anymore. I think they feel, so they're probably going to be kind of more cautious. I hope they do something on family, as Madeleine has said, which has been rather neglected. But again, all the lobbying and so on is all on work and student. There's no real lobbying, not so much lobbying on family.
I mean, I think, you know, my guess would be, based on what they've said so far, is that actually they will essentially pledge to do very little in terms of changes to the current system, which of course actually is what Labour pledged in 97 as well. I'm not sure I agree with Alan's recollection there. They were very careful not to pledge anything apart from the abolition of the primary purpose rule in 97.
In the 97 election, but then quite quickly, not quite quickly, but they're moving. There was a whole series of things when they liberalising quite.
They did all, but there was also. I mean, I was inside then. There was a lot of internal nervousness. You know, the report that there was a. You know, this I think is I can say these things now, 20 years on, that, you know, it's not no longer, you know, David Miliband tried to stop my project in the Cabinet Office in 2000 because he was, worried about the political implications of not of changing policy, but just publishing something that was relatively positive about immigration at the time. But that's still a fair point that they didn't realize it would go where it went. But I think looking where we are now, as I say, I think they will probably pledge to change very little. That doesn't necessarily preclude them doing, as Alan said, some both improving administration and also perhaps doing some both sensible and humane things on family, because it's just lower salience and isn't going to attract a huge amount of attention. I think the big, what they have said is that they want to link immigration, the immigration system and the skills and training system much more closely. And as I said before, this is one of the things that I think it's a good thing for politicians to say, and they say it's certainly a good thing for the Labour Party to say, but I think they will struggle in practice to make a reality of that, as has been the case for a long time. And I would hope that actually they don't sort of try and set up some incredibly sort of complex system that somehow attempts to liberalize in particular sectors or subsectors, counterbalanced with particular sort of skills or training commitments. I think that risks precisely the sort of both incoherence and capture that Alan was talking about.
So one of my takeaways from this session is I wish I'd known Jonathan when he was muzzled and not allowed to speak his mind. That would have been quite something. There's a defence of lurching from Keith here, who says surely lurching is sort of what you get from having a representative democracy. If you feel you've got something wrong, you can correct. And isn't that just the price we pay for a democratic system where people change their minds? Or
well, sort of yes and sort of no. I think that if you're in power and you want to keep it, you would be minded to stop the lurch. Yeah. Basically, that I think is sort of what I would think on that, and to have some awareness of that sort of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yes, we're a democracy and elected politicians respond to but no one really thinks that it would be optimal to change our education system change the exam system every 2 or 3 years, or but too much, and you want consistent with democracy to have sort of mechanisms which make it acceptable to say to people, well, actually, we have a system that sort of works okay. We're not going to tear it up and throw it up in the air and start again. And that politicians should resist the temptation to promise that because while it may be in their short-term interest, it won't be in their long-term interest.
We've got a question from Stephen, which is just, Alan, to you, well, to any of you, which is about what you hinted at about the unsustainability about the work after study visa route, which you touched on but didn't really.
Yeah, so I'll say a bit more about what I see as the risks there. So if you talk about, say, a work visa, employer has to put their money where their mouth is. They have to pay a salary to this person. Mm-hmm. That sort of naturally acts as a sort of some kind of limit on numbers, even though the numbers are going up quite fast at the moment. But in student visas, there aren't really those natural limits. The universities make money from bringing in more students, and the students will pay the fees because with the work rights, they can basically earn more with the work rights, even if they only work at the minimum wage, than the fees they pay to the unis. So it's not that I'm against post-study work rights in its entirety. I just think that the balance between work rights and study is sort of possibly got a bit out of balance. And the gatekeepers are the universities and limiting numbers. And I work in a university, and do I trust universities?
Well, not if you work in one, no.
I'm going to let that trail off into the
You want to add anything about the student?
I don't disagree with Alan. I would say what I said in my what I wrote in the report, which is that I think that unfortunately the incentives on both universities and government at the moment are really, really bad because of the current economic and fiscal position, the government is totally unwilling to contemplate putting up fees for UK-based students, tuition fees to UK-based students, to something more approaching the cost of providing that education. And that in turn incentivizes universities to chase after, so that they can cross-subsidize domestic students to chase after foreign students in a way which is economically rational in the short term, but for the reasons Alan said, is potentially detrimental to the interests of the system as a whole in the long term. So while not disagreeing with Alan, I think you have to see this as part of a more sort of general sort of ongoing car crash in the UK university system, which is a terrible shame because, you know, sorry, I'm wandering slightly off the migration point. I thought one of the really good things this government did in the first couple of years was a tuition fee system which actually was economically rational because it allowed a substantial expansion of university education, better financing, and more opportunities for domestic students. And we're now letting that sort of, as I say, decay into a slow motion car crash.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's a pity that we don't know very much at all about what people on post-study work visas actually do. My assumption is that they're probably sort of distributed right across the skill spectrum, and that a lot of them are in minimum wage jobs, effectively sort of, you know, earning back some of the money that they spent on their tuition fees before leaving, and then, but you'll also have people in higher skilled jobs, some of whom might then transition onto long-term work visas and stay here permanently. Well, we know that, yes, a small share of them do stay here permanently. I see it conceptually as a little bit similar to youth mobility scheme, but just with a different group of origin countries, in the sense that you have a 2-year work permit where someone can do anything that they want. And so we had this discussion on the panel earlier about the problems with employer-sponsored visas. And actually, if you wanted, and you know, as Alan said, there are reasons you might not want to, but if you wanted to, you know, to have some kind of migration of people coming in who are not tied to employers to work in any job, then actually, I think that like youth mobility, post-study work is one way of doing it. It's not how the policy is, that's not the rhetoric around the policy. The rhetoric around the policy is, you know, retaining the best and the brightest and that kind of thing. But pragmatically, it might have a similar impact.
I should get you into my extended family WhatsApp group. You have all the evidence you need then about this. It's a big subject of discussion. I've got the clarification on the acronyms here, which is basically, I think, the question was that the MAC interviews a handful of employers and applies the findings from them to the whole sector. So it's not, in any sense, even within industry, not just public opinion versus the people.
Well, it has an open, I would say it has an open call for evidence, and many, you know, hundreds of submissions to that. I'm not quite sure what it is now, but that's probably still the same. And then obviously it tries to go out and talk to people, but there, you know, there are a limited number of people you can talk to. Yeah. So, I mean, it tries to be representative, but whether it really, you know, I mean, it's not that easy, really.
The problem with the shortage occupation list exercise is that there are too many occupations, right? So there have been cases where, and so it's not possible to genuinely understand everything that's going on in each occupation and to really kind of go out and find people who might give you a more representative view. So there have been times when the MAC has been asked to look at specific occupations like social care or teachers or nurses have been the main examples that come to mind. And I think those exercises, in fact, have been better because it has been possible to go out and actually, you know, interview employers who didn't contact the MAC to do qualitative research and other things. But it's when you've got sort of, you know, 400 occupations across the economy that you're looking at, it's not realistic to think that you're going to be able to perfectly understand what's going on in all of them.
Just a question I've always wanted to ask people who understand immigration. Which developed Western country does immigration well?
The standard answer on this, which I'm not sure I totally agree with, but the standard answer is New Zealand. Everyone
so we've got
was
two standard answers now.
Would you say Canada?
Oh, interesting. Well, Canada's had quite a lot of operational chaos. I mean, less so recently. New Zealand is, I mean, it's very small, New Zealand, and they don't, you know, everyone arrives by plane, and it's, I think some things are sort of easier for them. But and there are lots of things that are done in New Zealand that are quite controversial. They have very draconian policies. If you're unhealthy, then you're not allowed in. Mm-hmm. But I probably see, I'm not endorsing this necessarily, but I see New Zealand cited probably most often, especially on low-wage workers, as a country that sort of does a reasonably competent job.
Canada cited not so much because the policies themselves function that much better or worse than, say, Australia or New Zealand, but because it's managed to command, you know, they've managed to create a sort of cross-party consensus without the sort of negative, stability, cross-party consensus, and so not the sort of policy alerts that Alan described, and not the populist reaction that Alan feared.
Yeah. I mean, can I make a general point why I think immigration policy is intrinsically quite difficult in all these high-income countries, which is that the world is very unequal, and where you are born and where you live has a huge consequences for your quality of life. And as a result, there are lots of people who would like to move from lower to higher income countries. Probably far more than actually those higher income citizens in residents of high income countries are going to let in. And that tension, that gap, is all the difficulties in immigration come from essentially that gap. And some countries find it a bit easier to manage. So New Zealand, I think everybody agrees they would like more population, more people. That makes it easy to be pro-immigration. I'm not sure I would be recommending necessarily we wanted fast population growth in the UK. Canada wants more people. The geography makes a big difference. New Zealand isn't going to have a channel small boats issue. And Canada's border is with the US. It's not going to have a southern US border kind of issue. So these kind of things make it easy. But I think underlying all of this, there's a reason why immigration policy is going to be really quite difficult, quite a lot of not all the time, but has the potential to be quite a lot of the time.
Okay. Well, I presume there's a comparative literature on this that you can read if you want to figure out, yeah?
Well, different countries do different things well, right? So most countries do at least one thing really badly. If I'm a glass half empty kind of person.
That's great to know. There are a lot of hands being waved, and even though I'm desperate to avoid them and use Slido, I am going to turn to the audience now. If any of you who are putting your hands up have a smartphone and want to use Slido, that would be lovely. But there's a gentleman at the back. If you can keep your questions very short, please, because we're running out of time, and there are loads of them. Gentleman, did you have your hand up at the back there?
Well, my question was only a simple one.
Hang on. There's a gentleman, let the gentleman at the back go, and then you can have the microphone.
Thank you. My name's David. I wanted to intervene, as you gathered, a bit sort of earlier, because Alan Manning, when you started to talk about the sort of labour market, the employment market, I thought you were at first sort of talking about it in sort of broad terms, but when you went on, what I sort of understood from you, that what you were really talking about was in terms of low skills, low pay, that sort of market, and you came up with some thoughts sort of around that. But you didn't really talk a bit more broadly. And also the other point you made, I'll keep it brief, I understand that. Yeah, sorry. The other point that you sort of made was this bit about ageing, we're sort of clogging that. Actually, we're not. I worked in health and social care for 30 odd sort of years, and you're around the corner from Guy's Hospital, etc. As you can probably gather, stick and whatever, I now have quite complex health conditions, so seeing it from a different sort of angle. It isn't really, if you look at the NHS, as I do very sort of closely, to be honest, it isn't really about ageing as such. What's critical and where the pressure is actually we've got a lot of people with complex health conditions, and it's a positive thing, who are living a lot longer. So, for instance, the local authority where I...
Just ask the question, please, sorry.
So the question I was sort of clumsily sort of getting to, when you go close up to some of those sort of hospitals and so on, they work in teams. And the team working together draws on a lot of people from a diverse background and sort of come into the country for a period of time, do work, etc., and sort of go away. And what sort of worries me a little bit about your comments, as I say, I understand the bit about low skill, low pay and so on, but it's a bit broader and a bit more complex, I think, than you suggest. And I don't believe, from my experience, that you're going to be able to draw that just from your host population. Also, if you look at the birth rate sort of going forward. One other question.
No, we're going to have to leave it at that because there's loads more, I'm afraid. Sorry. Alan.
Well, I think in some sense, ageing is not just that, it's about who is sort of healthy for how, and people are living longer, but also their healthy lives are longer as well. So it actually really, I mean, work is about fundamentally doing things for other people, and there comes a point in which some people are not capable anymore of doing things for other people. They have to have other people do things for them, and you've got to sort of, the proportion of people who are going to need some kind of primarily care, I think, is going to go up. That's unavoidable. On work migration, I would simply say you've got to work migration that says should be available to all is totally pointless. That just grows the population. You've got to make a choice in work migration. I prefer these people or these people. Otherwise, it's about changing the mix of employment, not the total level of employment, the total population of the country. And so, you know, and post-2004, we had a system by accident rather than design that favoured lower skilled sectors. They had this tailwind behind them. They took advantage of it. They expanded a lot. And now we've got a system in which they've got a kind of a bit of a headwind, and we're trying to give a tailwind to some other sectors. And it's really about whether you want, what sort of, you know, economy you want to have. And when we tell young people to get skills and education, and that's the way to prosperity, which I think is right, having an immigration policy that undoes all of that, I mean, that policy of educating our local population puts pressure on low-skill sectors. It reduces the labour supply for them. And then if you let your immigration policy undo that, I personally don't think it's better. It would be better if we had policies aligned.
Either of you two want to come in on this?
No, let's go on with this one.
My question is, have you thought about the possibility that we are not going to keep the global warming to as low as we want to, and that millions of people can no longer live in their place in the world and start moving north?
Well, I mean, let's say, even apart from that, if there is no global warming, we know from the demographics, just the population growth in different parts of the world and the age structure of that, that the numbers of people who are going to want to migrate is very likely to go much higher. I think we have to, you know, it is inevitable that we are going to have a higher share of migrants in our population. And, you know, we've got to find a way of coming to terms with that.
I'm talking about tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions.
Even absent climate migration, the demographic pressures are quite large. And then there's climate migration on top of that.
Thank you very much. I am now going to answer a couple of questions. Firstly, yes, we will make the slides available if you want them. I've not quite figured out how yet, but we can send them out. And the whole video of the event will be on the website. And there's a question from Daniel Beck talking about the difference between polling and anecdotal evidence. Unless you want to add something to this, Jonathan did a fantastic blog about 3-4 years ago. I think it was called Data Are People Too. Was that it?
Spreadsheets are people.
Spreadsheets are people too. And I would refer you to that blog, which I think will answer that question. It was really rather good, though I hate to say so in public. There's a gentleman in the white shirt there, Ollie, in the is it white or is it white? It's a white shirt.
It is a white shirt, yeah. I guess it's a sort of unpicking a question for Alan again, and a theme that's come up a couple of times already, but it's on that post-study work visa issue. And I should perhaps caveat this by I'm probably one of those groups that will say graduate route is great because I work for Universities UK. But I suppose specifically, is the concern about the unsustainability, what it's doing to the student visas, and that we've seen the graphs in terms of the high number of student visas, and the fact that, you know, they're bringing dependents and that's what's causing the unsustainability? Or is it rather the concern, as Madeleine perhaps talked about, in terms of what they're doing afterwards and the impact that that might have on the labour market, or the fact that it is an unsponsored route and so therefore, you know, there's less control, there's less kind of oversight of what those students might be doing? Just be really interested to know kind of a bit more about what the concern is which makes it unsustainable. Thank you.
I think Universities UK should buy you a work smartphone so you can use Slido. Starting the campaign now. Alan.
I mean, I think the concerns are, you know, if numbers keep rising at the current rate, that is, in the end, there's going to be some that I don't think is sustainable, even though perhaps maximum 20% in the past we thought changed. If you're issuing 600,000 visas a year, that means that route is is 100,000 or, you know, so that's 120,000 on net migration. That's a really big chunk of what I would regard as sort of politically feasible. So I think it's just it's danger that it's sort of disproportionate. It's the gap between rhetoric and reality is that worries me. The rhetoric is, I mean, Madeleine said this, the rhetoric is all about best and brightest, and then you look at what these students are doing. When you've got students who are coming on master's programs and then are reported to be switching to work visas as social care at the minimum wage, you've got to be saying, what's going on? You know, what's going on? You know, what exactly is going on here? And that's the sort of issue.
I mean, I think it is also a control or issue. I mean, Madeleine likened it to youth mobility in the sense of not being tied to a particular job and the labour market advantages as well as the advantages for the individual. And I think that's absolutely right. But I think the point is that the youth mobility, we sort of expect people to go home after 2 or 3 years, and mostly they do unless they transition into the regular system one way or the other by marriage or by getting a skilled work visa. And the question is, you know, do you worry for some of the people who are coming on student visas, particularly if they have dependents and then staying on the graduate route, you know, well, if they do transition to one of the regular routes, you know, like through a skilled work visa, well, that's fine. Yeah. But if they don't, do they just, you know, we know that most irregular migrants are people who overstay. And there is an issue there.
I'm not worried about the overstaying, but I don't know, Madeleine probably knows, on the migrant journey data, when students stay, what fraction, I mean, there are quite a lot on different sorts of visas. It's not just they're transiting to skilled work, is it?
So they're mostly, well, back in the old days of post-study work, they went on to post-study work, and actually then they went on to Tier 1 general rather than Tier 2 general. But then, so that was all shut down. Yeah. And then the people who stayed were typically going on to, it was mostly skilled work visas. You had a fair amount of the entrepreneur program when that was a thing, and small numbers and family. But it is primarily work visas, so my expectation would be that they will struggle to stay in very large numbers. I mean, the care sector is a sort of interesting thing because now it is eligible for the skilled worker route, but otherwise I think a lot of the people doing low-wage jobs would not be able to get onto the skilled worker route either, and so you might expect a lower stay rate than maybe you had in the sort of 2010s period.
There's a lady there. Can I just say you can still keep sending as soon as you ask someone in the audience, people stop sending questions on Slido, but you can still put your questions on Slido.
Yeah, my question relates to this discussion because I think control conflicts with migrant welfare, and you, Anand, asked the question, which wealthy country does immigration well? So I was wondering whether the panelists could summarize very briefly what immigration done well means. What are the criteria for an immigration well done?
Sorry. Who wants to go first?
Well, I go back to what I said about Canada, a system which is relatively stable, commands public support, isn't subject to sort of populist challenge in the way Alan describes, and has a reasonable degree of, is reasonably liberal, particularly to people coming on refugee and family routes. And I think, as Madeleine said, Canada is by far from perfect, but it does sort of broadly try and tick most of those boxes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there are lots of different ways. It's a brilliant question. There are lots of different ways that you can define doing things well. I think one issue, in addition to the stuff that Jonathan mentioned, is just predictability, that you get a lot of systems that sort of look like they're doing one thing, but then there are these weird arbitrary outcomes. And so one example of that was the cap that we used to have on skilled worker visas, for example, until 2018-ish. Said it was doing one thing, but you got this odd thing where no one knew what the salary threshold was because it would hop around from one thing to another, month to month. So I think, that and discretion in immigration systems as well is another thing that can create unpredictability. So I think in general, predictability is also important. The other thing, and this is just like a kind of boring research, I think, but it is really important, is that it's astonishing how little evaluation, how few countries have really good data to evaluate their immigration system. Just really basic stuff, like these people came in, how are they doing now? Are they flourishing? Are they still here? And actually, it's quite rare for countries to have good data on that, which is a real problem in terms of actually developing the policies iteratively over time.
I'll just say a more general point. I mean, the main beneficiaries from migration are the migrants that are going from a lower to a higher income. So if that's that is a good reason to want to have an open system. But one has to recognise that essentially political power rests with the residents of the receiving countries. And so you've got to design a system which in some sense is as Jonathan said, going to command sort of domestic political support and be sustainable in that way. But that's what I would see myself as sort of trying to do, really.
I mean, you've inspired me with that, so I undertake to make sure one or more of these panellists write us a blog called "What is a Good Immigration Policy?" Don't all volunteer at once. The gentleman there, this might be the last one, I'm afraid.
My question is on Slido. How is it possible to have at least 4 times the level of enforced extradition in 2002-03 under the Blair government than occurred in 2022? Was there a high level of violence involved?
That's very cunning, doing it in Slido and in person, so kudos.
Not my area of expertise.
I mean, not mine either, but I mean, I don't know if Colin probably has some experience of this.
This is a bit of a guess. This is a bit of a guess, but I think a lot of a large cohort of asylum seekers at that time were from Europe. And so I think it was relatively easy to remove people back to other European countries. The documentation was relatively easy to put together, and also being deported arguably had less drastic consequences to those people than deportation to some other countries. So that's guesswork. I haven't sort of dug into the composition of the people who were removed, but I suspect that might be at the heart of it.
I think that's right, yes.
I think it's an act of cruelty to send people back to France myself, but anyway. At the point at which the audience are answering the questions in person as well as asking them, I think I've finally lost control and we should draw events to a halt. I've got let me end firstly, as I started, just to give you a heads up for our debate on the economics of Brexit on the 22nd, our economic panel on the 27th, and we have an in-person event on the 29th on Parliament's role during the Brexit process, which has got a superb panel, and that's at King's. Let me thank our panellists for what was a really, really interesting and enlightening panel. Let me thank Jonathan and Madeleine for the work they did, both in putting together the report and in putting together the programme for today. And I'm told that organising events like this and writing reports takes a large amount of work, of which I am blissfully unaware. So I would like to thank the team who are up there, the comms team for getting it out there, for the design, the researchers for helping to put the text together, the ops team for doing all the bits that I don't understand but doing it without complaining. So thank you to all of you. Thank you all for coming, and we hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much.